You're watching VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
Comet, starlight, racing free. Sparks of lightning tracing me. Bluest eyes as fresh as green. Oh, all those wasted hours led to you. Purest love I never knew they had a reason. Brought me to my knees and gave my world a meaning. My heaven isn't perfect. She walks upon the earth and sets the sky a-burning. Yeah, she rides up on my shoulders. You stay a little older, so young enough to hold her. Golden hours, crowned in flowers, bursting into every color, brighter than the sun above her. River rushing, sweeping my feet out into the deepest water. Just an angel I call daughter. What's it take to make a man out of me? 37 pound and 3'3". Brightest blossom on the family tree. The finest piece of my heaven isn't perfect. She walks upon the earth and sets the sky a-burning. Yeah, she rides up on my shoulders. You stay a little older, so young enough to hold her. Golden hours, crowned in flowers, bursting into.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Knock one, push, push, push.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
It'll be the same result. Wall goes up a little bit more forward this time from KRX. So
The trips now.
pushing back away, but you're right, it's still not going to be easy, and Kaide is on a bit of a tear this map. There we go, Kaide.
Let's go!
It's good to see our Notion crash this round.
Spike down mid. That's 3. One enemy remaining.
Definitely caught off guard by that one. I don't think they expected Full Sense to be pushing up mid that way.
Attention. Meanwhile, Buzz dead, Envy. She's gonna walk about over towards doors, but Meteor, facing forward, is able to find the buy. Aggressive TP over the side, Jing catching 2. Meteor and Izu. Both eliminated now. A 2v4 for T1 trying to get up to map point. DH clean with the first one, but Jing cleaner with his third. Gets the 4K.
Get a flash. Woo! Yeah. The ball, dead.
DFM is being quite careful as well. I mean, it's definitely flashing, confirms information.
See what kind of shots KRX can put together here. It's just the one there from Flicker that's of any success, but Marco has a rifle and he's got a chance. No way! Marco! He had to be the one to do it.
Tucked away into elbow, Jemkin dead. Cross cut out. Repositions the safety X-Barrel. Trying to find that elimination. The cage going to be going up, and Hobby turns back over to the front. Monyen dispatched. 2 players left alive, but they still have some fight left in them. But now it has to be Crazy Guy. Snaps on. Finds the kill. The Nightfall not to connect. Has a false sense of security. Still the stealth drone. Still a salvo. The stun. A full kit available to him. Crazy Guy with the right idea, and Crazy Guy with the Red Bull clutch.
Nice! Shut up! Let's go!
이게 맵이에요?
스케일 쩐다. 써니시다, 써니.
와, so big.
Brain is not braining at the moment. 야, 이거 너무 어려운데 이게 말이 되냐 이거?
I never played the map.
아!
Wait, 야, 히어서.
나 지금 확실히 알았어. Winner is... 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 아, 스테이지 끝나고 이제 좀 기간 널널해가지고 푹 쉬면서 재정비도 하고 했던 것 같습니다.
오늘 좀 어떤 촬영 하는지 들으신 게 있으신지?
아니요, 진짜 솔직히 말하면은 매니저 형한테 제가 여쭤봤거든요. 오늘 무슨 촬영이냐. 절대 안 알려주는 거예요.
리더님한테 우리가 좀 정보를 드렸는데.
근데 진짜 거짓말 치고 딱 들었던 게 뭐 단서를 가지고 추리해라.
그러네.
예? 이게 다 들은 거라고요? 이거 가지고 뭐 할 수 있어요? 이거. 형! 와우.
Hello, Damai.
Hello.
Welcome.
It's been fun. I think it's my first time visiting. Yeah, it's unfortunate that we couldn't bring the trophy to Pacific, but I'm proud of the boys.
또 다바 형이 잘하거든요. 그래가지고 맨날 챙겨봅니다.
Oh, thank you. 감사합니다. Yay.
예. 헬로.
Guys. Hello.
헬로.
어디
안녕하세요.
앉아요? 아, 예,
앉고
안녕하세요.
싶은데 앉으래.
Now we have the last player joining with us.
댄서.
VCT dancer.
저희가 최근에 그 영상을 하나 봤어요. 인스타그램에 올린 영상.
나 봤었던 것 같은데? 그거 레드 이거 했죠?
아, 그래, 레드.
오. 아카네. 맞다. 불금도 없이 하는 거야?
간단하게. 네. 여기까지 하겠습니다. 잘해.
So today we gather the masterminds of Pacific. 브레인 이들을 모신 건데요. 오늘 저희가
아, 나는 브레인 맞아. I'm brain.
6 biggest brains of Pacific. Do you agree with that? I mean, maybe 5 lah, because I 5 IGL and 1 duelist before.
Maybe everyone has that texture, maybe. Nah, I'm joking.
뭐 나라 형만 빠지면은 브레인 팀이지 않을까.
아, 저는 브레인 맞습니다.
Your deduction skills and your imaginations are important in today's game. 이제 보여드리겠습니다.
와, 야, 이거 뭐야?
와, 미치겠네.
이게 뭐야?
I was so confused. Like, I had no idea what was going on.
I didn't expect to actually analyze this kind of thing.
어지럽다. 이거 내가 할 수 있을까?
The game looks so familiar, you know, like look at the agents, look at all the things and all the icons for the ultios.
아, 이게 요로 TP인 것 같은데? 그치?
요로 TP?
요로 TP 아니야?
아, 페이크 TP네, 저거.
뭘 페이크 TP야? 그냥
페이크 TP 아니야?
텔레포트 깔아놨다는 것 같은데?
카메라 있습니다, right? 아이.
Yeah.
카메라.
Yeah, but how come there's 2 cameras over there also? They only have 1 side.
Oh.
No?
Oh, it broke in the beginning? Huh? There's 3 eyes. What?
3 eyes.
So,
What's that?
Viper wall? Viper wall.
Oh, yes.
and almost not one way, I mean, that's all I know.
That's beginning. beginning.
Yep.
Cypher trap, I mean.
일단 ending is B.
Ending is B.
이거 NRG 조합인가?
I don't know. I mean, we don't play a beat, so I don't watch the beat. I don't know. It's on you guys, boys.
이게 죽은 거네, 형.
죽은 거래.
데드.
Yeah.
데드 바디에 이 화점 이건 뭐야?
시선.
이거
Trying to push.
야 이거 뭐야 이거?
아이사이트.
looking? TP, right?
Yeah, it's a TP, it's a TP.
I think fake TP, right? No? Or Waylay Dash?
TP 아니야? 그러니까 A 메인.
It has to be TP, guys, because the holy. The brain is not braining at the moment.
나 진짜 너무 어려운데요, 이거.
I thought I was smart for a second.
이거 프랙티스 게임이라며.
Still doesn't matter. BBL are just that hard hitting right now.
Playing a dangerous game, but they need to close the gap to get some value out of these stingers. Or this stinger, rather. Scream is pinged out now. This is looking ugly. The Rock and Lovers walk. Ethan hoping to slow things up a little bit, but dimensional drift anyway. Lovers Rock will fight this. Working the angles though, pretty diligently. Taken low behind the boxes. The spam was good, but Ethan's better. And NRG. Captain.
X로 답을 해드릴게요. Yes or no?
Okay.
Ask us questions.
Should we ask this?
Yeah, let's do that. Is that Euro TP?
No, it's not.
Yeah.
So is it Omen TP, the middle? Yeah.
This one is Omen.
That was Omen ulti. Okay. Now it clears.
Waylay dies first? 그럼 웨레이가 푸시 나왔나?
아니, 형. 궁을 여기가 스타트고 여기가 저기다 썼네. 좌클릭을 한가 이거.
Omen ulti is there from mid, top mid, right?
I think, I think this is the attack Omen, TP here. The defender Omen kill the Cypher here because he saw someone here. Omen kill the Cypher and then he TP here.
크레이지 가이 선수 좀 조용히 잘 처리했던 것 같아요. 연습 게임 할 때.
Bro, this one is a VCT match. Who TP like this?
몰라요.
The Omen who killed Cypher?
Yes.
He TP'd here and then he come here. And then the attacker killed the defender
Omen.
So that means this round, attacker win. Right? 아니 스파이크 드랍 is there.
Are you sure it's dropped? Maybe it's planted.
No, cannot plant. Look at the spike. Cannot plant.
Oh.
Okay.
So defender win, guys. Defense win. Yeah. Okay, we solved the riddle. Woo.
So maybe we can guess a little bit about these sites.
I mean, just 3 people died. That's it.
So one about drone try to retake.
Teho drone from heaven, right?
Yeah.
Teo killed everyone.
Teho killed everyone after.
That's what I'm saying. How?
He's just good, I guess.
So Yoru kills
Waylay
and ult and check him. Yeah, and sees Viper, and Viper dies from Waylay.
그거 어떻게 알아? 아니 그걸 어떻게 알아?
No, because they do 3-2 split, right? This is Omen, this is Cypher, and this is Sofa droning from window. So this guy.
But it could be Yoru killing both also, no? Because because he's still alive with the ulti anyway.
Insane. This is Dambi. This is Francis.
Bingo.
다 그냥 난장판이었는데?
아 이거 좀 큰일 났는데 서로 의견이 너무 자유분방하니까. 예.
I think it took all of us quite a while.
One person as a rep, write it down, tell us what happened.
Yo, someone.
캡틴.
Someone go. Captain.
막내 right. 막내 right. 야 임마.
아, 카메라 몇 살이야?
03. 나 동갑.
아하, 생일.
12월입니다.
Guys, low key, he's been too quiet. I think you can do the paperwork.
Explain to him slowly.
Okay, you start with 3-2. It was 3-2 split.
Okay, 3-2 split.
3-2 split. Okay, middle is Cypher and Omen, correct? And then
The Cypher is looking middle, and he died from the Omen defender. And the attacker Omen TP to the left side.
after, and then
Chill,
Omen.
bro. Slowly.
I thought he's using keyboard, no?
지금 적힌 거 3-2 스플릿 미드 사이퍼.
빨리.
오케이. 미드 사이퍼 럴킹 가다 죽었고
It becomes 5v3.
이거 어택이 졌다고?
No. 어택을 win.
No. 야 임마. Attacker lose.
아니 어떻게?
그러니까 나도.
What do you mean? Have you watched PRX? EDG Breach? Have you watched?
Davai and I had like pretty good ideas. The guy that gave us the most confusion is probably Texture.
And the throw has to be texture.
나쁘지 않았다고 생각합니다. 제가 애들 도움 많이 줬어요, 제가.
I made a clue. Lead him to the mid-ground and you carry on. Okay.
공격 요루가 뛰면 웨일이 잡고 이제 웨일이가 이제 수비 바이퍼 잡아서 5대3 됐고요. 미드 럴킹 가다가 사이퍼가 죽고 4대3. 사이퍼를 잡고 이제 오맨이 이제 수비
공이
오맨
생겨서
쓰고 그다음에 이제 공격 오맨이 미드 TP 타서 수비 오맨 궁극기 죽이고 4대2.
And then
Cruz, go! 4v2, and then
It should be Waylay and Yoru goes to side. Waylay dies to Teo. Teo kills Omen, and Sova died to Yoru, and then Teo kills Yoru.
I think that's it.
Teo.
Defender.
Teo is the best player in the game.
Teo is the best. Who's the Teo, bro?
Now we'll announce how much you got it correct.
100%. Bepru.
몇 프로?
50% correct.
Wow.
But our baseline was 50%, so you
Hey! Kami dance! It's been fun, guys. It's gonna be individual. It's been fun, guys.
Let's go.
연습 게임 풀어 보는데 할만한데 옆에 있는 친구들이 좀 못하는 것 같은 거예요. 그래가지고 개인전이라길래 이제 아쉬운 척하면서 속으로는 좋았습니다. 네. 망했다. 이것도 이제 제대로 못했는데 개인전? 할 수 있을까?
I had no idea what the shoot was, but seeing the practice game, I think it's gonna be fun.
이거 쓰고 들어가요?
네.
Hey.
안 보여. 이거 뭐 공포 게임이야?
뭐야?
오, 괜찮은 거예요?
If you guys bring me to horror movie, I cry, okay?
Oh, it's cool, huh?
무서워.
무서워. 이거 안 괜찮은데?
I'm gonna scream. Kept me thinking because I've been watching a lot of movies. Like the previous two movies I watched was Backrooms and Obsession. So I thought it was gonna be like something horror.
야, 이거 엄청 큰데 여기 공간이? 그러게 되게 크네. 무서워요. 아니 너는 왜 무서워하냐고. 내가 부딪혀도 내가 부딪히는데. 너무 무서웠어요 진짜. 이게 방탈출도 이게 눈 감고 들어가는 그런 똑같은 게 무서워가지고 막 했는데.
To the horror. Haunted house.
뭐야?
Wait. 둥글게.
둥글게. 빙글빙글 돌아가며 춤을 춥시다.
그 어디까지 가요? 여기요? 네.
How are you guys feeling?
Scared.
무서워.
너무 무서워요. 빨리 안대 벗겨주시면 안 돼요?
I mean, exciting, I think. I was very curious, what you guys were cooking, what's waiting for me.
Are you guys a little scared?
Yes.
Okay, so please take off your blindfolds.
어이구.
오, What?
What the hell?
What the?
Oh!
What?
Wow, it's so big.
서밋이다, 서밋.
아, 서밋.
Welcome to VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
Yeah, give me the time and the place. I'll be here in a beat. I move at my own pace. I ain't bugging if it's a one-way ticket. Spend a meal, get it back. Slice a bottle, make it clap. Celebrate and make it last. Baby, do it fast. A lot of people with principles look around. And when it's time to make it big, I don't hear a sound. The shadow code, we moving under the radars. In and out of state, shorty wanna play her. Locked in my zone, motivation by the peak. I'm in the game for the sport. Some people just love the heat. I'm flying impeccable. Maybe choose a terminal. I like it when you drop it low. They want me off my pedestal. They bringing all this heat on me. So I'm stuck in the freezer light. Stuck in the freezer light. Whoa. I'm flying impeccable. Maybe choose a terminal. I like it when you drop it low. They want me off my pedestal. They bringing all this heat on me. So I'm stuck in the freezer light. Stuck in the freezer light. Whoa. So they wanna do me like that, huh? Keep me off the shelf when I need some. Huh? It ain't how we do it round here. Keep your hands to your waist. It takes something to make some, and I got some. Let's get it poppin', shawty. You know what time it is. I'm flying impeccable, baby, choose a terminal. I like it when you drop it low. They want me off my pedestal. They bringing all this heat on me. So I'm stuck in a freezer light. Stuck in a freezer light. Whoa. I'm flying impeccable, baby, choose a terminal. I like it when you drop it low. They want me off my pedestal. They bringing all this heat on me. So I'm stuck in a freezer light. Stuck in a freezer light. Whoa. I'm stuck in the freezer, don't waste my. I'm stuck in the freezer, don't waste my time. I'm stuck in the freezer, don't waste my. I'm stuck in the freezer, don't waste my time.
I'm like a dog, I do the most to get off on my leash, yeah. I am a beast, looking for something to eat, yeah. I cannot be defeated, I can take off, I don't need a reason. Anyone that see me sweating, bleeding, I'm about to take off, yeah believe it, yeah believe it. I cannot be stopped, no, no. I cannot be stopped, no, no. I cannot be stopped, no, no. I cannot be stopped, no, no.
You're watching VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
I'm like a dog, I do the most to get off on my leash, yeah. I am a beast, looking for something to eat, yeah. I cannot be defeated, I can take off, I don't need a reason. Anyone that see me sweating, bleeding, I'm about to take off, yeah believe it, yeah believe it. I cannot be stopped, no, no. 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 I cannot be stopped, no, no.
You're watching VCT Pacific 2026.
Can you hear the sound of silence? Feel the air I breathe within my lungs as I wait in the world that's quiet, waiting for the sun. baby, tonight. We come alive. Take me to the fire that's burning. Feel the rhythm, fill me with desire. Lift me where the sky is turning. You'll see tonight. Come alive. Take me to the water, baby. And it can't rewind, I can't survive. Listen to my heart that's beating. You'll see tonight. Come alive. Are you with me? Are you with me? This what they waiting for. We gon' do so much more. Big plans, we make it. Place for the taking. Go on and tell me it's time. This what they waiting for.
Welcome to another day here at VCT Pacific. Matches have been quite crazy lately. Pretty interesting, especially with what happened yesterday. And I'm all for it. I hope today's matches are going to be equally interesting. But before that, we have a special guest on the desk who is very calm and collected right now. We have Dongjin joining us on the desk. Hello.
Hello there.
안녕하세요.
Hello there. I mean,
Hello there.
we heard the Korean desk is better, so we felt like we should bring you here to show why.
I'm just here for special guest for introduce about some challengers team.
Yes.
And I'm from Busan.
Yes, that's right. That's
Yeah,
right.
I'm
We
from
are
Busan.
heading to Busan soon. I'm so excited. Are you excited? You must be really excited for having
Yeah, because I have it's been almost 3 years.
3 years.
I have never been to hometown. Yeah, I'm going to Busan for 3 years.
What do you miss?
I missed lots of foods. There's
Oh.
really nice lots of foods.
What are you gonna eat the first thing when you get back?
You know 국밥?
Gukpap? Yeah, of course.
Gukpap is from
Yeah.
Busan?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I
Really?
love gukpap.
That's like the main thing I eat here.
Yeah.
No
I eat that
way.
like every day. Yeah.
No way, he's lying.
No, I'm serious. No, she can
Yeah,
No
that's
lie in
true.
broadcasting, bro.
100%.
That's true. Wait, he's saying that we probably have not experienced the gukpap.
Yeah. It's
We haven't
probably not the
had that
same.
kind of quality yet. So
I heard there's lots of seafood.
Yeah, seafood is nice because
Okay.
there are sea
yes.
beside the Busan, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna take me, right? Me and you?
Maybe.
Maybe. I love it. We
Maybe.
have to go to the beach.
Yeah,
I
maybe.
love the beach. I'm a big beach girl. So yeah, I'm so excited to head over to Busan.
Yeah.
But before that, let's turn our attention to the Korean challengers because I think Korea, especially like the tier 2 scene in Korea, you have had Nongshim, for example, come from there, and now you have Varel and the same. And this latest team that's been making waves, Onside Gaming, they're kind of the same, aren't they?
Little bit same
Little
because lots of Korean teams, especially on challengers, are really aggressive teams.
Yep.
So maybe very similar with Nongshim and Varel. Yeah.
And they went perfectly in the group stage as well, right? So
Yeah.
that's kind of shades of like these undefeated young Korean squads that are coming over, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, even tier 1 teams, even pretty aggressive, like Gen G,
Yeah.
KRX.
Yeah.
Every Korean team
KRX
is just aggressive now.
Yeah, KRX is crazy aggressive.
Yeah.
3 duelists.
Three duelists, right?
Yeah. Oh, finally! Thank you. Why are you so late?
Let's welcome Jen here on the desk.
Don't give her money.
He was she was making sure that you are comfortable on the desk because your English is fine.
Nah.
You're perfect fit
I
here on
was
the
literally
desk.
hiding in the bathroom. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've been watching it. I'm like, there's no way I need to step in because this guy can do the whole thing by
Yeah,
himself.
see, you're comfortable already. It's true though. I was
Nah,
I was in
you're
the
I'm just acting.
I was in the elevator with her.
I'm
No,
just
you
acting,
were
you
so
know.
cool. No one could tell. No one could tell your stress.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Thanks.
But again, going over to Onside Gaming, I've heard a lot about this squad. What do you think makes them so scary coming into the play-ins and what they can offer here in Pacific?
Hey, don't give her money. Hey,
You understood.
nah.
온사이드 게이밍이 플레인에서 예의주시해야 할 팀인 이유는 뭔가요?
Because they are a really balanced team. I think. Yeah, 진짜. Sorry.
No.
되게 균형 잡힌 팀인 것 같다.
Yeah.
왜냐면은 뭐 누군가 하나에게만 의존하는 게 아니라 뭐 시에스타도 있고 울버린도 있고 그리고 레이 선수도 되게 잘 쏘는 선수들이 많아가지고 이 팀이 되게 공격적이고 밸런스가 좋은 팀인 것 같다. Go.
It's just basically everyone on the team can pop up. They're not reliant on one superstar. They all have good aim. For example, Siesta, Wolverine, and Ray, players like that, they're ready to pop up any moment of the day.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about Siesta though. Like he's been making a lot of noise like over social media. I see a lot of people clipping his plays and a lot of noise about him as well. Even the other players have been singling him out.
그러니까 한 3년 정도 바이럴이 됐던 것 같긴 한데 그 3년의 바이럴이 사실 한국 선수들이 기대감 엄청 불러일으켰었잖아요. 그런데 그 기대에 부응하는 되게 잘하는 선수인 것 같아요. 되게 헌신적으로 할 때는 헌신적으로도 하고 그리고 공격적이게 할 때는 공격적이게 할 수 있는 그런 선수, 균형 잡힌 선수인 것 같아요.
I think people started paying attention to him for 3 years. It's been 3 years since he went viral or started gaining spotlight. And I think he's been playing up to the built-up expectations and the hype as well. He can play around the team, you know, sacrifice himself when he needs to, and he can be extra aggressive when the team needs him to be.
I've been like looking into him as well because that was kind of the expected team to qualify for quite a while. I've only seen him playing Neon, but the thing that was interesting to me is you see a couple of these teams have crazy runs to Ascension. So like SLT Songnam before, they didn't necessarily have an undefeated run to get to Ascension. In fact, they didn't even win Challengers Korea. But ZETA, go look at his history on VLR. It's all green except one series. I think he's only lost one series in competition. Hasn't really been that dominant, Dongjin, or have some other teams actually pushed them a bit?
뭔가 다른 팀들을 보면은 어쨌든 뭐 전승, 우승, 무패 우승 이런 게 없었는데 시에스타 보면은 그동안 전적이 한 번 빼고 거의 계속 승리 중인데 시에스타가 그만큼 그냥 그렇게 잘하는 건지 아니면은 약간 다른 팀들이 그 정도는 아닌 건지.
근데 개인적으로 느꼈을 때는 온사이드 게이밍이 조직력이 되게 좋은 것 같고 준비나 연습을 진짜 많이 하는 것 같아요. 그래서 그에 따른 결과물이 이렇게 전승으로 나왔던 것 같고 사실 뭐 물론 못하는 팀들도 있긴 하겠지만은 그런 팀들을 제외하고 잘하는 팀들을 상대로도 온사이드 게이밍이 되게 잘했었다라고 얘기할 수 있겠죠.
Well, I think it's mainly because personally, I think it's mainly because they're really cohesive and they practice hard and they play really well. I mean, there are some teams that aren't really up to the Onside Gaming's level, but even against teams that are just as good as them, they've been dominating.
그러니까 하나 정도 얘기 더 하자면은 제가 듣기로는 온사이드 게이밍이 거의 퍼시픽 팀들의 버금가는 수준의 연습량을 가지고 있다고 들었어요.
Well, from what I hear is that Onside Gaming actually has similar amount of time that they invest in when it comes to practice compared to the Pacific teams.
Oh, that's interesting. Does that mean that you think there'll be a real challenge for the Pacific teams that could face them?
그러면 이제 위기가 될 수도 있을까요? 퍼시픽 팀들에게?
좀 공격적이게 얘기하자면 탑4까지는 가능할 것 같아요.
Oh, okay. Might be reaching a bit far. Maybe it's too much of an aggressive approach, but I think they could make it into top 4.
Okay. Well, of course, we saw like the likes of Nongshim, for example, and Varel. Even when they do make it over to the Pacific stage, they do encounter a little bit of the growing pains. Kind of like, you know, when they start off, they're not quite prepared for the level of play that Pacific has to offer.
Yeah, 100%. Sometimes you have these stumbling blocks. It's going to be an interesting format, though, because you go into the play-ins and things like that. And the thing that I always say about these Korean teams is they are perfectly poised to be able to practice the very best. They're here, you know, practicing on the Seoul servers where all of the Pacific teams teams are playing. So their practice partners are going to be some of the very, very best in this region.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, Dongjin, who do you think, like we talked a lot about Siesta, what about the rest on the team? Because you have a lot who are very new, whose very first team was Onside Gaming, and then you have some who maybe have been around the Korea Challenger scene quite a bit.
시에스타 빼고는 뭐 신인도 있고 아니면은 뭐 그래도 발로란트 씬에서 좀 오래 경력을 쌓아온 선수들도 있는데 그 나머지 4명 선수 중에 좀 눈여겨보면 좋은 선수들?
Wolverine.
I
think he is really similar with 24 Genji Meteor.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Really?
quite something to compare to. What makes him, you think, comparable to Meteor?
왜 그런가요?
계속 럴킹 돌고
Lurking.
저도 또 가고 저도 또 가고 그런 성향들이 있어요.
Besides him lurking all the time, he's not afraid to do the same thing over and over. Even if he loses, he would just still push through.
Okay,
nice. Okay, that's interesting. I think that's gonna be interesting to see as they, make their way over here to the Pacific stage. Now, speaking of which, we are making our way very, very slowly towards our roadshow over in Busan. And as you mentioned, you are from Busan, so I wanted to know what are the things that we need, aside from experiencing the real gukbap, which you said, what are the things that we absolutely must do in Busan?
가면 꼭 해야 될 거.
일단 먹거리 투어, 회, 국밥, 밀면 요 세 개는 꼭 먹어야 돼. 근데 이걸 영어로 뭐라 해야 될지 모르겠어요.
It's hard to name them in English, but if you are a foodie, then definitely go for the sashimi cuts, the seafood, 국밥, and also there's this particular noodles that they make. Yeah, so it's grayish noodle. So,
okay. What is the taste of like the noodles? Is it like spicy or sweet? Is it in the soup or dry noodles?
You can choose it.
Okay, so it's just the kind of noodles that is made.
Right.
And you mentioned that Busan is, of course, a seaside area of South Korea, right? So what I know about Busan is always like the beach, like Haeundae Beach, right? And would you recommend going there, or are there other hidden spots that you think are better?
I think Haeundae there are too many people on summer.
That's what I was gonna ask. Yeah.
But near Busan there is Songjang Beach. 거기는 별로 없어요, 사람.
Oh, it's quite reserved. You don't have a lot of tourists there, so it's a bit quiet.
You can surf.
He knows
Oh
that.
yeah, you can surf there. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, we have to go. We have to go.
You know how to surf?
You have to take us. Yeah, I do surf.
This guy does not look like he surfs.
I do not surf. I was a bodyboarder.
Even I cannot swim.
You cannot swim.
You know
I'm from Busan, but I cannot swim.
There's a first time for everything. We're gonna experience it all there. We're gonna
throw you in the water.
We're gonna vlog everything.
Sink or swim, don't you? Just like here on the desk.
It's okay. I'll save you.
Thanks.
I'll save you.
Thank you.
But of course, looking forward to the roadshow. What is one message that you can say to the Pacific audience, the global Pacific audience, by the way, to invite them over to your wonderful hometown of Busan?
부산 많이 와달라고 팬들에게 한마디 해주세요.
In Korean, 마 부산으로 온나.
Yeah.
It means come to Busan.
Come to Busan. How do you say that?
마 부산으로 온나.
부산으로
온나.
부산으로 온나.
Yeah.
마 부산으로 온나.
Yeah. You're good.
Yeah. I did better than Big Time did.
I mean,
because
that's
like
not difficult.
didn't Bane teach you something like saying 누나야.
Yeah.
누나야.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, Dongjin, thank you very much. We know who to go to if we need any tips from Busan. Thank you. 감사합니다 for joining us here on the English desk rather.
Thank you.
And you don't need to panic anymore. Don't worry. We got
See you.
See you. Thank you, Jen, as well, for stepping in very briefly to translate. And Dongjin would probably say that was a bit too brief for his liking.
He looks so relieved. Like, he played it so cool, but he was stressing the hell out. He was very stressed.
He was actually really panicked. he was mad. He was fuming mad. He was like, "Where is she? Where is she?"
We love Dongjin. We love Dongjin over
No,
here.
yeah,
We've been begging
definitely.
him to come on the desk for ages, and he was just like, "Nah, I'm not gonna do it."
Exactly.
And he
Well,
said, I have to have a translator, but sometimes,
No.
sometimes things don't line up. Schedules are different, you know?
we talk about, maybe Jen has to go to the bathroom for a few minutes and, just ignore his calls
Unlucky,
and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
How could that happen?
Turning our attention to our standings right now. Oh my goodness. How yesterday changed things up quite a bit. Look at Group Omega.
Yeah.
Varel and Team Secret are on top right now.
I mean, it's crazy to me. That looked like a very tough group to try and come top 2. You have PRX and T1, they're always favorites, and then of course KRX, who consistently plays well here in Pacific. Neither one of them in those top 2 slots right now. And over in Group Alpha, it's GE and Genji on top, both with clean 2-0 records so far.
It's only early doors, but I'm really looking at the fact that top 2 will qualify in towards the playoffs. I could definitely see some like S-tier teams, some heavy hitters in the play-ins, which is going to be very, very rough for some of these challenger teams coming into Pacific for the first time to digest.
Yeah, so it's going to be a question for whether these teams that are currently on top can actually sustain what they have. In either case, it's making Pacific look very, very interesting. Equally interesting, because I'm loving this game at the moment, is Build Diff.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at what we have for today, because, I mean, you're currently at the top spot.
I'm in the lead.
I'm not too far
once
behind.
again.
I am not too far behind.
That's true.
And there's still a number of days for me to catch up and get back on top as I was not too long ago.
There are very many days like that. It's early doors, but one thing that's for certain is Pilsky sucks at this game.
Yes.
Always terrible. So
Thank you.
You're going to want to stick around to the end to see him finish in last place once more.
Yeah, although,
At least I'm
spoilers.
consistent.
That's true. You are probably the most consistent player of Build Diff at the moment.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I
yes.
appreciate
Good
that.
job. Good job. Keep it up. We'll go to Morgan and your roster.
Right, let me talk you through the team of the day, the absolute GOAT team. Jemkin in on the duelist. I think whenever this guy's playing, I know he has that pop-off potential. I want him there. Akame, big week last week. He felt like the only one who was really pulling his weight in the aim department. Devi there on the smokes. I expect him to be on a lot of Viper, and he's the most consistent on PRX. Shota there on that Sentinel. Him on Sunset was actually really, really good. So I'm looking for him to have a big day. And then, of course, Xfero on that flex. I always want Xfero, Jemkin. I think those two guys together are fantastic.
Yeah. A great roster. I actually like your roster a lot. I would have picked something similar, to be honest.
I really hate it when you say that. don't tell me that you like my roster.
I like your team. Your team is excellent.
Because you suck at this. You're not supposed to like it.
I liked it. I thought it was great.
Okay,
It's so
let's see what you've got.
My team, okay. Well, let me explain. First of all, I have sucked so bad that much like a baby when you give it the pacifier and you throw it in the dirt over and over again, I've been taken away. My power has been taken away to make my...
What kind of childhood have you had?
To make my team. I have just sucked so hard. So my partner has made my team today. She's a Japan super fan.
my
She
gosh.
watches every day of Pacific. And I am terrified because this makes way too much sense to me.
It's
She's
kind of a
gone
bucket team.
double
I like this.
DFM for the upset. May and Kaide.
Okay.
You've got Eco coming in from ZETA there.
game last
And then
week.
she loves Monye. And she thought Monye actually had a really, really good game coming back into RRQ.
That's
and
true.
I
That's
agree.
true.
So she's gone for Monye there. And she's gone for Devi from PRX. She really wanted Forsaken, to be honest. But he didn't necessarily fit the Senti role. So she decided to go for Devi. And she kept asking me, what role should I put this player in? What role should I put this player in? Does this team make sense? And I said, I'm not helping you at all. I am terrible at this.
So question, how similar is the team that she picked to one that you would normally
I would have
pick?
picked Morgan's team.
You would have picked Morgan.
I probably would have picked
You
Morgan's
have to
team.
How
stop.
does that make you feel
That
about
makes me feel angry.
your roster today? I have currently, actually I'm a bit of an outlier because I have XDL instead of Eco. And I actually have a message to production where I was like, oh wait, I'm gonna change something. And then we went to eat.
Yeah.
And I didn't send it.
Well,
so,
that's unlucky.
So now it's up to XDL.
Look at Paper Thin here. He's got Jemkin on the smokes. Does he know something we don't know?
Maybe. More
What
insider
a curious pick.
Yeah.
Is this thin paper again? No.
No, this is
not.
the actual paper.
This is the actual paper thin.
Actual paper.
Interesting, curious things. And I'm like, I was gonna go with Eco. He gave me a lot of great points
very
last
good.
week, and now it's
100%.
XDL because we were hooked on potatoes and stuff when we were eating. So now I'm like XDL. let's do this, okay? Today,
He can do-
let's do this
He's
today.
a good player, man. I think
You've had your moments, so let's do this. Get back on top, my guy. All right? Okay. Okay. So we have an agreement today because we have ZETA taking on RRQ, and then we have DFM taking on PRX for our matches today. We have SCA versus Japan all around.
Yes.
And I will say, outside of VALORANT, things have not been going great for Japan overall, but also things weren't going great for RRQ last week. That 0-2 against Global Esports. They had that massive lead on Summit, threw it away, so I'm not sure what to expect from this roster at the moment.
Yeah, honestly, ever since the in-between season tournament that we had and coming into this stage, RRQ, it feels like they're not in a good place right now. It feels like things are not really clicking. They brought in Zan. He didn't debut in Pacific though, so I'm a little bit curious about what's happening with that. They did put him in for the skirmish, so we can see here that both Monye and Zan are playing today.
Yeah.
No Cushy.
No Cushy. It looks like, wow, this is a very different look than we expected with them bringing Zan. I thought Zan was a one-to-one replacement for Monye given the roles that they've played, but Cushy didn't have the best week last week on that Phoenix, struggled a little bit, so they're trying a different look here, but very curious how this will shake out for them.
Yeah, I think that was everybody expected as well, that it was going to be Zan and Monye kind of interchanging, but I don't know, I'm really curious about this, and for RRQ, I am worried for this team because they just feel like they're the kind of team that shouldn't be making these kind of mistakes and shouldn't be getting these kind of scorelines any longer.
Look, I mean, I don't know what's going on with 10-2, but we're seeing this all across VCT at the moment, and it's just looking horrible to play. This game looked like it was open and shut, but they move onto that attacking half, and they really struggle. Even on the rounds, sometimes they find double entries into a post plant and find a way to lose. I just think maybe it's the map, maybe it's Summit, maybe they're not as well drilled on that attacking side, but honestly, this kind of throw should never happen when you're able to build up the ults. G stole this win away from them here, so that's got to be a real kick in the teeth.
Yeah, I mean, I want to give credit to RRQ. Not only did I hear during this game, when it finally got ground all the way into OT, the loudest desk slam I've ever heard from a coaching booth, but also I actually feel like they have a lot of interesting ideas. I like kind of the Vito Sage approach that they're going for, but the execution really hasn't been there. For Zan, coming into this team, I just assumed this was a one-for-one replacement for Monye. I thought that Monye has not really been playing very well in Pacific, but he actually did, being put into that GE game, play very well. So I think he's kind of earned himself a chance to play his way back into the team, and Cushy had quite a poor series, but Zan has been someone that we've been keeping an eye on in the off-season for RRQ. He didn't have really a great performance, but over in Challengers SEA, I've been watching this guy for quite a while, and quite honestly, he's been quite fantastic.
Yeah, I remember his time on Motive, did very, very well there. And I mean, I think, you look at these roles, he's great on Neon, and he can also play the smokes. So I'm very curious with both him and Monye in the team, who will be playing what, because there's a lot of role overlap there, so I wonder if they go double duelist, then is it Monye on that Neon, or will it be Zan? That's the question.
We've also seen Zan playing a fair bit of Sage and things like that as well, which fits RRQ's stylistic approach right now. 100% though, it should be Crazy Guy over there onto the info Enir. This was the issue though, and this was the big criticism that we had of the Sage. The Sage Vito comp, quite honestly, it has a lot of interesting ideas. I felt like it could have had like a lot of things that it could do, but it feels like teams that understand the Sage wall and the pacing of that game style, quite honestly, just play around it so well that it has no value.
Yeah, but I think though that like this double Senti comp does fit RRQ and the players that they have very, very well. We have seen, a lot of other coaches comment as well on the double Senti comp. I think with the current meta, it's inevitable that we will fall into this. But for example, we have a quote here from our good friend Potter as well, who does watch the analyst desk for Pacific, by the way. I remember you said that. But she did comment a lot about Chamber, and this quote almost feels like it is dedicated for RRQ and this particular match.
Yeah, I mean, it's talking about how you can always find a little bit more value with that Vito over the Chamber, but Potter is also saying there that she doesn't want to run that Sage in the double duelist, where RRQ are trying to make that work. So I think it's a nice idea idea that we're seeing more veto. I think Xfero is fantastic on it. It's something that I want them to keep leaning into, but if you want to run that Sage alongside it, I think they have to get more value out of the Sage. They were using the Sage Wolf far too early and just never finding the value there. So I wonder if they've tightened that up for this week.
Yeah, I thought this quote was quite interesting because this is more so talking about Ascent where you're playing Veto Vice instead of the Chamber Vice, but I felt like it applied very well to RRQ because we saw in the off-season RRQ playing Ascent with a Sage Veto, and honestly, you know, you've seen someone like Potter or various coaches have different approaches. She's come to the conclusion that Sage is not a particularly good agent or not particularly valuable. Maybe that's only for her team. Maybe that's in general. We're lacking a little bit of context there, but at the end of the day, RRQ have decided Veto Sage is a good combo, but if we watch how the games have been playing out, it hasn't been executed well, or it's just really not necessarily powerful enough for the other teams to really have much of a problem with it. At the same time, though, a lot of the time when they're playing the Sage comps, they're playing into teams that play a lot of Sage and understand how to play around that. In the off-season, it was 100 Thieves. They know how to play Sage and they know how to play around Sage very well. They've got players that have been playing Sage for years. And then GE, we've seen just in their last season of Pacific, they love Sage and they were honestly really punishing these walls.
Yeah, and I just think Crazy Guy is just much better suited towards the Initiator agents. It just suits his style and RQ's style a little bit more. And seeing him on the stage was like a little bit, this isn't you.
I think we're going to see him play them.
Yeah.
Like, there's no more room in the team. Cushy's on the out. He has to probably play Initiator like perma Initiator from now on for Crazy Guy.
Exactly. So that's why I'm feeling optimistic for RRQ. But the last time they went up against ZETA, ZETA could have very easily taken that match from them. It got really, really close here.
Yeah, I'm very much so. I think ZETA are a team we've been a little bit harsh on, we've been a little bit down on here in Pacific because they're not trying to make, I feel like they haven't come in with a lot of big adjustments season to season. They're not making roster changes, and then they have the opening game against Shenji, and it's 0-2, but I actually don't think that's super fair. Sunset went all the way to OT. I think they have good players here. I just think they're sort of struggling to get these wins on the board.
I totally agree. I think for ZETA, there's some promise there, but it's a little bit of roster inflexibility. What they have kind of, as we've talked about many, many times, employed is shuffling the roles around and trying to get some value out of that, trying to kind of reinvent themselves. And we've even seen a crazy comp from them on a set against Shenji when they were running in the breach. Clearly, there's some ideas that they're trying to employ. They're trying to mix things up, but Genji's in very good form and has already taken a 2-0 over them. I think that you look at the rest of this group for ZETA, and this RRQ team is probably the last time they're going to be able to play a team that's kind of beatable, because the rest of the teams in this group are straight fire.
Well, the last time that they did play on this stage, Ego was able to put up a lot of numbers, and there's been massive improvement from here as he leans specifically into the Initiator roles.
That's exactly it. I feel like they've tried him on a bunch of different stuff, and when he was on that Duelist, I really didn't like it. Now, actually sort of fill in those roles a lot more, and last week, he had a very good showing, to be honest. It's not easy to do this on Breach and Sova, so I think that's super optimistic for this ZETA team. If he's able to find this form, keep playing like this on the Initiators, I do feel like they have real shots of taking games here.
At the same time, though, I feel like the stats from the opening game against Junji, while they are very good, you don't want the frags to be coming to your Breach and your Sova.
That is
and
true.
The reason why they came there is because Absol, I put him in my build diff in the first game. I'm on the bottom of build diff. You guys can connect the dots.
Yeah, but you unfortunately did not go with the alphabetical kind of strategy, right? That was actually like on purpose and your own personal strategy.
Yeah, I'm just an idiot.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Thanks,
but
Mika.
I'm glad that it came out of your mouth. We have here Absol taking on Cushy, and you think Cushy's been relegated to like the skirmish role now?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this actually a few times now. Right, it seems to be whichever player these teams have on the bench is the one that they send to the skirmish. So let's see if Cushy can get it done for the team despite not being in the server. Later on today, he's going up against Absol, who we know has the capability to be very, very sharp here.
I mean, so does Cushy. That's the thing that we were all impressed by.
Yeah.
The kickoff Cushy, like first bullet accuracy, like razor sharp mechanics, but his performance has just kind of been middling for a while, and now that he's kind of trying to flex into some different roles outside of the Initiator, that Phoenix debut here in Pacific really didn't leave anything to kind of be too or inspired by, unfortunately. So for now, they're not playing with him for this series, but RRQ has been kind of shuffling things around. Looks like things are not going too much better for him in this skirmish. Absol is locked in, and he's just banged him out 5-1 there.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. I mean, Absol can be the right pick sometimes, just not when he's on your team. Just when he's in, tasked to do other things.
There's a veto, I think.
Yes.
Can we talk about the veto?
Sure, let's talk about the veto and not Pilski's inability to build a proper build diff team.
We're up to 4 times now. Like, I'm going to need 2 hands. This is going to be all day, or?
It's so amusing. It's so amusing, guys. We have Haven and then Breeze next, and followed by the decider map, which is going to be Sunset.
Okay, I mean, I think this is definitely interesting for ZETA. I want to see what they have in store on that Breeze. I think if you're going to choose it, I want to see... I wonder if they'll go double duelist. I think the Neon still fits very well there for Absol. And then, of course, Sunset as a map 3 is interesting because they very much could have beat Gen G on that map. So I don't think if you're ZETA Division, you're that upset about this veto.
No, I don't think so. I think RRQ picking Haven into a Japanese team, they're going to be very happy with that. They always love playing a little bit of Haven. I think they're going to be pretty vanilla comps, both sides. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw Neon Phoenix, Jet Phoenix kind of mirror, that kind of thing. For Breeze, the interesting thing about this for RRQ and the fact that you see ZETA picking into them is that RRQ recently shuffled their roles on this map. Actually, before Kushi was on the outs of the roster, I believe you saw 3 different players shuffle around their roles. I have to go back and double check like who exactly was playing what in the off season, but Breeze is a map where RRQ have been experimenting a little bit, so I want to see what they come up with in general and who's playing what role, because this is the first time that we haven't seen Kushi playing in the roster for quite some time. It's very clear, as we mentioned before, Crazy Guy's going to be their initiator guy, but how do you fit Zan and Monyet, who have played the exact same Asians in the roster? Do you just as simply go, one, you play controller, you play duelist, and that's it?
That's what I would do if I'm them and I look at both of these players. So they've both played Omen, they've both played Neon, but I think Zan is a better Neon than he is Omen, and I think Monyet is a better Omen than he is Neon. So I want to see Zan be the duelist, I want to see Monyet be that controller. We saw Monyet last week on that controller have a very good game. I feel like he was fighting for his job, and I think that is truly where they'll get the most value out of him. But who knows, I could see it the other way around also. So it's sort of a wait and see.
Yeah, we're going to expect a lot of changes on the side of RRQ. If it's not role swaps all around, it's still a little bit of a chemistry change for the side of RRQ, right?
Look, you could talk about my build diff all you want, but like, let's be real. Someone come get your grandpa. He doesn't know what's going on. 20%. Clinton.
20% is rough.
That is quite rough. I also think it's a little bit of a, he's voting with his heart, especially today. He's going to vote for ZETA. He's going to vote for DFM. He's the captain of, that ship and the biggest fan of Japanese Valorant, second to Chubby Ninja.
So you're saying it might get worse today?
Yeah, we could take it a notch lower, maybe go into the line of ones on the percentage, Who knows? Gonna take it down.
Single digits?
Single digits would be wild.
Has that ever happened?
Surely
predictions?
He will lose his job.
Is it mathematically possible even? I don't even know, but I think like after that we need to have a talk with him.
Oh, seriously.
We sit him down and have an intervention should that happen. But before any kind of intervention happens between us and Paperthin, we're gonna let him go on the ZETA train because they will be taking RRQ for our first match today on that Pacific stage.
Today's matchup.
RRQ and ZETA Division up first on that Pacific stage, and this matchup just might be closer than we think, but RRQ, they need this win to regain some confident and to be able to show Pacific that they are still that team that conquered this stage not too long ago.
100%. They started the year so well, went on a bit of a run there in kickoff, had 3 chances to qualify for Santiago, and since failing to do so, they've kind of been in free fall. Something has not been clicking. Yes, they've still had some good games, but I'm interested to see how this particular roster will go today. Zan and Monya in, Cushy out. How will they figure out the roles, and will this be where it finally clicks for them?
Yeah, that's a big question, but I want to know if this kind of style clicks for ZETA Division 2, because although they've been very far behind in championship points, they've been experimenting, trying out different things, but hopefully this is what works for them, because fans know that they want to see this team go very far.
I mean, it's now or never for ZETA Division. They're not exactly swimming in championship points. They need a very strong stage 2 if they're going to make it to champs, but they already lost their opening game. If we're going to see them really put together a dark horse run, it has to be now. We need to see them switch on. I think they have good players. I think the key pieces are there. I think the opening game against Genji wasn't awful. It went all the way to OT on that sunset. It's possible. We just need it to all finally click and come together for this Japanese squad.
I just don't know. Quite honestly, I feel like they've been very inflexible in terms of changing out players. It feels like they've tried to go for a different stylistic approach, and we're starting to see them play things that are a little bit more off-meta. ZETA team, to me, especially from that Ascent comp, it feels like they're the team that they're like, let's throw some crazy comps out there, let's play differently and try to explore what is not necessarily a fully set meta here, and see if we can come up with a winning formula that's good enough to take us to champs.
But other than all of their comps, the thing with ZETA is that they did admit as well in the recent press conference, right, that they do have difficulty in adapting. They have difficulty in like figuring out what the next game plan is, especially when they're rattled and when they're unsure of what their next move would be. And I just feel like at this point, this roster can't be making those kind of excuses. None of these teams on the stage right now can be making any excuses anymore. We're in stage 2, guys.
Yeah, exactly. It's not exactly early days in the year, so they are really running out of time. That's the only way we can put it for this squad. But I'd love to see them get a win. We know how passionate the fan base is. We've all seen the watch parties in Tokyo and across all of Japan. They've had multiple watch parties for some of these games because in Japan they love this team. We see people travel to Korea
Do it for Manny,
every
guys.
week. You know, I think a win would be so huge for this fan base. Can it be this week against a struggling RRQ as we step towards Haven and ZETA Division mixing it up compositionally? It is double duelist, but they're running that Yoru and Sky as their initiator. I think this gives them a lot of options on a default of you can clear a lobby, come back, clear garage. You have a little bit more util to work with, and it makes Xfero's life harder on that Cypher. So I'm kind of excited for this.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the Sky is going to have a harder time than Sova with the trips. Also, pay attention to the roles. Eco's been on that E-Near. Now he's going to swap back across to Yoru. He was previously playing duelist for ZETA, so we'll see how that goes for him. On the side of RRQ, Jemkin on the Phoenix here. So Zan is going to be given comfort on the Neon, and Monya will fill the Smokes role with Crazy Guy on the E-Near. This is kind of how we theory crafted the roles to work on this team. And they're playing basically the meta here. They're not playing anything funky. We're not seeing the Vito Sage and their own kind of read on how they want to be approaching things. They are just playing a stock standard comp and trying to get the best out of this 5-man lineup here, because this is a game that RRQ is expected to win, even in shaky form, and they need as many wins as they can get, especially after their opening loss there.
Expected to win, but are we ever really sure is the question. That's the problem with this match. We don't really know which way this is gonna go. What we can only do is toss it over to Elfish and to Quack to take us into Haven.
Well, I don't really know what you're hoping from us, Mika, because we don't know either, frankly speaking. Based on our predictions, we're almost as bad as Paper Thin. Maybe not quite that bad. We're not intervention level bad, but we've been pretty bad with the predictions.
I'm at 30%.
I'm at 40%, so combined 70%. That's pretty good. Yeah.
Put our heads together.
RRQ and ZETA Division, though. I feel like this one is a matchup that it does sort of feel like it can kind of go either way in my mind. Both teams coming off the back of a loss last week. So both teams obviously wanting to bounce back this week. Storyline feels like it's very similar for the two of them.
It definitely does, but I think that's where the map veto kind of becomes a little bit more of an intriguing discussion as well. The Breeze on the second one, I mean, taking a look at the past times that RQ's played Breeze, wasn't the greatest. I feel like that's what ZETA's trying to capitalize on, but at least right now, onto Haven, we have seen quite a bit, especially games in recent times against Genji and the likes. ZETA definitely have a chance today. I think they really have a good shot, and this composition, for sure, at least to say the least, is going to be something that RRQ will have to try and adapt around.
Now, I could 100% get behind another upset storyline. We had a couple yesterday, we've had a lot throughout Split 2. Could we get another one here? ZETA over RRQ. It does not feel impossible by any stretch of the imagination. So let's see what they can put together. Kicking things off on the attack. It is RRQ's map of Haven, so job's probably going to be a little tough from the outset here for ZETA Division. But you never really know until you get into the server and see how that piss around plays out.
Exactly. Both teams placed 4th and 5th respectively in their current group standings right now. Of course, it's only just been one game each for both of them. Right now, with their intentions set toward the A site, they're going to tank a shock dart. That's painful, but the sky is there, so it'll bring things back. One thing about this composition, though, you'll note, is that they don't really have a Sova, so information is going to have to be retrieved differently, and the way they're doing that right now is just to death ball it straight up into A site.
Hey, this is a great way to get information. Walk into the site, see if there's anything there.
They're doing it together as well, so power of friendship and teamwork, although that was RQ's shtick from way back when. Right now, however, everything's smoked off, just waiting for that spike to be committed pretty soon. RQ making their own moves outside of middle, but you also note that another thing they can do for information will be the Cypher on the camera.
That's a cheeky little bait as well. Crazy Guy, he hears those steps, so he has a little bit of a look, and Absol's just waiting for him. So nice bait and switch to start things off for ZETA Division. Pistol underway nicely. Eco in the perfect position to just pop Zan as he tries to do a little bit of funny footwork, fancy footwork. It's not worked out for him, and it certainly hasn't worked out for the rest of RRQ either. That is about as easy of a pistol round win as you're going to get for ZETA. They just walked their way into A, got the plant, won a few duels. Bob's your uncle.
Bob's your uncle. Cookie crumbles. Shoto went up from behind as well, which is pretty sweet. But holy cow, I was not expecting Eco to hit shots like these. I mean, I know he had kind of a heater game last week, but where has this been like all of Stage 1? Being able to play up consistently like this would definitely be a big boon for ZETA if it continues. So let's see. Same time, though, for RRQ, Beyond Phoenix, everyone knows that's kind of the current meta right now, so there's definitely still a chance for them, but they will just try to poke through. They're getting poked themselves.
Ooh. Okay. Eco's just gone a little walkabout, and so Monya will be very happy to take that kill. Take the upgraded weapon as well.
Just a Marshal.
Yeah, but we saw what that could do yesterday.
Fair. At least, though, ZETA does have the sight, so they have a bit of time to set up. And with the rifles in hand, already eyeing towards the back of Link. Oh, okay, they've turned away.
Absol with a big swing, and backed up by XDLL, making it short work of any potential retake here for RRQ.
That's pretty lovely as well. Flash coming in from behind with Sugar 0. So as far as everything goes, it's still relatively clean. The only thing lost was a 950 credit Marshal, not the biggest deal. Meanwhile, though, for RRQ, we just, we see some ideas towards the conditioning of like how they want to play around A long as an opening towards the rounds. But other than that, it's just not that much to go off on yet. Otherwise, it's just ZETA still having some pretty strong ways to fight in post plants, and that's something that RQ will have to watch out for in the later rounds.
Yeah, look, I mean, you're not really going to gather too much information off of the back of a lost pistol and an eco round. There's not really much you can get there from RRQ. This first gun round, though, is where we're going to have to see them flex a little bit on the defensive side of Haven.
Zan, ever since he was in Challengers, he did put up some numbers, but not, the most striking ones. ZETA, though, this time avoiding A side completely. They will just happily set themselves in. Not much that Xvera could do, but he fishes around.
How has he got away with so much there?
Guys. Oh, no.
That felt like it should have been much cleaner for ZETA Division. They were all just sort of milling about on the site. And about 3 or 4 kills through a smoke, and this round is essentially over. XDLL will see what he can do. Oh! It was maybe a bit more exciting than it ought to have been. Lethargic start, I think it's fair to say, for both ZETA and RRQ here, but RRQ getting themselves the round.
Yeah, I mean, what can we say? It really just isn't the cleanest of rounds from both teams, but this is a nice bit of recovery from RRQ, you know, playing around the smokes. ZETA just don't expect it, which is kind of odd. But at the same time, on the open positions, that's just what you're going to be susceptible to. XDL does kind of manage to bring it back a bit. But you can also see, like, RRQ, with their double duelists, they have their own ways of trying to bring things back, maybe just brute force at times. Either way, though, for the next round out, both teams now have the buys. Let's have a listen in to see how ZETA puts another round together, maybe.
これ窓ワンチャンある。ドローミット、ドローミット。これ犬欲しいな、これ C。いいよ。これ最終いるで行くわ。ミッド系ね、これ。サイパーセットアップ A じゃないか。これ窓見とくわ。セットアップ A か。行くわ。プッシュ何使ったか分かる？パラネオンさん。じゃあ最後 C 見てもいいかもな。見えないよ。取り返せたよ。相手ミッドこれ残るよ C。相手ミッド取ってるよ。相手 A インフォ取ってないからもう A 捨てて BC でゲームできるかも。OK。どうやの強いこれまだ。白俺取れてる。カビいなかった？なかったいなかった。
Love it. It's very active comms, and they're clearly worried about the trip being broken up from behind, but also having players inserted up towards A, so they're just keeping their options open. Eco, unfortunately, though, getting taken down. That opens things up for RRQ.
Yeah, it's an awkward angle for Eco to be on, because they can come from high or they can come from low. Your crosshair placement is a bit of a 50-50 there. Does the opposite of what he wants to, and he goes down for free. So that is a bit of a headache now for ZETA Division to try to put together. They are going to pop the Seekers here, see if they can find a little bit more info and dislodge the RRQ defense as a result. It's not gone well for Absol, but for Shota Zero, things have started to turn around. That plant now going down on B. And RRQ tasked with a pretty hefty retake. Monyet sharp for the first, but not the second. Leaves Xfero alone in a 1-on-2. He's not going to cop too much HP off of that fight, but he's got no idea where Shota is coming from, and that tap on the defuse is going to bring the peak, but Xfero with the swing, and RRQ will take a cheeky round. ZETA, they had the momentum at the start of this map, but it is being pulled back.
I mean, what are you going to do? The spike's just planted not quite out in the open for you, and you have no choice but to try and push up. Maybe he was trying to count down the timing, the seconds towards the halfway defuse, but he just can't quite catch on to it, and the sudden swing out from Xfero then. I mean, the team does not too bad, you know, trying to react to every little piece that RRQ plays around. They actually managed to bait out some pieces of utility, toss in their own, wait out for the flashes to come through before they actually take the B site. But that's it. Post-plant still losing numbers bit by bit. Not quite the best, and now anti-eco available. It's an outlaw. Xfero holds garage. Eco though.
It's a nice kill for Eco. RRQ have all the info as to where ZETA are at the moment. It looks like Crazy Guy wants to continue to go hunt for a little bit more space. See if he can maybe chase Eco down.
Or at least to hold the spot, perhaps when it's down to about a minute or so, he drones. Bit of a risky position though, so there may be some support being called over if Monyet close by now. But then at the same time, Sugar Zero continuing to hold outside of garage. Still leaves things open for ZETA if they do decide to pivot back. And that could be what they're just about to do. Ooh, that's enough info.
45 seconds though. ZETA Division still have time to change things up.
Yes, this is what we need to see. Okay, Eco, he can pull off some fakes. He's got the gate crash. He can bring the attention away, especially with the dimensional drift now.
Spots
so RRQ thinks it's going to be an A hit, but not quite, not fully.
Well, it is going to be an A hit from Eco. And RRQ will have to spend quite a bit of time trying to dig him out. Plant, meanwhile, going down on C.
Spike planted.
That's a good kill from Sugar Zero just to secure the advantage. By the way, Eco still having to find his way across toward this C side, so RRQ going to try and get in front of that retake a little bit. The tripwires are causing a massive problem for Jemkin. He will eventually get sent back. No kill through for Crazy Guy or for the rest of RRQ just yet. They have just got no space on this side, and all that time's going to be ticking away. Defuse on.
Hello?
ZETA Division, surely you can't let this one happen. A half secured, Monyet with another kill now. Crazy Guy as well. Swing's going to come through. The trade is not there in the end. That was a bit too close for comfort, though. That felt like it should be around hook, line, and sinker for ZETA Division, but it comes down to a 1v1.
Precisely. Oh my God. You just have to be screaming like, someone do something. They're on the spike, please. But this is pretty darn incredible as well that they actually managed to complete that Thrifty. Had some advantages towards the rounds. Did start to lose some of it at some points, especially with the Phoenix coming in, spotting out XDLL's little sneaky position. But at least Shota lands the shots at the end. I think if Xfero didn't break the TP towards the back end, he might have been able to get away with something, but unfortunately. Here we go, though. The next round up, this time it's RRQ on the eco. They're trying to fish for something, or at least to give their players position to push up a Bay lobby.
Yeah, well, you can see Zan's got himself a Bucky in hand, so wants to try and close the gap. Good choice from ZETA Division once again to go towards C. There's really not a whole lot of defense over there. We've already tested the retake attempt from RRQ a couple of times, and generally ZETA have been successful once they've got that plan down. That, however, is exactly the fight Zan is looking for, so Shota just kind of walks into that trap. Managing, questioning, of course, why is he in the roster? What was the change up? Should he be on the Neon? Those are all conversations, and there's an answer for you.
Second Malaysian representative, by the way. Played on Motive, did pretty well in Split 1 challengers this year. And you can definitely see why. Like, this is what we were talking about. Yeah, he does have similar roles to Monyet, but you know, if you have a second Monyet, that's pretty cool as well. Why not for RRQ? And he comes in with this 4K off Thrifty overdrive positions that I guess ZETA weren't fully expecting. Again, they do have the sight, but they kind of forget about certain positions. No one's marking Garage. And now we go into the full Outlaw Collat? No.
Yeah, ZETA trying to pick the pace up a little bit, but RRQ are ready for it. Zan has got so much space here, and he's got players over towards long as well. This is going to be another overdrive getting farmed up pretty damn quick smart the way things are going right now. There's a 4K back-to-back for Zan. And of course on for the ace here, although it looks like Shota's just going to walk straight into Xfero, who will pick up a very easy kill. And RRQ are right back on top.
Swiftly, a Thrifty did not knock them off. Killster is just pretty awesome as well. I think Xfero kind of hesitated for a second, thinking if he could like maybe somehow give it up for Zan, get another overdrive, but either way, it's still pretty good. And you can definitely tell the spirits are up for the Indonesian team. They can continue off of this momentum now. ZETA just committing some mistakes, you know, leaving some spots open or not quite fully considering what RQ may throw at them. So they're going to have to perhaps keep cooler heads, take things a little bit slower. It's an ace split now, very clear cut.
Yeah, easier said than done. Gate crash forward, by the way. Eco trying to take that forward space alongside Absol. Doesn't quite work out as Monyet catches up with him. So do get the 1-for-1 on the way into the site. That's not too bad for ZETA. Spike plant going down as well. RRQ pretty aware of what's happening though. Well set up for the retake. Seekers will slow them down a touch further. Push comes to shove. RRQ going to have to make their move. It might be Zan once again that has to lead that charge. The fast lane cutting off some safe space on the site. Not for long enough, but it's Jemkin in there for a couple of quick trades that might make this interesting. He needs to do some more work though. Monyet helping out, gets the better of Shota, and now it's all on Absol who is just spamming through to try and deny that defuse, but there's no chance. Jemkin shuts it down. RRQ take the 5-3 lead.
And it feels like they're just going to continue building off of this as well. This snowball, it's getting larger. Jordan, oh my god, I don't know what to say. Like, this looks a little bit out of sorts. It feels like a desperate overdrive coming out from Absol. I don't know if there was like a huge spike tap or what, but yeah, the smoke goes down and he immediately just goes in full blazing, you know, trying desperately to stick onto anything. But it's just not going through. And it's just very lovely retake protocols from, actually, honestly, from both teams. You're just kind of waiting out each other's turn. ZETA goes in with their own little set play. Yeah, you got, you know, very clear fast lane, TP off to the side, Eco comes in and is able to take a different line. The whole team aggresses off of it. But for RRQ, like that's what they want. You just spent quite a bit of utility to take the site, and then RRQ can come in with their own. Zen has his own fast lane. He pulls the attention away. Jemkin, Monyet taking a side flank coming out from A Link, and they're pretty capable players themselves as well. Again, Monyet, Zen, they're just kind of like cut from the same cloth. So this is honestly still proving to be a pretty tough fight for ZETA. Even though it feels like they had quite a decent chance, still kind of, you know, all things considered, the underdogs of this matchup. But we'll see what Coach Ryota can do together for the team again. Adaptations was always something that they, I guess, struggled with, as Mika mentions. But back to what's worked out. So a bit of conditioning towards A. Oh, this is so good from Zen.
Oh, interesting from Jemkin as well, that he's sort of keen to have a fight at Garage. The double setup looks to be good for RRQ. The test is going to be in from ZETA, but oh, util in hand. It gets a little bit awkward. So a couple of kills do come through for ZETA. That's a mishap for RRQ in a round that should pretty comfortably be theirs. Monyet's going to take a risk now, set himself up outside of B. Drone going into C. They're obviously concerned about the possibility of a garage push here from ZETA, who have instead actually just held still. Now it's all on the shoulders of Monyet here to make sure he delivers, and he does a 3K. If you're going to play that position, you need to get work done, and he does. 6-3 for RRQ. They avoid the iceberg. That was getting awkward for a moment, though.
Just a bit. The swing out. But I imagine it's off of, you know, the little reaction, just spotting out players towards A. They thought they maybe had some space. They tried to capitalize on it. There was no big flash or anything, but still pretty comfortable considering the fact it's an anti-eco. And as you call it, Monyet just steps up to the plate. He's got that full spray transfer down, so still capable. Meanwhile, what does that say then to the mentality of the ZETA players? They're trying A site, they're trying conditioning, they're back to C now. Yeah, they have space, but we'll see.
I don't know how much space they've got. Eco will get one on the entry, but the challenge is in there from the rest of RRQ. Dimensional Drift in, keeping Eco safe for the moment. But it's not enough to keep the rest of ZETA safe. They need to fight their way forward, and they have. Sugar Zero in from Garage with the 2K. That was looking awkward for a moment for ZETA, but RRQ faltering. Shock Dart too late to deny the plan or even cause any damage, so this will be a tough one for Crazy Guy. One might even say an impossible one here in the 1v3.
Yeah, clearly planted for C long. If he does, you know, push onto the spike, he has to worry about potential players creeping inside of Garage. It's an Odin as well, so if he does hop off of the tap, it's going to take a bit of time before the gun gets readied up again. So he has to bait them out somehow, but they don't need to. They don't need to go into the open.
Well, triple swing. There's really nothing you can do there. That's about the easiest round ZETA's going to win. 4 up. Making it not an easy day at the office for RRQ, it has to be said, but RRQ sort of progressing solidly enough, I would say, in this half at the moment.
I mean, feels like we might be on for a 7-5 unless we see something like truly game-changing from ZETA. Not so far, though, at least for this fight, however. They did manage to bring things back. Eco, again, is proving to be quite a factor. Dimensional Drift towards the back of site has a bit of support as well, and they just, you know, off of the information they had from their fallen teammates, were able to poke some holes at the choke points. Next round up, RRQ tries to put out some roadblocks. Jiggle peek towards middle as well, but ZETA's going to need a drone pretty soon.
Good shot from Zan. Not the same can be said, though, for Crazy Guy. And now Zan in a bit of pressure here. He's going to go back and try to fight Eco. The line doesn't work out favorably for him. You said Eco being a bit of a difference maker for ZETA. Once again in this round, he is doing that. 2K on the entry. Now Monyet will try to recontest some space. Gets a smoke down at least to try and slow ZETA up. But I don't think they're going to be slowed down much at all. The dog goes through. Full rotate across from RRQ, though. The cancel is a good call from ZETA.
Yeah, it's still 3v4. Truth be told, RRQ maybe doesn't seriously need to play that far up front. Jemkin with the run it back. We'll see how that goes, but...
Ooh. That's what we like to see from Jemkin. Flash around the corner, but Eco is doing just as well. Jemkin for another one is single-handedly holding on to this site. Now it's Xfero's turn. Eco will be finished off, and so too Absol. That is brilliant patience from Xfero, and a really solid hold as well from Jemkin. 7-4 on the board.
Definitely some 10 out of 10 heads-up shooting right there. Zen with the initial shot. Yeah, the numbers kind of go, you know, upside down at some points. But it's this, I don't know, I still feel like it's a bit of mistakes committed by ZETA. The cancel, they're not clearing corners. They're assuming that the side is clear or that maybe RRQ might have rotated off elsewhere. And no one, not a single person, has the cognizance to go for it, to check and clear it. It's just not great. Move on for another round though, and RRQ's just constantly swapping their setups around. This is now just a very desperate take towards the B site.
Okay, Jemkin just seemed to lose Sugar Zero in that fast lane somehow, so easy entry in onto B.
Spike planted.
ZETA with a very fast plan as well. Retake yet to come again from RRQ. Util's getting tossed every which way at this point, but the kills are just not there for RRQ. Zan goes sliding in, good for only the one. This is slowly but surely falling away from RRQ, and ZETA will indeed secure that 7-5. So your predictions haven't been very good this split so far, Crack, but at least that one was on point.
7-5. Yeah, you know, it just feels like both teams are a little bit even. They have their own set plays and ideas. This was clearly one from ZETA, which worked out pretty neatly, gotta say. But RRQ has their own too. It's just sometimes it doesn't quite work out. This one, they didn't have the right reaction. I don't know what went on with Jemkin. Must have been maybe blinded or deafened somehow.
Halftime.
But it's that fast lane as well, and being able to creep up towards the back of the site is lovely stuff. And it's a pretty good way to beat the operator that has been kind of a problem for a handful of the rounds, I guess. It's not like the most game-defining thing that we've seen from Zen or anyone from RRQ, but it was an obstacle. Anytime they tried to push in towards A, yeah, Zen was maybe up by short or long. C site, you could consider that as well. You just don't really see an op towards B too much. So beat the op by pace, come in with a fast set play, and it works. RRQ just couldn't quite get the retake in time. However, with the next half then, I mean, you got to think about how you're going to work around a Neon Phoenix, which has been quite the meta. It's just, the potential for set plays are tremendous. And of course, you got the Sova to break Cypher trips and everything. I mean, Eco is still going to have to, I think, put bluntly, carry, kind of.
Not too many, if any, timeouts coming through in that first half. So similar to the first game of yesterday, it feels as though this second half is going to be the one where we're really going to see that impact from the coaching booth. It kind of indicates that first half was working enough for both teams to feel comfortable with how things were proceeding.
Cage triggered.
And we'll see what RRQ can indeed do on this attack. It's going to be a sort of solo lurk forward here from Xfero.
Ooh.
Stuck in a corner. Nowhere to go. Easy kill for Absol. However, easy plan for RRQ over towards C. So I don't know, is it worth it? A free kill for a free plan? I'm not sure which one I would rather have in this circumstance, but that's a very fast rotate down C long from ZETA Division, and I wonder if RRQ are going to be prepared for it. I don't think they are. Crazy Guy just going to be completely caught out in no man's land. Flash there to try to slow them down. Jemkin desperate for some heals, pops his own and gets the wall up as well just to slow the progression from ZETA, but already this pistol round is getting a little bit out of hand for RRQ. Some more delaying util in the form of a relay bolt, but I don't think it's going to stop ZETA. Smoke goes through. Sugar Zero already having found that entry that he needs. There's just a flood of bodies heading in the direction of Jemkin and Monyet, and really nothing to be done about it. So RRQ will let the pistol slip.
And that's both pistols for ZETA now. Pretty great for them to start off the bat. I mean, this is amazing. First kill immediately, and it's unfortunately Xfero who gets pinched. I mean, no way that he could have gotten out. And because he was taken down, there's no Sentinel to mark the flank, no trips to worry about. ZETA just comfortably strolls all the way through from the back, finds themselves up towards C long, and definitely giving the fans something to cheer about, some reason to celebrate. But you know, that's just one of those rounds where Xfero was lost. I still need to see more.
Wow. Different approach this time from RRQ. Just going to use that cage to cross onto short. XDLL will spot them out, try to slow them down. They don't want to be slowed down at all. Zan is keen to continue to push his way forward. Fast lane obscuring the vision of the defenders for a moment. Not long enough, of course, as ZETA make short work of the anti-eco. Just a 1 kill coming through there for Monyet. Scoreline equalized back at 7-7, and ZETA are right back in.
Yes, we got one. Monyet got one, and that I think is just still at least something. But either way, though, this is once more very lovely reactions coming out from ZETA. You see the cage, something's afoot. Let's go with the Trailblazer, and immediately they call it out, all the information. As soon as RRQ even sets foot on the site, they get pelted with everything, every flash in the book. And that's what ZETA's composition has as well. Maybe not the most in terms of stall or delay, but you do have flashes for strong retakes or fast floods.
It's a good flash in the face of Absol. He's just spamming wildly, desperate to survive, but there will be no way that he can do that against the onslaught from RRQ, who get both the entries on A long in the end. It's a much better start to this round for them on the attack than some of the previous. You've got that alert coming through from Shota, but I don't think it's really going to have enough of an impact. It's going to be way too late to do anything. It might even be cut off. Of course, the site taken in the end anyway by RRQ. So that's gone a little more to plan. Xfero will catch the freebie.
What's crazy guy to have the kill?
Maybe not, yeah. It's going to go to Jemkin?
Like they know where he's headed to.
Or Crazy Guy.
Either
Crazy
way,
guy.
it's going to be a win for, I mean, like the alt points for either of these two.
Hey, that's min-maxing it. That is min-maxing for sure. Crazy Guy does get that Hunter's Fury.
I just can't believe like you're actually getting away with it. Yo, we see him out by mid. He's gonna go to A-Link. I'm gonna chill. Crazy Guy, Chong, just sit there and wait. He's gonna come to you.
Let's see how big that's gonna be in this upcoming round. You know, that if that Hunter's Fury comes through and wins the round for them, then
it really could. Post plant for a side hit. You never know. At the same time, though, okay, first full buy for ZETA. So we'll start things off with RRQ. Oh, straight down middle. Let's take a listen into their comms.
Link clear, guys. Plant open, okay? Plant open. Yeah. Go. Backside, admin. Low. I need 69. He's 1 HP. He's 1 HP. 1 HP gone. I forgot to mod you guys. Where is it? I forgot to mod. Oh, and it's on the back. Beat push, clone.
Well, turns out the Hunter's Fury didn't do a whole lot. Eco at the back of side, 1 HP. They were correct about that. He was literally 1 HP. But he gets 3 before he goes down, and, gets healed back on up. Yeah, awkward for RRQ. Just seemed like they completely overlooked that position.
I had high hopes, man.
Me too.
Come on! It's just so odd, like... Crazy Guy says one thing, everyone just starts to hone in on a single position, and you know, I guess there are some corners which go neglected. Eco being able to withstand all that chaos, that's got to be worth something as well.
30 seconds left.
Definitely at least a round for ZETA to be able to tie things back up, put themselves in a comfortable position. RQ, not the worst for wear, but just in the grand scheme of things, like you cannot afford to be making mistakes. Like, you know what I'm thinking about, Jordan? It's you know, you're watching this. Yes, I know champs points, but it's not even just that. Like, if they continue in this trajectory in their current group Alpha, you've got other guys, other teams like Nongshim, Gen.G, Full Sense, Global to play against. I mean, Gen.G, some of them have already played against, but if you aren't able to secure at least top 2, and it feels like GE are already up there, maybe even Gen.G with the way that they're going to continue as well, you're looking at playing in play-ins against Sharper, 555, Onside, who knows about Japan yet, but like this has me worried. Like they could possibly be eliminated by challengers teams if they play in this form.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. I think there's some pretty good teams in that challengers level. See a few of them ourselves casting SEA challenger. Got to be worried about that for sure, but more focused on the matter at hand right here. Both RRQ and ZETA finding it difficult to really control this game. It's been quite back and forth so far. That from Xfero is a bit of a miscellaneous push, you know, like he's just kind of, I'm going to try and walk my way up long and see what happens.
Eco.
Well, miscellaneous push on the other side, 1 for 1. ZETA will be okay with that, given that they've got the opening pick. Now a full setup over towards A, and you're going to walk through a smoke into it. This surely cannot go right for RRQ. Absol waiting for them. XDLL can't see anything. Oh! How do they get away with 3 for none?
You had a 4v3. What are we watching? They had the positioning.
I mean, the flash coverage must have just been perfect. That's really all I can say. It had to have been perfect.
I thought XDLL was playing anti-flash. I thought he had his back turned. Well,
sharp enough stuff from RRQ. Shoto can't do anything. Maybe we'll get it on the replay. 9 to 8. I think that is a bit of fortune, frankly, for RRQ. That they can walk their way out of a smoke and find 3 clean entries like that.
Can't disagree with that. Well-coordinated push. It goes up by the top. He's not turned away from it.
XCLL was hit by the paranoia.
And this is perfect as well. The relay bolt all the way towards the back of the site. They recognize it as well. It was fortunate.
Luckily, bro. Luckily.
Yes, yeah. All right. That's enough Singlish for me. Next round
I would frankly love to hear more Singlish from you if it's all the same to you. But anyway.
We'll get more soon. But this time, Xfero lurking up by lobby, A lobby. Default hold out towards B.
That goes there.
ZETA have enough cash for an op, but they're also playing incredibly reserved, so RRQ don't really see that yet. They're going to have to test the map, dip their toes in the early portions, such as Garage.
Oh, Gambaro shortly spotted there. Certainly not confirmed.
Okay.
That's awkward for Xfero, not having a great time in these last couple of rounds. Tried the aggression over towards C last round, didn't work out. Same thing in the direction of A this time. Now Zan feels the need to push his way forward. Crazy Guy is there to help out, needs to trade down Jemkin there. Oh my, not quite saving the day. The hot hands is not enough to stop Absol from sliding on through, but Crazy Guy somehow through all of that ends up dying to Eco in the end, and ZETA get themselves to 9. So again, we just go tit for tat, back and forth.
Truly.
1 for 1.
I've been hearing this, or at least I guess seeing this term a little bit online in some of the comments. Nothing burger, which, you know, no disrespect to any of the players or teams, but it's honestly tough to read for both sides because there's not much, you know, full conditioning going on, and they're just trying different set plays and different portions of the map. So you're not able to come in with clear reads of how or where your opponents are going to play. You just keep going again, and this time you go out towards A. Oh, and that's a great opening shot for Absol. You start to see more of that defenses come alive. The combo play off of the flash that XDLL will send out. RQ might have to just look towards B or C from now on.
Well, Zan's getting a bit of space in towards B. Very retakeable site, especially with the positioning that ZETA have got. I mean, they're so progressed out of A on short and on long. Crazy Guy will spot XDLL in that advanced position. But this could be a very, very fast flank from ZETA. They could feasibly, if this ends up being a plant on B, have a retake from 3 different directions. It's going to be tough to stop for RRQ, especially if Crazy Guy's isolated.
He's got to hold it. He hears the footsteps now.
Drops back into middle. I like that as a decision, but has been spotted out now, and so this will be the first port of call. By the way, Spike's not actually even gone down just yet. Crazy Guy is kind of fighting for his life. Meanwhile, the rest of RRQ are on a completely different mission, but they've taken way too long. ZETA have activated in the mid-round and punished RRQ for their lethargy. Mon, yeah, now he's going to try to go towards C, and well, Shota will give him a little bit of a hello on the way past.
Does actually allow him into the site for a plant, but it'll be a 3-on-1 post plant here, and Monyet's going to really have a tough time of dealing with that. That also will slow him down. He still hasn't planted. There's 15 seconds left. He's going to port over to A. That's a big brain move. Hold on. This might still be doable. Open plant. He's got to find a 1v1. Has spotted Eco. He's got to move. I don't think he can sit there in the middle of the site. He's got to try to push his way forward and see if he can find a cheeky angle, find a 1v1 somewhere. There isn't one available here. Push coming through from heaven. He's going to be hearing all of that, and eventually he will be spotted out. It's taken a little too long for him to find what he needed. In the end, ZETA Division will claim another and be the first team to the double digits.
NT. I mean, well, yeah. Had a flash, but, you know, at some point you're just overwhelmed and paralyzed by the number of decisions or options that you have.
Idiots.
Of course, hearing the footsteps as well, it's just a lot of pressure. And that's what I guess ZETA does pretty darn well. And as you mentioned earlier on in the mid-round, like, what was the team trying to do? They had a bit of space. Crazy Guy was buying so much time where they maybe were thinking to push over onto A site, but just because Eco was making noise, making his presence known, sending out that fake-out clone, they were a little bit contentive just thinking about pushing out past that point. They were afraid of that op. It's not the, you know, the most confident of mindsets to be in, but can you really blame them after how much of a seesaw match this has been? This map alone. ZETA are reacting pretty damn well in kind. RRQ have a few of those rounds, but you have to admit, at least in this second half, ZETA have been doing a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually been a really good half from them, all things considered. 5-2 so far in the second half. ZETA, if that continues, if they keep that up, they are going to win this map. So, get the timeout coming through from RRQ. First chance for Jovi to really have any kind of conversation with the players in this game. It's surprising again to me that it's taken as long as it has for those timeouts to start getting used. You know, we're 19-20 rounds into this game, but it started to get a little bit concerning for RRQ, I imagine. Ops out again for Eco. We've seen how impactful he's been. 21-12. I can imagine he's going to try and go for something aggressive again. Just spotting down C long.
Okay. And that timeout must have been something to work against Eco and his ops. So just a full team, maybe minimal-ish utility going into side, especially when you have a judge close range stand. But oh,
beautiful. 1-2 punch there from ZETA. Good coverage from 2. And then clean on the site as well from Absol. Pushes Jemkin back, aware there'll be more in his direction. Great stuff. Headshots all over the place. Absol, alongside the rest of the A defenders, hold strong. And ZETA are now up to 11. And oh dear, for our predictions once again. At least for mine. Who did you predict? Did you predict ZETA?
I actually went ZETA.
Oh.
I had RRQ initially, but then I swapped. But I guess this is why. I mean, it's fantastic what we're seeing from ZETA now. They did have a pretty close game against Gen G last week, 11-13 on Haven. But on this one, off the timeout, Eco holds the info line down so he doesn't spot anything. Now it's a broke
Yeah, speaking
RRQ.
of Eco, just the wrong kind of Eco as far as RRQ is concerned. Oh, he's going to get back out. All good. But I do like to see Eco on the front foot. He's been having such a good game. Sugar Zero this time with the op in hand. It's a bit of a change up for ZETA there, but it's worked out. RRQ getting bamboozled on their own map pick by ZETA Division.
And Breeze is not one where they've been known to do exactly amazingly on either. This is worrying signs for sure, but either way, they're going to have to try and dig themselves out of this grave currently. Spike's been dropped.
Yeah, RRQ just don't get the chance to play the game right here. ZETA are taking matters into their own hands. They're pushing the issue. This round does not come down to what does RRQ want to do. It comes down to what does ZETA want to do, and they want to hold on to mid. 12-9. RRQ facing a near impossible redemption arc on this map. It just feels like ZETA are in far too much control right now.
They have the momentum. They're swapping up their setups. The op is constantly rotating. It's tough. And that's just delicious for ZETA as well. Oh, man, yet. Poor guy's feeling it. 3 rounds, though. It's not impossible. And they have the tools to make it work. Like, this is a very meta composition. You've got info gathering tools. Just got to work it bit by bit.
Straight up C long. I think they might have been spotted out there on that jump spot, or at least this drone's going to give away the fact that they are headed in that direction. So you've got rotate coming across from ZETA. Multiple members already here. Fast lane is up. Commitment, however, is lacking from RRQ. They dropped the Hunter's Fury to no real success.
Okay, that's fine. They actually just baited out a Paranoia, bits of utility out from ZETA as well. If they can go fast enough in towards the A side, they might just be able to get it.
They've got to get past 2 trips on A long here, so that will take them a little bit of time. There's a cam up as well.
Xfero lurk.
There you go. Those trips dealt with pretty comfortably. Shota's just going to have to allow them into the site. Xfero's position will be an important one. Seems like it's going to be overlooked for the moment from ZETA. Do they check? Xfero could line up 2, or he could line up 0. That seems illegal. ZETA got away with another one. They still have to convert on this now 3-on-5 a retake dimensional drift from Eco. That's going to be all the information that ZETA needs to close this game out. They know exactly what the RRQ setup is, and this surely now is doomed for RRQ. It is done. ZETA Division will take map 1, stealing RRQ's map pick of Haven away, and in convincing fashion as well. High fives all round. Is this the demise of RRQ?
I hate despise saying this, but it feels like it just might. What was that? They lined up for him, but just in a split second, and instead ZETA does well to pull the trigger. Fantastic work in this second half. Eco was popping off, had a global presence with his operator, the TPs all across the map. Absol brought in some of his presence as well. You can see Sugar Zero swapping onto the op, and you can tell that this team has been trying to make some improvements. You definitely do see it with how they're constantly swapping things up and around. They try to correct some of the mistakes, but either way, just constantly throwing things at the board definitely causes RQ to buckle under pressure.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely some moments for them. I thought Zan had a reasonably okay debut, but the team itself just not as cohesive as it needs to be. And ultimately, you know, you had those big individual pop-off plays, particularly from Eco for ZETA, but it sort of felt like everybody was really chiming in there on ZETA as well. And man, realistically speaking, a loss for RRQ on their map pick. ZETA Division with a bit of momentum, and you know, they're a team that I think we typically don't rate super highly, but you know, could they do something akin to a Varel this season? Could they find themselves a little bit and start to recover? Well, it all starts here as to, I guess, whether or not they can find themselves one more map in this series and take down at least the scalp of RRQ. Let's hand it back over to the desk and see what they have to say about map 1.
Well, we knew this was gonna be close, but ZETA Division, they managed to take Haven from RRQ, which was that map that came very, very close the last time these two teams met up and matched up together. ZETA finally take it.
Look, I'm concerned right now for RRQ. This is your map pick. They conform to the meta. We see them go Neon Phoenix. I think Zan on the Neon is a great choice. Love that. But then it means Jemkins on the Phoenix. I feel like they don't get this comp. I didn't like how they played it. I felt like ZETA at least innovating in a way that suits their players. RRQ looked lost in that second half.
Yeah, definitely rough around the edges for RRQ. I kind of question the map pick a little bit. You're picking Haven into a Japanese team. We know the Japanese teams are very comfortable knowing their way around this map, even if they did have a little bit of a different style. That's a big game from Eco. Back off the Initiator, straight onto the Yoru. We're seeing a lot of teams start to adopt the Yoru more and more as it's got a little bit of a slight buff there. But for RRQ, I felt like that was a good debut from Zan. I felt like that was the Zan that was promised. I thought Monye, again, played a pretty decent game for himself, and I can see what they're trying to go for. I can understand RRQ are trying to prioritize the comfort of the shifting players within their roster, but how has that led to the stock staple people who always perform completely underperforming in this game?
I mean, this can't happen if you're RRQ. RRQ has been run by Jemkin and Xfero for such a long time. I understand trying to prioritize comfort for the new guys coming back in to fit the team, but I just think Jemkin on the Phoenix is not where he's at his best. I want him to get an operator in his hand, man. Let me see him on the Jet. You can play Jet on this map.
Yeah, it does not look good seeing a Jemkin with that scoreline. A lot of us have him on our build diff with good reason, but seeing him down there, it makes me really, really uneasy. And I also have to wonder if it's because Zan came into the roster because he had this sort of like tandem with Monyet causing chaos, and then he comes in with the op. But you have Zan here who takes over with the Neon. And like you said, Pilski, this wasn't exactly a bad debut from Zan.
Yeah, I'm going to start calling him the Malaysian sensation if he keeps playing this well. Like, he's been fantastic on this Neon thus far. In between seasons, we saw him over at EWC. I got to be honest, he pied, guys.
Yeah.
He pied in his first game, I believe, if I remember correctly. This was nothing like that, though. We have seen Zan in Tier 2 in Motive Esports in Naus at the Ascension run last year. By the way, Naus went straight through and absolutely dominated the team that was Nongshim. The thing that I was wanting to point out with RRQ in particular, though, was that with Crazy Guys shifting back over onto something like a Sova, I was expecting them to play like this. I was expecting a lot of Odin. I was expecting a lot of spam-heavy gameplay. And although you might say, oh, this doesn't really necessarily fit with the double duelist and then playing the meta and things like that for RRQ in particular, let's not forget, RRQ is the team that did actually kind of innovate the double duelist approach. T1 was the first ones to adopt it with the ISO as well as the Yoru, but you saw RRQ actually take that the next step further and start to play Neon. So I think double duelist and this particular formation of this comp is well and truly in RRQ's wheelhouse. I just really don't think that they're playing well at the moment, unfortunately.
Yeah, and you have to wonder why, right? Because this is a match that usually we would favor RRQ. In this situation, they have a new duelist coming in as well. You'd expect new energy, new kind of hunger coming in.
Yeah.
But Zeta Division look like the smarter, more calculating team at this point.
Yeah, I really like Zeta Division's comp. I like the ideas that they have, especially built around that Yoru. You know, he's not in the meta anymore, but look at how much respect the ult has. You see him just sell a fake entirely on his own, bring 3 people towards this site, and you see the B player cheat across. This opens up a free site for them. They steal away this eco round and start to build that momentum. I think RRQ really struggled to play against this, and they also have this really nice C hit that I think was really well prepped here, where you see them work up towards long. Look at the little Yoru TP. They see the dog contact, and the Neon wall comes out to cover the TP, double flash through with the flash, and then the clone lets them fight into C, and you see him pop his ult again as soon as he's under pressure to stay alive, get that information, and you see how they close out the round. This is smart gameplay from Zeta Division. RRQ are complacent in this map. They pick a map and they just expect to walk over a weaker Zeta Division. Zeta come in prepped, steal it away. I'm really disappointed in RRQ, and I'm impressed by Zeta Division, so but RRQ have to turn it around.
At the same time, I mean, you can talk about that after the result, but RRQ are the team that has had better results, has won this matchup every single time. I think RRQ went into this matchup and said, let's prioritize comfort. We're the better team. Let's not really care too much about trying to be tricky with the map veto and catch a team like Zeta off guard. And Zeta, as you said, has come in with good ideas and is punishing them. And we've seen Zeta be kind of, I guess, innovators. Like, they have their own quirky ideas. We talk about week 1 against Gen.G with the breach comp on Ascent, but even in the past, remember last season when the season was already over, they were playing like Harbor on Haven and things like that. They're a team that doesn't mind playing something crazy.
Yeah, that's true. They can get a little bit crazy. And I do have to praise Zeta Division as well, because they did say how sometimes they do get rattled. And we have caught Zeta Division, you know, one too many times looking like they were a bit lost. And I feel like in this map, they were more, they had more plan of a plan. They had more ways to kind of like counter RQ.
I don't think I saw a super questionable round from Zeta that game, to be honest. I thought it was a solid start to finish.
Exactly. I think Zeta were rock solid. I think RRQ weren't. I don't think they got the best out of that Phoenix at all, especially on the attack. Now we move across to Breeze, which is Zeta Division's map pick here. So I need to see RRQ have a step up. Your map pick has been stolen away from you. So what do you have cooking up here?
I mean, there's a reason why they picked this into RRQ. And actually, in a lot of series lately, teams have been picking this into RRQ, and the results kind of speak for themselves. Even in that EWC tournament, the qualifier, and the main tournament, some of the international teams were picking Breeze into RRQ because they've got an abysmal win rate on this map. They have some ideas. They kind of know how to play this map. I'm not sure what comp they're going to play exactly with Monyet and Zan as well. It might have to be Omen Neon yet again and kind of trying to fit people into certain roles, but Breeze has not really been a super successful map for them, and for ZETA, they only had that one win, which was against VALORANT back in May. We don't know what they're going to come out with. They might just flip their comp again here.
Sure. I mean, ZETA Division, they just need to keep doing, like, whatever vibe was going on Haven, they need to continue that going into Breeze, because RRQ, as you mentioned, their stats on this map are not great. They have some of the lowest score lines on this map.
I've heard some people say RRQ's Breeze is really good. But in officials, I haven't seen it. I've heard some people say, yeah, in practice it seems like they're good.
It just doesn't translate, but we need to see that come out and now. Whatever plans that they had previously, or maybe what is happening in scrims, that has to come out now, because RRQ, this does not look good at all.
Oh man, we have the agent select coming through, and I gotta say, I don't like this for RRQ. Zan is staying on the Neon, where he was good in map 1, fine with that, but Champion on that Phoenix, where he's the next guy in to trade. But I think this is such a great op map. I want to see him on that Jet. I worry about that op presence on the side of ZETA Division. This is a little bit more standard, a little bit more meta now, where we see the Viper with the Harbor and Eco back onto the Initiator with that KO.
This is where I'm going to disagree with you. I think for RRQ, they have an abysmal win rate on this map, but one of the closer games they played recently was against EDG, and that's after they shuffled the roles to look quite similar to what they're running now. Yes, they have a slightly different roster. I think Jemkin underperformed on the Phoenix. I don't expect that from him 2 maps in a row, and I think RRQ, despite what the stats say, have a reasonable shot here. They know how this comp that ZETA plays does function as well. They have played a lot against a lot of Harbor KO, and they've also played it a lot themselves, so I think they're going to know what they're doing here.
So they are working towards something. They could be building up towards something if they were looking more comfortable with this kind of composition. Could we be going into a map 3, or does this already belong to ZETA Division? Quack, Elfish, what are your thoughts?
My head is in the clouds at this point. I really don't know if I should be giving my thoughts, because at this point I am 1 map away from being 0-3 for my predictions this week. So does anyone even want to hear my thoughts is really the question I would ask.
Well, I'll do my best to give mine. I mean, I think the desk actually do bring up some really good points as well. It still just does feel like we do have to give them a chance and see what the changes to the composition for RRQ can bring. Jemkin, Phoenix, it's not as though it doesn't work. It's just that we have seen him on the op so many times before. For the other side, though, Harbor Viper, KO, yeah, that's still something that does work out quite often times for Breeze, just being able to wall off, having options available, information, or just suppressing abilities as well even. So right now, the knife being used for a bit of info. Not seeing anything too early. They're going to waltz on over onto the A site. They have the Viper wall.
It's a great wall. This is a great wall for ZETA, isn't it? Like, wall's obviously up for RRQ, but if they walk through this and put their own Viper wall up, there's just really nothing RRQ can do to stop them from taking this site. So post-plant, feels like they've got all the options they need to, and there's the next wall, as you sort of highlighted. There's a lot of walls available for ZETA. The Viper wall gets them in, the Harbor wall holds on for the retake, and now Eco can't actually get much more for himself. So there is an advantage for RRQ. It's up to Absol to see if he can conjure a bit of magic there. That won't happen. They are surely aware that Sugar Zero will be lurking around here in A main. He wants to clear out behind him. There's actually nothing there to clear out, but Spike ticking away. This might not be impossible. Tap on the defuse, that's immediately cancelled. Now Sugar Zero, if he gets a lucky shot in here! Oh, the defuse not quite cancelled. One more shot, not quite going to get there. Crazy guy, lucky to be alive on 10 HP. RRQ, they just get the pistol.
All right. Actually, just really making it out by the skin of his teeth.
I'd love to know exactly where he was sitting that defuse, how close some of those bullets were.
I imagine it's a little bit closer to, the right side.
Oh, he got hit by one at the last second there.
Literally one more bullet could have done it.
One more.
But either way, yeah, that's a strong way to take on the flank. They had multiple players. ZETA just a bit of a one-track mindset, not quite turning around in time or doing too much else, but this is what RRQ can do with their own double duelist composition. Right now, though, just the guns, clear info, clear plan for ZETA as well, but already getting dinged up a bit. Absol, low HP.
Well, same approach really from ZETA, isn't it? Wall up, next wall up. See if you can keep RRQ at bay. They'll potentially use this wall as a way to flash themselves in, though. RRQ. Sugar Zero. Trying to play a little bit tricky. If he gets in behind them, can do a lot of damage, and there's the first kill onto Zan. Ducks back into the safety of his orb, gets a reload off, and now they're going to try to challenge him. Monyet happy to do so. Player set up in main here, though, and so ZETA still have something to say about this round. There's quite a bit of damage done, and they've won the round. xFaroe doesn't have time for the defuse. Oh, that delaying strategy that you talked about for ZETA paying off already.
The walls, man. They just continue to do it.
You like walls? We got walls.
RRQ might just have to disrespect them at some point.
I mean, I think at this point, if anything, ZETA's disrespecting RRQ.
In some ways, yeah. Just continuing to set them up, playing around their own walls, getting these duels against the players. Like, that's a sick little jumping double right-click shot.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
So definitely turning things around. Well, 10th clutch in Pacific as well for XDLL. Still, though, rounds alive, and RRQ kind of just trying to look for information right now. Jemkin has a hero rifle. Orb Herd presence made known as well, but ZETA, they have their options. Again, similar to what we saw in Haven. On their attacking side, they don't have to fully commit to anything. I'd like to see RRQ maybe take some risks, but especially when it's early on. But right now, I guess.
Yeah, but if it's early in the half, I think a lot of the time what you are typically going to see is you're just going to want to see teams play standard, play a bit more default, see if they can win that way. And if that doesn't work, that's when the risks do start to come into play, particularly in a round like this for RRQ.
Take flight.
Not really a whole lot to work with, so the risk that they are taking is a 1-4 split. Hoping that maybe the push is going to come in the direction of B, where that Bulldog is, where Jemkin's sitting, where you've got 4 players, but in the end, the double wall towards A is once again going to be the option of choice for ZETA. It's a deeper harbor wall this time, though.
More space for ZETA to work off of. In fact, if anything, they can always head back, and Shota was already lurking with an outlaw, by the way. That's the hero rifle gone. Fish is around for an extra shot. xFaroe's going to try, maybe, to get a pinch onto him, but he's got no armor. Or, well, no, he actually has some.
One
Not
enemy
enough.
remaining.
No. And this is what I mean, like, in a way, it's kind of a risk that they already took, RRQ. They stacked up with 4 on the B site, and there was not much else done. Like, Crazy Guy still had his recon. They're not, you know, fishing for information, trying to take some stacked duels or anything like that. It's very just passive and reactive to whatever ZETA throws at them, and not exactly fun of that. I can kind of see why they're doing it, but it's definitely not the strongest of moves that you can make in a round. Either way, though. Now they have the full buy at least, and the save pays off. Zen has an op to work with, but ZETA making their own moves as well. Let's see what RRQ thinks of ZETA's plays.
I got back. I cannot break recon. I'm smoke run first. They're killing me, guys. I'm coming on. Hold that. Hold behind you. They're pushing fast. They're pushing. I cannot see. China one. They stun me. Get kiri. Left. I get. Backside one. 3 backside.
Rustwat's being here. 3 backside was the call. It was kind of correct for RRQ, but sometimes it doesn't matter, even if you know, because the options to find the kills are slim to none at this point. The double from xFaroe does make this a little more interesting, but his time is starting to run down, and Shota is in just such a safe, long line angle that ZETA are clearly going to win the round 3-1, and RRQ are having a very tough time on the defense right now.
Can't lie. Like, Morgan had a great point. I mean, I do want to give him a chance. I want to see what Jemkin can do. On the Phoenix, it's meta, it works out, but this map is so wide. It's great for ops and long sight lines. But you can tell he's just not, the most comfortable. He's like charged with trying to flash out for his team, get a bit of space. He's worried about, the front portion of B main. And there's no one really marking the back or trading out for him. And just Xfero with that little double kill, and that's it. ZETA have so many options still for the rest of the round, and now to kick things off, they're getting spammed through the smoke, through the wall. Yeah. Oh my.
Yeah, end of the day, it is just an eco here for RRQ. The only eco I know is the one on ZETA at the moment. I mean,
no, yeah. And he's one away from his ult. So RRQ a little bit worried about the ult orbs.
I think it's going to be a great ult economy sort of set up here for ZETA, isn't it, right? The Harbor ulti coming through last round, you win that round. This round, you obviously have the opportunity to charge up a couple more. You've got Hunter's Fury, Dimensional Drift, one away. And maybe use those in the next round alongside the pit.
Absolutely.
At which point, Absol's got the overdrive. So you're talking about 3 or 4 rounds here where you've got quite a lot of punching power to sort of get through this first half. And if they can cycle those ultis well, then RRQ, every single round, are going to have something a little bit different to think about.
It's just so odd to see the team be put in these situations, but for now, it's just Jemkin to try and delay to the best of his ability. It's not as though RRQ won't have ultimates of their own, but they need to be able to put them together. Oh, God.
Good flash. Excellent flash. Nothing Jemkin can do there. XDLL.
One enemy remaining.
Also nice and easy for him. Does swing back on the line. Gives up a kill to Monyet. Not really the end of the world, though, for ZETA. It's more of a formality for them. And by the way, Jemkin 0-5. I know you were sort of highlighting it. I know Morgan was highlighting it on the desk. It's happening again.
Definitely alarm bells. But we'll need to see more for sure. Like, I don't know. He could still buy an op. It's not impossible. It's not the most optimal Phoenix op, but it's not something you can't do. Either way, though. The calls were right. They're reading the map still, at least in that little retake scenario that we had a couple of rounds ago. But you could tell, like, they're just not executing it. This round, at least, they had an idea to work around the ult orbs off the map, knowing that some players from ZETA were close to their ults. However, it's still the guns. They, try to work around the information and walked into lurks still. A lot of things for RRQ to consider, and here we go. This is the round where you have to be a little bit concerned. They're playing a little bit further back and a bit of presence out towards A main as well. 2 trips on towards B could give them some extra layer of cushion if ZETA does decide to crash onto that spot. Look at how well ZETA are just timing out the map as well. Like, presence now, it's a slight fake, null commands, rotations pulled across, the drone was already spent towards middle, and it's all a fake. ZETA have a secondary squad pushing through mid doors now.
It's being watched for by Jemkin at the moment. Let's see if he can get involved in this game in some way, shape, or form. It's a good fight for him to begin with. Hot Hands as well is going to push the fight in his direction. Run it back, invested, scared of a potential crossfire, but at the moment it's only Shota that he has to deal with. Jemkin coming back alive just when it is really required for RRQ. Xfero is not playing in this round. He wants to ensure that this one goes the way of RRQ, so that Neural Theft will go down as well. ZETA at this point still trying to fight their way into that A site. The wall is up, just causing a little bit of a problem for them. Try and tap the plan. There's a peek from XDLL. This is not unwinnable for ZETA, particularly if those kills come through. Hunter's Fury will connect on one, but the spike plant is not denied, and Sugar Zero will survive. Hold on a minute. We're back into 3-on-3. ZETA might just find a way to cook something in the lab here. Tag in on. Monyet on that flank. But XDLL and Eco looking to still try to put this one together. Full HP for Eco, and he popped off in that first map. Can't do it again here. RRQ will breathe a sigh of relief that they've gotten through that one, because it was looking a bit awkward for a moment.
But ultimately, yeah. Like, this is what we want to see from Jemkin. Great way to recognize, the potential gaps in their defense. immediately goes into check, finds the heads-up duel. He's ready for that draw. And immediately pops a run it back just as well. Extra information, if not, it's delay. Monyet to swing all the way around for the flank in case things go south, and they kind of did. I could definitely tell Crazy Guy's feeling it too. I mean, we love these guys, but we need to see so much more. Zan is bringing the op. This can work.
He's in the right position to have an impact with it over towards B in this round.
Trips are well placed too.
Unless ZETA just full sends it straight in onto the site through that fast lane, which is more or less exactly what they've done. They've gone down the left side. That trip's been dealt with. Right side trip actually not going to help Sugar Zero out all that much. 1 for 1 on the entry. That's the spike drop, by the way, in a bit of an awkward spot. It does need to be retrieved. Ooh, pit in. Nice pick from Absol onto Zan as well. So again, the difficulty continues for RRQ. Monyet trying to sneak his way up onto the angle, see if he can catch Absol on the timing, and he certainly will alongside Jemkin. Trouble is, there's still so much that you have to get past here, not to mention XDLL as the insurance fund with that Hunter's Fury from downtown. So the longer that RRQ take on this retake, the worse it is going to get for them. They pop a tap on that defuse. It draws out a bit of a peek, and that is going to be a kill for Shota. I think this is doomed for RRQ. They do get a kill for Jemkin, but now that Hunter's Fury comes into play, and what possibly can you do at this point as Crazy Guy? He's run out of time, he's run out of chances, and ZETA have another round.
Oh, man. But as far as things go, though, that was, I believe, one of their best attempts at a B retake yet. They actually managed to clear it out, hold calm and safe enough to start to make some moves out towards the front and clear out some forward space. A bit unfortunate for Zan, but he was fishing for kills, and he did actually get one, too. Like you said, however, it's just our ZETA who had that many layers in that post plant. There was a chance, you know, if you take down Shota, the Viper player, maybe layer on through with the defuse, you know, you had a couple of players who can tank some shots, get that spike to at least halfway. There could be a possible scenario where they can get that kill against XDL at the end, but no.
Man, what is running through the head of RRQ right now? It's not a good spot to be in at all. Timeout comes through. Obviously, Jovi wants to have an impact here. 5-2 down. Which feels like it's ZETA's day today.
Really does. I mean, they're actually playing incredibly well coordinated as well. Watching how Eco sends in his flash to support Shota. Whoa, what's the guy on the far right doing? He's so hurt.
That's an RRQ fan right there, if I've ever seen one.
I believe so. Oh, man. On an Eco now, but we'll see. I mean, again, I do feel it's a little bit passive with the way that they're holding the sites, the map. Zan had an op, but...
Well, they might try something a bit more aggressive this round. You've got both duelists over towards A. Zan with the overdrive. And, of course, Jemkin with that Phantom. So they might just try and make something happen in this round.
Oh, well...
Might have to actually push to make something happen, though, because Shota already picking up the opening kill over towards B. Unless ZETA now make the call to go into A and walk into that stack, it's going to be ineffective for RRQ.
Yeah. It's very similar to what we saw in that, like, I think round 3 or 4. They had a hero rifle, but they're all stacking. All right, now we get a bit of aggression. There's some information now. And you can build up towards that run it back. Jemkin gets one more kill. This is not impossible. Monyet even has a pit, but not enough done yet. Oh, they don't see anything. They have no info. Crazy Guy's down. There's no recon available or anything else. And this is just ZETA being incredibly stealthy. I mean, call him Sam Fisher because this is... Oh, my God.
Yeah, this is the perfect setup for ZETA, isn't it? You can put that Viper wall up if you need to. There it is. Get in, get the plant, and then, as we've seen before, the Harbor Wall's going to go up as well. Shota, meanwhile, trying to lock down the rotations in mid. Zan wants to try and have an impact in this round, but you could almost question the investment of the overdrive there. It's a 3v5. Are you really going to be retaking this site? I don't think so.
Yeah. I would have loved to know what the comms were then, but he did have an opportunity.
He thought he had the opportunity, thought he had the chance. This time, obviously, it doesn't
work out.
Even with the rest of the team as well, that far off from the site, you know, all the reads were just off too, right? Like, again, ZETA, they have so many options. They're pretty comfortable with where they are. They know that RRQ aren't really pushing elsewhere or filling up given space. Like, B site, Crazy Guy was taken down, so they're worried about B. That's why they start to make that rotation over. Yeah, at least Xfero gets to hold on to his rifle a little bit longer. Nice. But like we said, you know, it's space that's not taken. There's a lack of information. They just saw one person and they kind of thought that, yeah, that must have been a lurker. We have the orb. Let's rotate immediately. We need to.
Yeah. I don't really blame them necessarily. You kind of have to
But
sort of 50-50 that, but...
You have to admit, it's well played by ZETA.
Yeah, of course. This whole game's been well played by ZETA.
Right? 6-2. Zen's back on the up. Please give me something. He's going to take an aggressive play. Let's go.
See how it works out. Util going forward, and the Neon on the other side of it. Absol rampaging his way into A. There's Zan to try to have an impact, and Crazy Guy helping out as well. It's the forward hold, this time for RRQ, that is working out. Eco's going to try to just keep these players honest, looking towards A main, so that Shota can have some time on the rotate. It's a little bit too forward from Eco. If he would have held a little bit longer, maybe Shota could come into position, but honestly, they seem to have overlooked him. He might find two here, or none. Sigh of relief for RRQ as they get a third.
And that's the best they can do. They can continue building off of this. That was honestly pretty damn lovely. Look at that. I mean, not the most common or orthodox of crossfires. You know, you have an op on one line and then the rifle's on the other. But it works! Zan meets his mark! And thanks to that, more delay utility came in. He has the relay bolt as well. Crazy Guy does well to support it too. And they managed to withhold the incoming hit from ZETA. ZETA is going to think twice about going fast, but they're going the same place.
But look at that timeline. It can't just be one round here for RRQ. They need to have multiple in a row if they want to salvage this map. ZETA got to be aware that RRQ are looking for something here. The forward positioning from Zan does not work out this time, but Jemkin is still there, and there's spam coming through as well. He overcommits to the fight, and RRQ, once again, it feels like they're going to be locked out of their own site. Wall after wall, there's walls everywhere.
I cannot use that.
Yeah. Plant going down again.
And more of them as well. Smoke's all being set up. Meanwhile, look at Shota too.
Sugar Zero pushed out by that snake bite and the shock dart. That's not too bad from RRQ. It's now starting to come together a little bit. So they've got to be sure they don't lose their heads. This is...
Oh no!
A snake bite from downtown for XDLL. Is it going to matter though?
Did he miss it?
I guess so. Oh no.
Oh, they tanked it.
They tanked it for the half. Shota could maybe get some work done here. Oh no, the plan's not good for him. He's got to try and push his way forward, and it's not going to work out in the end. So something not quite working out there for ZETA. You could argue maybe he'd have been better off just being in the fight.
Fair enough, yeah. I mean, could also criticize him too. If they were trying to work off of delay, but they're staying on the site, you know, that's something to think about. But
I think the snake bite into shock dart kill that happened at the backside was probably a little surprising, obviously, for ZETA, and so that may have thrown the fox among the hen house. And
it's a great retake protocol from RRQ, and it's something that we haven't seen in quite a while. So I hope they get to do it a bit more too. But they have an investment on op, but not in the guy that you would think. They're actually pushing down elbow now. This is lovely.
Yeah, needed to be doing something here. RRQ, they've got a little bit of that momentum back. 2 rounds in a row now. Ultis available. Nothing on the side of ZETA. A little push through into middle, but Crazy Guy, a massive whiff. Now 1 for 1 for Shota. Spotting out the forward presence from RRQ is really going to inform these rotations from ZETA. Absol was the player that got past that op shot, and now he is punishing RRQ for it. Jemkin out in no man's land will be sent back. He doesn't really do a whole lot to slow things down here for ZETA, frankly speaking. They're aware that he's still on the backside somewhere. Just happy to take their time about trying to clear him out. Another flash around the corner. Pauses them for a second, but inevitably he's going to go down. It's like a battering ram. It will not be stopped. And ZETA are into B.
Spike planted.
Like, it might take a bit of time to pull back the ram and recharge, but as soon as that makes contact with the door, that door is getting broken. I need to, well, you know what? 4-8, I'm still holding my breath out for RRQ because I want to see what their attack would look like. That's what this comp should, in theory, do. But it's also quite clear, I mean, if we recall the past round, that Jemkin's not exactly the type of, you know, aggressive Phoenix duelist player. Like, he plays duelist, yes, but oftentimes on the op, even the way that he played Yoru back then was a very reserved style.
Right.
Even Jet as well. It's much different from like how Something, you know, plays the duelists. He doesn't get up in your face. So it's unique.
Last
but
round in the half.
we'll kind of see. At least for this one, it's crazy guy with the op, and that was a little bit unfortunate. We'll call it that. Had some information, had a bit of support, but ZETA got slipped past, and once they had the position up around short or tunnel, they were just continuing into sight. And it's a little bit unfortunate for Xfero as well because he's just completely surrounded. Now on to the next, last of the first half. Op still in the hands, but now on towards Zan. Takes the mid line, spots one out.
He got spotted out there as well.
And a pit by B.
I don't hate the idea of just trying something a little bit different here. Get a bit aggressive. Yes, this is a bold play, but you kind of need something like this for RRQ. Default standard stuff is not working.
It's good. As long as Zan stays alive, though, he has to.
He's got lots of players headed in his direction. Fast lane should be enough to get him back out.
And you kind of know that ZETA aren't really going to be challenging the Viper's pit still. Drone comes out to check, might be able to spot out Absol, or not. Might not go deep enough. No, it does.
I think he saw him. Yeah, Zan's well aware that there's a player on that left side.
So RRQ starting to shore up their defenses on the A site now, worried about door as well as cave. This is good.
There.
Oh, doubled up.
Gotta go.
Going to see Jemkin come forward to reinforce Zan's position. Absol walks right into the op. The fifth brewing here for RRQ. See if ZETA can once again find a way to grasp the victory from the jaws of defeat, though, as they start to accelerate in towards B. There is a trip that is actually going to be triggered there by Sugar Zero, so he should go down, but it won't go that way. Xfero falling. Now you've just got that pit still up for Monyet, but the B side actually has been taken, and a late lurk from Sugar Zero out in middle. It was Shota that triggered the trap, I should say, by the way. Pit now from Shota, so we've got pits everywhere.
Shota's low.
The walls that we had over towards A, it's pits over towards B. XDLL did drop, but Sugar Zero, I think, is going to be a real X factor in this round. If he can find a way to creep inside this pit, or if he can maybe just catch XDLL there. Now we're down into a 1v2. Not unwinnable for Shota with the time remaining. He's hiding in his opponent's pit. This is Galaxy Brain. Tap on that defuse, has been spotted by Shota. It's a ballsy position to play a headshot in, and maybe now winnable as that time is going to start to get away from Jemkin. All he had to do was hide. Has he done enough? RRQ with the fist bumps, they thought they'd won it. It's not going to be the case. ZETA will take the round 8-4.
8 rounds in the mag, and he goes off with a tap. Shota, oh my word. For all the work that Zan did in the round, especially with Monyet's pit.
I think it's you can imagine how easy it is to lose a player. There's 2 pits up on the side.
Yeah.
It's madness. Like, it's no wonder they lost track of where he was.
You just don't think that he's going to be slipping through your own pit. Oh my god. That was pretty incredible.
Halftime.
We have to admit. And thus, the 4-8. I mean, I'm kind of see this coming, but I'm very worried for RRQ now. I do think they might have a better time on the attack, though. It depends on how well their Breeze prep has gone. They have this kind of a composition. They brought it in for a reason. Jemkin's on the Phoenix. We have to see something. ZETA, on the other hand, like, they're pretty comfortable with everything so far. Just taking their time. You have considerable delay utility, as we've already seen in the post plants. So on their defense, like, they can still play pretty well. Just how fast is RRQ going to go? How much is RRQ going to disrespect, like, the smokes? maybe the nades that get tossed out.
8-4. This is a mental hurdle, if not just an in-server hurdle for RRQ to overcome to keep themselves alive in this game. It's not even to win this game, it's just to stay alive. Recovering on the attack side of Breeze. And, well, their attack is going to look, I would say, substantially different to that which we got from ZETA. See how this ends up panning out, though. You still do have that ability to double wall. You got the Phoenix and the Viper instead of the Harbor and the Viper.
Oh, that's so good. 0 Point just immediately collects all the info.
Hasn't drawn much of a rotation across from ZETA, though.
Well, they can begin to make their moves, and it's quick as well because of the Neon.
It's a play for the retake, it would seem. They'll allow that plan to go down now. Xfero on the lurk here will be a little bit of a factor, but maybe later on in the round, as the rest of ZETA seem to have gone past him, no problems at all. Everybody kind of just milling around, waiting for those walls to fall before the gunfights will begin, and so far so good. Absol for 2, XDLL in there as well. And ZETA, at this point, seem assured to win the pistol in the second half. Nothing is going right for RRQ, and ZETA are winning the fans over as well. The cheers going up.
Just calm and cool. They were holding up around their own walls. Everyone gets grouped in. Absol, I think, was waiting for the opportune moment to send in his relay bolt, but not fully needed as he gets tested by Zan. He's just goes in for the swing and a crouch, gets the shot through, team all around him. Even with Xfero on the lurk, it just wasn't too much of a factor. Fantastic little micro plays and sharp shooting from ZETA gives them the pistol round, and 3 out of 4 so far. It feels like they're primed to actually take this too. I'm afraid to say that.
I'm not afraid to say it at this point. I think ZETA's going to win this for sure.
Look at forced buy from RRQ. It's desperate.
Yeah, it is. I wonder if it will potentially catch ZETA off guard and get RRQ back into
oh my God.
the conversation. Oh! Eco straight through onto Xfero. This has got to be the worst feeling for RRQ, because this is a massive risk that you're taking by buying in this round. If you then go on to lose it, your half is just shot. The game is pretty much over.
Pretty much. You're looking at like a 4-11. Like, ignore the next round because you're going to be broke.
Yeah.
And then after 11, like, oh my God.
And it started with a 4-on-5. So, not only are you at a weapon deficit, now you're at a player deficit as well. It's not looking good.
Like, everyone gets hit by the 0 point. Your whole game plan was for Zan plus Jemkin to just utterly throw things into chaos by rushing into sight. But you can no longer sprint because you got suppressed. Worst case scenario. Truly. Meanwhile, I mean, just a reminder, ZETA is a team that honestly struggled quite a bit in Stage 1. The first time you came into CAS in Pacific, actually, was when they got that win against Varel, and the fans were just elated. Right now, though, a bit of re-aggression into A site.
Flash here from Eco could be big. It actually catches quite a number of those RRQ players, but they're not there to stop them. Sugar Zero goes down fighting. Eco will as well, but the rotation has had time to come across. Shota is there. It looked awkward for a moment, but player deficit for RRQ. Quick rotation from ZETA. It will get the job done. 10-4. You said it yourself. There's no money in this round for RRQ. Forget about it. It's 11-4, basically.
You know that, what's that, the WWE Vince McMahon? That gif where he goes like, we're done. That's what this feels like. Jemkin has an ult, but there's no gun. And this truly is just ZETA, like that's quick. They got their shots in, everyone's on the ball. We're back in with RQ. Oh, this is, okay, Guardian. The team just gets this for him.
You're just taking a risk at this point. It's just RRQ are throwing caution to the wind and saying, whatever our plan was, whatever our ideas were, they're not working. We have to just try something.
Yes, I feel for him. I feel this, though. The crazy guy's the one who got them that rifle, I have to imagine. And that's putting a lot of trust into Jemkin, but he's the first one down! No!
Worst case scenario, although at least Zan is there to pick that Guardian back up, so you can still use it. But again, you're down 4-on-5. You don't have that run it back available. You're relying on some sharp shooting here from Zan to win this round. He's the second one down. The Guardian is cursed. XDLL has 3. And ZETA will no doubt have 11.
play the GIF. Or GIF. Paper thinner and gonna kill us. But
I say GIF.
Okay, now we have more of a debate going. I just say GIF, yeah.
I understand that it's supposed to be GIF, but like, come on, who says that?
Oh my god, flawless! You can't. And then a crazy guy's gonna be hold it broke for the next round. Now we're looking at rare potentially map series points soon. You know how like last week it was RRQ, Jovi, and Warbird slamming the desk pretty damn hard as well. Like, I'm the one doing it right now.
Yeah, you're having a mental breakdown. I don't understand, because you predicted for ZETA. This has to be everything you wanted and more.
But I still admire the team, you know? Like, well, keeping things professional all aside, but like it's a far cry from how they used to play. These guys were, RRQ was stage 1 winners last year.
Yeah.
What is going on?
I mean, the bigger they are, the harder they fall.
Yeah. I feel like Big Time's onto something as well. Like, Jemkin, Phoenix, like, he's the first one to fall in that fight. You're taking a disadvantageous, you know, duel because of the doors, the angles, your shoulder gets spotted first, whatever. ZETA are just so comfortable. Like, they're fine making mistakes. But the way that they play is incredibly safe as well. They're not going to peek out unnecessarily if they don't have to, and they have double initiator for information, which is unlike what RRQ had on their defense. Like, the meta is a little bit tough for RRQ, I have to say, but they're just going to have to try anyway. Their last possible buy, the next one might be a force. And they're leaning towards B site for now, but we'll have a listen in ZETA.
敵変わってねこれ。これビット寄らないよこれまだ。変わってアップしてる今わかんない。
あずさ今。エルボー見てる？違う。
ドローン来てた？ドローンだけドローンだけドローン変わってんだけ。あ俺上がった？めっちゃそばいとるよなな。出るの。まだ何も来てないよ。カメラあるから最初 B ついたなマジ。食いかけるわこれ。
Incredibly reserved, but it's Sugar Zero in a bit of a pivotal position. He doesn't see anything, and I have to imagine that's what the comms are about, so they're just waiting to see what RRQ does. We're all holding our breath to see if this map can be extended. Walls up, full executing. Oh, and it's already a retake setup from ZETA.
They've been pretty solid on the retakes.
The ult just burns through and through. Crazy guy on Hunter's Fury. That's what my fingers are crossed for.
I mean, the Hunter's Fury could be very impactful in this round, but you do have that late lurk coming through from Shota, so maybe he'll be harassed. Monyet with the double, though. And RRQ have something to say for themselves in this round, it would seem. That Hunter's Fury does actually get invested as well. I would almost argue that was a bit unnecessary, but when you're down 11-5, you can't really blame them for really wanting to secure the round. So it's something for RRQ, but it's the first step of what will ultimately need to be many rounds to bring this game back.
You take what you can get. I mean, it definitely does flash them a little bit out into the open as one. That's great from Crazy Guy to be able to swing towards the back. Monyet just stepping up for the team when it's needed too. So anyone from the team can perform. We just need to see a bit more of that consistency, recognize the situations. And that one, they broke the retake protocols. What about this? It's just Crazy Guy. Not enough. There's still a chance.
Shota jiggling on the angle. He's going to get that snake bite out as well to give RRQ a bit of a tickle on the way in. Eco's there as well. And ZETA, I mean, they have a little bit of a speed bump on their way to victory, but this is certainly not enough from RRQ to really cause any concerns for ZETA. There's no mountain being made out of a molehill here.
I really thought they were just going to disrespect it. Maybe just Zan gets past, but how do they not consider the fragment grenade being tossed by the side as well?
Monyet gets a plan.
Okay.
Rips the pit. 1v3. Yay or nay?
Possible. Gets the... Okay, oh no.
No, I think not possible at this point. Although, does pick up Sugar Zero, and next DLL's there. It was a good relay bolt that just tickled him on the way past.
What's going on?
Well, ZETA's up to 12. That's what's going on.
I'm about to pass out.
You can't do that. We've got another game to cast after this.
It's a damn good try, but yeah. 1v3, what are you going to do? Has the pit now, 7 rounds. RRQ has pulled off an insane comeback against Korean teams back then. Don't feel like it's going to be too likely, but still a bit of hope either way. But ZETA, though, like, it's honestly also tough, right? Because RRQ has, we don't see ZETA playing Breeze that often. And they come in with this comp, there's so much synergy between the agents. You got Snakebite Nade combo, if not, it's Shock Darts come in as well. You got Shota and Hunter's Fury for XDLL2.
Well, 12-5, and the people at the ZETA viewing party are going to be going absolutely ballistic, you can imagine.
Yeah, we have to see a reaction
I
shot.
really would love to see what they look like, because
they're
going to be popping off.
The beers are going to be all spilled over.
Be some beer on the roof, I reckon. The way those guys carry on.
There.
Okay, RRQ, not too bad. Slipped all the way up middle for now. Tested by Eco, and that's a bit of presence made known. Either way, though, the defenses are still relatively split up, and there's a great chance to go in for a split push.
Defensive pit pulled over towards B. So that will be quite significantly reinforced. You won't need to rotate off from A side at all. XDLL as well, spotting out some info. Good shot, just as the fast lane goes up. Jemkin was spotted. Sugar Zero cops a tag, but ZETA are still holding onto this site, and they've doubled up as well. Here's the swing from both sides, 1 for 2 now, as ZETA start their campaign towards victory in what should ultimately be the final round of the game. Flash in, it of course will not deny the plan. So there's still something to play with here for RRQ. We might not be done just yet. Pit pulled by Monyet to make matters a bit more difficult for ZETA on the retake, but the flank, you so easily highlight it. He finds himself a kill, pulls it back to 1v1, negates the effectiveness of that pit, and Crazy Guy now has to get it done. Shock Dart will finish off Sugar Zero. Eco, though, where is he? Crazy Guy's got no idea. There's a tap on a defuse. There's a little swing, but now time's starting to become a bit of a factor, and Crazy Guy can't get it done. ZETA will finish it off 13-5. Eco, another massive map from him. And Japan will rejoice as ZETA gets themselves their first win of the season at the hands of RRQ.
In quick, decisive fashion as well. Taking teams down bit by bit. They were challenged by Gen G. They moved all the way up front. They gamed the map veto too. Tough pill to swallow for RRQ. There's your reaction. Big fist bumps, and it's well-deserved as well. You talked about Eco, but just the way they operated on this Breeze as well. They got to do whatever they wanted. They had the comp for it. Shota was having his time around the map. Multiple flanks. That is to say, though, we did see a bit from San as well, but I don't know how I'm feeling about the rest of it.
Yeah, I mean, look, on the topic of Zan, I thought he actually did pretty okay in his debut game, but running into a fine-looking ZETA tonight. Of course, there'll be a lot more for ZETA to do as they carry on throughout the rest of this season of Pacific. They've got a super week for themselves next week, so not a bad time to grab it. If you're coming in with a bit of momentum, you pick up a win here, go into next week feeling confident, feeling good. Who knows what could happen? I would say another upset, but predictions were pretty 50-50 for this matchup, so
it feels like an upset
I think we'll give some credit to ZETA, but yeah, I agree. Either way, nice win for ZETA. RRQ, though, questions going to have to start to be asked. The only thing we can do, though, is send it to Jen on the stage for some questions, and those are, in fact, for ZETA.
제타가 2대0 승리를 가져갑니다. 제타의 이코 선수 만나보도록 할게요. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
ZETA picking up a 2-0 win against RRQ. We have Eco of ZETA today for the interview. Now, Eco, congratulations. Let's start with how much you guys needed this win, why don't we? 일단 승리 정말 축하드리고요. 전반적으로 굉장히 제타에게 필요했던 승리가 아닐까 싶은데 어떻게 느끼시나요?
일단은 스테이지 2 이제 두 번째인데 뭐 이렇게 승리를 좀 그래도 첫 번째 판에서 가져갔으면 너무 좋았는데 그건 좀 충분히 이길 수 있었는데 좀 아쉽게 졌어가지고 그래도 두 번째 판에서 그러니까 두 번째 경기에서 저희가 이렇게 잘 이길 수 있어서 너무 기쁘고 뭐 좋은 시작인 것 같아요. 그래도.
Well, yeah, week 2, and we picked up our first win of stage 2. I mean, obviously, week 1, it was definitely winnable, so it was a little bit disappointing for us to kind of let that slip away from us, but it definitely feels nice to be able to win today, so I feel extremely happy about today's win. Now, let's talk about ZETA's plan on doubling down on aggression and cohesion, because that kind of dwindled towards the end of stage 1, but what are the talks around maintaining this type of play style? 그리고 제타가 스테이지 1부터 이제 뭔가 조금 더 공격적이고 조직적인 움직임을 보여주려고 했었잖아요. 뭐 스테이지 1 후반때 가서 약간 희미해지는 듯 했으나 지난주부터 다시 그런 색깔이 돋보이기도 했었는데 이런 플레이 스타일을 조금 더 확고히 하려는 노력은 어떤 것들이 있을까요?
일단은 제가 스테이지 1 때도 인터뷰를 했듯이 저희 팀은 일단 피지컬이 굉장히 좀 일본 팀인데 저희는 일본에서 가장 피지컬이 좋다고 생각하는 팀이기 때문에 피지컬도 좋고 뭔가 5대5 매크로도 좀 괜찮은데 생각보다 꽤 이게 미크로 그러니까 이제 미니게임 부분에서 좀 많이 지는 것 같더라고요. 그래서 이제 뭔가 이겨야 될 때도 확실히 이기는 방법도 잘 몰랐고 그래서 저희가 스테이지 1이 끝나고 오프 시즌이 굉장히 좀 길었는데 그때도 저희가 연습을 꾸준히 하면서 미니게임을 좀 잘 해지려고 그 부분을 많이 연습해서 좀 많이 좋아졌던 것 같아요.
Well, as I said in my stage 1 interview, I think we actually have the best aimers and best talents when it comes to the Japanese teams in the Valorant scene. And we actually have good 5v5 macro as well. It's just that it was the mini fights that we were kind of lackluster on. And I think during the off season before stage 2 started, we kind of focused on and practiced a lot on how to make those mini fights winnable for us. Just so that we have more edge when it comes to those micro plays, and I think that really came into fruition in today's match too. Now, you definitely stole the show on your Yoru against RRQ on the Haven. Talk to us about how you ended up going on that Yoru, how much prep time did you have on that agent, and how much sub-calling does that require from you? 그리고 헤이븐에서 이제 이코 선수의 요루 픽이 RRQ 상대로 제대로 먹혀 들어갔거든요. 조합을 어떻게 바꾸게 됐고 또 이코 선수가 요루를 하게 된 게 뭐 팀의 요청이었는지 스스로 어필이었는지 준비 시간은 얼마나 있었는지 그리고 뭔가 좀 콜링을 훨씬 더 많이 해줘야 될 것 같아요. 요루라는 요원의 특성상 그런 부분 여쭤보고 싶네요.
일단은 저의 강점이 대회에서 스크림처럼 그대로 할 수 있다는 게 강점이라고 생각을 해서 뭔가 저는 요루를 예전에 많이 연습했거든요. 요루가 엄청 좋았던 시절에. 그래서 연습을 했고 최근에 상향도 먹었으니까 이제 뭔가 할 수 있겠다. 이거 내가 캐리할 수 있겠다라고 생각해서 팀한테 제가 직접 요청을 해서 이제 요루를 하게 됐고 뭐 네 그냥 제가 캐리할 수 있겠다라고 생각해서 그냥 요청했습니다.
연습은 그러면은 예전부터 쭉 해왔기 때문에 별도로 막 엄청 투자하진 않았던 거네요?
별로 투자하지 않고 그냥 제가 그냥 가서 죽이면 되지 않나라고 생각해서.
알겠습니다. Well, yeah. When it comes to the comp change, it was my idea because, you know, I think one of my biggest strengths is having the consistency, being able to translate my scrim form onto stage as well. So, given that I can consistently perform. I actually practiced a lot of Yoru when Yoru was broken as well. So I just thought with the recent buff that Yoru received, I could definitely carry the team, and it did not require extra prep time for me trying to get comfortable with the agent because I was already comfortable with him. I knew how to run him in the server. So honestly, there wasn't a lot of extra effort needed from me. I just felt like I could single-handedly carry the team and go kill everyone on the opposite side. Well, that's good to hear, Iko. But I just kind of wanted to dig deeper into this Yoru pick because I think a lot of people are now starting to kind of feel like they forgot how to play against the Yoru because we don't really see him post-nerf. Do you think that's true? Do you think that was the case with RRQ today as well? And what edge does Yoru offer in this meta? 그럼 조금 더 깊이 들어가 보자면 사실 RRQ가 오늘 요루를 너무 오랜만에 봐서 좀 대처하는데 헷갈려하거나 많은 팀들이 이제 요르 대처법을 좀 까먹은 것 같다는 얘기도 나왔거든요. 실제로 좀 그런 것 같으신지 그리고 요즘 메타에서 이 요르 픽이라는 건 어느 정도의 이점이 있는지 궁금합니다.
일단은 뭐 아무래도 그럴 수는 있긴 해요. 근데 제 생각에는 스크림에서도 꽤 요루가 나온다고 생각을 하고 요즘 저희 팀뿐만 아니고 좀 쓰고 있는 팀들이 있다고 생각하거든요. 그래서 요루는 예전에도 엄청 거의 한 1년 반 동안 상대를 해왔으니까 그거는 잘 모르겠는데 일단 그냥 뭐 네 좀 아마 익숙하지 않았겠죠? 오랜만에 대회에서 하나니까. 네.
Well, that could be the case, but I've been seeing a lot of Yoru in scrims. I think a lot more teams are kind of picking him again, trying to run him again. So maybe RRQ forgot because it's been a while. Maybe they weren't really expecting it or they just weren't used to it because it's been a while. But yeah, I think Yoru definitely, I do see him a lot and I think he offers a lot in this meta. Well, that was Eco with ZETA picking up 2-0. Thank you very much, Eco, and we'll see you next week. 네, 이렇게 해서 이코 선수 만나봤고요. 저희는 다음 인터뷰로 돌아오도록 하겠습니다. 승리 다시 한번 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Jen, for that interview. Eco on stage because that means that ZETA Division take this series 2-0 versus an RRQ that formerly was on the stage, lifting that Stage 1 trophy last year. I'm pretty speechless.
I mean, this is kind of indefensible for RRQ, unfortunately. They have been beating ZETA for a number of years now. Their last series rather, they played against each other was very winnable for ZETA. I remember the first map being a little bit of a stop. I think that gave ZETA some belief they can win this series. They've come into this stage with a lot of good ideas. I don't think that they're delusional. I don't think they're going to tell themselves we're going to make top 2 and immediately advance to playoffs. But I think like a lot of teams, they're kind of collating a lot of these ideas, testing some things, and then hoping to make it through in towards the play-in. So for ZETA, I'm loving a lot of the ideas. I feel like the players are in some pretty good form, and I can see why the matchup is starting to skew back in their favor now.
I'm liking what I'm seeing from ZETA. This is progress in the right direction. I feel like they were much more well drilled. I feel like we saw moments from the individuals. But on the flip side, for me, we have to talk about RRQ. There's going to be some uncomfortable conversations back in that player ready room because this is not the same team that we've seen in the past. I'm watching them all stand in a main, get hit, they drone from close, they get hit by a knife, they run out of choke through a Viper Molly. They're making mistakes that they're better than. We know that these players are good enough. We know that the coaching staff is good enough, but something is not clicking in this team this split.
It's just kind of a lifeless approach. They're playing a meta comp that, somewhat fits their players. How has Monyet somehow been their best player in this series when I don't think he was even one of the players that was going to play? Xfero, I was watching him anchor a site, failed to get any kills. Jemkin, I don't think he was feeling great today. I mean, he didn't seem like he was playing great today, but on the Phoenix, didn't really have much impact. There's not really much to say there for RRQ. The macro, the overall read and approach, and the individual players weren't super on point outside of Monyet and maybe one map or a few rounds here and there for Zan.
That's exactly it. It never felt close. I thought ZETA looked like the way better team here. I picked ZETA today because I was worried about RRQ after last week's showing, but I thought maybe there's a chance. They've had a whole week, you can turn this around, and they don't. They come in looking worse. I'm very, very disappointed by this, but you do have to praise ZETA Division. I think Shota played a really, really solid series. On this Viper is very good. Eco was good all day. The rest really fit the roles well. I think they understand each other well. We just heard in the interview how Eco thinks that they have some of the best aimers from Japan and great 5v5 macro, and I think it showed today where it felt like they out-aimed RRQ and out-macroed them.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of improvement from ZETA. That's not to take anything away from ZETA, but to point out the mistakes on the side of RRQ as well. Usually RRQ is this team that's very loud, has a lot of personality on stage, but when we came up over here and we saw them, it was a very quiet RRQ, and I feel that's a little bit foreboding, but ZETA Division, oh my gosh, what an amazing improvement from Stage 1, from all the times we've seen them. You can't help but feel very optimistic for this team.
Very well rounded today. Eco gets our match MVP. Fantastic performance on the Yoru. We're seeing Yoru coming back into the meta in a very big way. I'm liking some of the patching of the game at the moment. It's very kind of, tempered patching from Riot at the moment. Let's make this a little better. Let's tweak this a little bit. Let's take 10 seconds off of this thing. Let's add 5 seconds to this thing. And it's making a lot of interesting choices. But Eco in particular, I mean, I feel like I want to give him the MVP because he seems to just put up numbers on whatever he's put on, honestly. I'm loving his play on the Duelist, and he's, you know, you throw him on the Enix. I don't think he's had a bad map yet so far in Pacific.
I think his growth throughout the year has been fantastic. If you're going to hit your stride at any point in the year, it's right now. This is where you get those champs points. This is where you need to make that really deep run if you want to get the champs. So I like the way this ZETA Division team are going. And huge shout out to the watch party once again. Hey, they're going to win. It's a great night in Tokyo. It's a big night in Tokyo. Have fun over there.
I know. It must be a blast over there in the watch party, and they're probably going to have an after party after that.
They're heading to the DFM watch party next.
Yeah, it's like one after the other because DFM and PRX is coming up next. But before that, we're going to head into a very quick break. Stay tuned for the continuation of C versus Japan over here on VCT Pacific.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Push, push, push.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific, from one Southeast Asian team versus the Japan team to another. And what if this is the day that DFM say, if VALORANT can do it, if ZETA can do it, so can we.
Could be a huge day for Japan here. DFM playing against PRX. We all know PRX, the forever favorites here in VCT. Oh, of course, he's dancing.
Okay. Unk's got some moves.
I think that's 2-0 Japan. First for Zeta, and then Kame's got them another one. 0-1 here, though, for both of these teams. DFM a loss against KRX, who did debut that triple duelist, was probably not something they would have been too happy with. I felt like they had some of the answers, but at the end of the day, not quite able to put it together. I think, as we saw from Secret, a little bit easier to digest that KRX triple duelist comp when you've already seen someone else lose to it, but when you have to play it against it the first time, sometimes it's hard to come up with that on the fly.
Sure, but it's like, what a first day at the office, right? Just like you can't suddenly go up against a KRX that has triple duelist. I wonder though how they're gonna fare against the OG of W Gaming, right? Because that's what PRX is known for. Akame, of course, definitely one of the star players here from DFM, and Pacific's Dancer, as he is so nicknamed.
Yeah, look, he did great last week on that initiator role. He does have a tough job in stopping that triple duelist, but it felt like he was awake, he was there with his gun, he was able to go toe-to-toe with them, but it was the rest of the team that sort of struggled to keep up. So look for more big performances from Akame, especially if he's sticking on this role.
I also, I like him on the initiator role with this particular formulation. It allows Kaide to lean a little bit more into that sentinel role, and you're going to see Yatsuko a little bit more on secondary duelist, because for me, Yatsuko on the initiator just hasn't been as impactful as someone like Akame can be. I think it frees up the rest of the team nicely.
Yeah, we could see a little bit of things switch around yet for DFM, but for PRX, of course, they are already qualified. What did you say, Davai? Why did you cover your mouth like
Yo,
that?
that's a red card.
He came into the prac room and he said, I just smoked Akame in a dance battle.
Oh no! Well, they must be feeling good about that, right? But again, they've already qualified 2 champs, so they might be using this time to be a little bit experimental. I mean, we saw last week with the mix. Could we be expecting something like that once more?
But ultimately, the problem with last week is they took a loss to T1. I know this team well enough to know that yes, they're already in champs, but they're too competitive. They're not going to be content with crashing out here. They want to get a good seeding spot there for champs. So that loss, pretty unfortunate. Very close games. 2 of the maps going to OT, but the one that didn't was this one. Forsaken picking up the first mix on VCT Pacific, and now it's only Gecko left for him to complete that Pokedex.
Yeah, I felt like they had some really, really good ideas with this mix as well. The M-Pulse in particular had some nice lineups. I like the one that they threw that landed on top of the market door. It made it unable to be destroyed by those defenders trying to flood in and retake. Had some nice base quake set plays as well to come in on the flood, and comboed with the harbor. They can cycle a lot of the smokes across the map and really control the flow of traffic, but also they had some nice ult combos and things that they can really do on the fly. Both of those are pretty fluid little controllers that you can run around with.
Yeah, and Alex at Forsaken had fun. That's always a good omen, so to say, for what he might be able to bring out with a composition like that. Perhaps we'll be seeing a lot more mix to come. But of course, for these 2 teams, they have very, very different approaches. They have very different pros and cons, and some of them can leave us with our heads scratching.
Look, we want to talk about who did it better last week. I feel like both of these teams lost, but there were good moments here. Now for this, we want to talk about how many times did DFM stop this KRX triple duelist. Look at this minimap. They want to go B. You see them stopped by the smoke. You see them stopped by their orb, and now the molly. That's 3 stops already.
Yeah, you can see KRX are just sitting in the main. They could not get out. They've thrown their own smoke. Orb goes up. That's 4. Okay, so we're still waiting. We've got a relay bolt. We've got a seize. We've still got lots of tools. Oh, Nightfall. Okay, we're ready to pull the trigger on the Nightfall. 50 seconds on the clock, Morgan. Surely KRX can't get in here.
And you get a pick. Once again, stopped once more by the Fatal. Surely for KRX is an unwinnable round, no?
Oh, 100%. Look how low they are. They've all got hit by the Nightfall. DFM, they've completely rotated to this side of the map. They've
Full
got
and perfect information.
They've got the seize. They've got perfect info. Of course, KRX isn't going to pivot. They're finally going to come into the site. Relay bolt. Seize. Another kill. They've stopped them. We're up to like 8 or 9 at this point, but how on earth is KRX making this work?
This is exactly the problem with DFM, guys. You did everything right. KRX didn't even move. You contained them. The only thing they didn't do was flank, but then they just walk in the site and you all die anyway. It's frustrating as a coach where I feel like they did everything right there apart from at the last hurdle. So a little bit disappointing.
Well, speaking about frustrations as a coach, one well-known coach, obviously, who has a lot of frustrations is Alex, and sometimes it's because of moments like these.
Yeah, we talk about this 3rd map overtime here. They buy double op against Series Point, and Alex, I was leaning over the railing here. He was losing his mind at the start of this round. He wasn't even looking at the round for some of it. He was like, oh my god, what on earth are they doing? And somehow, in classic PRX fashion, overtime, they find a way to win the round on series point with double operator on attack.
There's a lot of the time in this overtime, you see it down here. 6 of the 8 rounds, they got a clean opening pick, but it's so brilliantly PRX. They can't convert. I think that's the story of both of these teams, where they did a lot right last week. It was just execution in those key moments that stopped them from winning. So both of these teams here looking to tighten up into today's game.
100%. Like PRX, they had so many opportunities to win this game. There's another opening pick for them in a round that they lose to be able to give T1 that win. And exactly, this is what we talk about. Double the opening kills.
That's insanity.
And in overtime, 6 out of 8 rounds they had the opening kill in, and they somehow lose in overtime. That must be peak frustration, Mika.
It's just PRX things. As Device says, it's just PRX things. It's part of it. And fans will know that this is just how they play, and then just,
I don't envy Alex's blood pressure though.
No.
He's got to be raging.
He has aged one generation with every stage of Pacific so far. We head into our map vetoes. We have Summit and Ascent, and then Split. I feel like this is a very PRXy kind of map veto.
So PRX picking Summit, T1 first banned it last week, so maybe they had this ready the whole time. That's what they wanted to go with, so they will be bringing that out. And of course they have a little bit of information here. DFM did show this against KRX, and now I think you have to take that game with a grain of salt, because they will have had to play quite differently from their original game plan to stop that triple duelist. So let's see how much adaptation DFM have been able to bring into it.
We kind of discussed it. DFM, by the point that they played Summit in that particular series, we were thinking, have they pivoted some of this comp to potentially play against KRX specifically? Have they changed their choice of duelists? Are they playing the Sage specifically to be able to stop triple duelists from KRX? I'm not sure that you would necessarily go for that approach. As a team like DFM, you probably already prepped your comp, but maybe you'd make some small changes in the comp that might not have been what you originally intended when you were practicing Summit going into this season.
Well, KRX was a warm-up for DFM. Now you have full-on W gaming, 3 duelists. You can stop them. Why not 4? Why not 5? Why not all of them just running at you W gaming style? We're going to find out if DFM can continue putting a stopper to all of this W as we send it to the stage for PRX and DFM.
Today's matchup.
We are back on the stage, and this time we've got DFM taking on PRX. And I feel like this series belongs to DFM in terms of walkouts, because as we saw earlier, there's just no beating DFM when it comes to these walkouts. But it might feel like they're running the same week twice in a row because of coming from KRX's triple duelist into W Gaming.
Yo, we're rolling up the slurt shirts at the sleeves as well. Akame doing some crazy moves, as we always see in the walkout.
I believe that's the 80s or dance challenge right now. Ooh, with the mugging as well.
I mean, look, he looked very serious there. Hope he brings that game face into today.
I got it right. It's 80s. Yes. Thank you, production, for validating me. I know my K-pop-ish a bit.
I'm not on top of the trends. For DFM, though, I mean, they have been able to hand PRX one of their worst placements ever in terms of knocking them out of a kickoff before. So maybe they have some kind of mental edge, potentially, into this matchup, and hopefully...
That's all we can do. That's all he can do. That's his contribution to this walkout. But you know what? You're right. It has happened before. Can it happen again? But PRX, they're pretty comfortable right now. They've already qualified to champs, but there is still that Pacific trophy at stake. It's just that I guess they have more time to take the scenic route.
Yeah, it lets them breathe a little bit easier, but losing will never change. Like the fact that they lost last week, I know that they're not okay with that. No team who is this competitive, who is this good at the very top level, is ever okay with losing, and they certainly would be fuming with a loss today against DFM. We see a second look at the map, Vito. Summit is the first map. Ascent, maybe we see that mix once more, and then Split as that map 3 decider. So I think big questions on what is the compositional style here for PRX on Summit. Classically, they've been aggressive, but will they take that same style here?
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways you can go on it. I don't think that the meta is clearly defined. We've seen a bunch of different comps already in Pacific, so I'd imagine it will be some kind of flavor that we're used to for PRX. Let's just see kind of which way they go with it. You know, you talked about the aggression. We have seen them kind of go for something a little bit more off-meta at times on certain maps compared to what the rest of the teams are playing. And I think a big discussion point, of course, has been since Wendler has come into this particular team, he's had a lot of ideas. I think some of the Ascent comp comes down to that as well.
I mean, I think a big thing for me, for both of these teams really, is I want to see that step up in execution. For PRX, you can't have 21 First Bloods to 11 and be losing the map. And for DFM, you can't be getting the macro right and then just not shooting the heads. I think this game is all about who used that last week to improve better. Now, don't get me wrong, I think PRX obviously favorites, as they almost always are, but this is a winnable game for DFM. I really want to stress that. The players are good enough, the ideas are good enough, it's just can they make it work in the server?
It was a winnable game for them as well. Back in Kickoff 2025, was it?
Yep.
That was that one match where that was the biggest upset of that tournament. And of course, we have May here with his 100th map here in Pacific. Of course, a lot of us have him on our Build Diff teams for today. It's easy to see why. Of course, one of the top performers here in Pacific.
Yeah, we'll see what he's going to be able to put together in this server for DFM. They've actually made a change here. This is kind of what I was theory crafting. It is only May who has changed up his agent. He will be on the Waylay as opposed to the Neon. I felt like the Neon was going to be potentially something that was better against KRX. I wonder if this is something that DFM always intended to play. For PRX though, this is the comp that they're going to be running. We haven't seen what they're going to be playing on this map. So this kind of looks like it has some influence from their Sunset comp almost.
Exactly. PRX love the Sage, especially on the newer maps, but it's something on the Sage. Solo duelist with Jing there, so I'm interested to see how something will look on this very different role.
Well, you have the two Japanese fans on the talent team of Paper Thin and Chubby Ninja voting for DFM, of course. They are the biggest fans of Japanese Valorant ever.
Japanese fans don't bite. Don't follow them on Twitter. Don't do it.
But, oh my gosh, something on the Sage. I was not expecting that. I guess this is the first time he's bringing up the Sage.
I mean, look, I think he can still up with it. I'm very curious how they use him here.
No, we're going to find out for sure how this all pans out. Let's toss it on back to Quack and Jordan.
Well, what do we make of this one? Obviously, this is another one of those kind of David and Goliath matchups that we were talking about yesterday with the Varol match, and that one actually did get us another one of those upsets. Now, we've had a lot of upsets. I would argue, have had one earlier on today. Do we get another one here? I mean, PRX, it feels like that, to me, seems like a bit of a bridge too far. To upset PRX, surely I'm getting this prediction right. Like, I'm 0-3 for the week. Surely this one I can get at least.
Like 30-70% maybe.
Okay.
You know, I feel like there's always going to be a chance, and it's always something to hold on to for DFM, especially if you look at the map veto too. I mean, Summit, it just played it last week. Surely you can bet they have improved upon what's already there.
We'll have to wait and see. Obviously, there's that X factor of PRX's Summit, which we have yet to see as well. And of course, I think PRX, there's conversations, they've already qualified to champs, this and that, but I mean, they're 0-1 for the season so far, so I think they're going to be coming into this one hoping to get themselves kicked into gear. So, tough day at the office, I would say, for DFM. Let's find out whether or not that will be the case as we jump into map 1 of our second game of the day, DFM PRX. And unfortunately, it's not 29 out of 29 here for Satan just yet.
It's such a troll. But either way, though, it will be something, indeed. Yes, his first ever career Sage right here on this map. We'll see how it all pans out. You do have to think, though, how the compositions do play into factor as well. Raise, fade, like there is a bit of synergy there. I'm not too sure, but I guess May on the Fuele kind of works out as well, but already, ooh.
Yeah, big fight brewing. May straight through that wall into the headshot from Jing, but enough there for DFM to trade it out favorably enough. 1-for-1, and now Akame coming in with the kill onto something. Davai is going to look to try and equalize, but he goes fishing a little bit too far, and the fishies bite back. It's a 3K for DFM. Envy's found himself in a pretty intriguing position, though. Once that smoke fades, he might actually be able to get the work done. Ooh. Forsaken's just trying to get a bit of attention in his direction, see if he can maybe find a way to bring Envy's angle into play here. The creep coming forward. Cess is watching that, and in the end, this could have almost been an ace. In the end, Cess will take it away. 1-0. DFM start well.
Incredibly well, in fact. Akame celebrating a bit, 4 points away already. Halfway to his nightfall. That's going to be pretty useful for a retake, me a push if you want. But safe to say, you know, the map's still a bit of a factor. It's a great time for PRX to be playing this map and limit test it, as it were, with all the, you know, champs slots and everything. But yeah, there's not much that Envy could have done. You know, you slip past, that's still a drop position. It's not as though you can kind of climb back up and work off a tight angle. So trying different things out now, just a bit of conditioning. This time it's going to be Davai to lurk inside of E main, the rest of the team out towards A. But there is the problem of that Sage Wall. The biggest loss, but question is, how do you... Okay, you just break down the wall and keep going.
Yeah, the Sheriff dropped. Not retrieved by any of the remaining PRX players.
Okay, a bit of macro. They turn back around, maybe able to take down Akame, who has just abandoned it, so a bit even Steven for both sides, depending on how this goes. I believe Akame has heard those little hops.
Seems to be having a bit of a look in that direction. He's also looking pretty sharp today. Another nice one-tap onto Envy.
PRX feeling the need to get a pinch on him. But he has support from Cess now.
You keep funneling kills into Akame. It could be a little awkward, that ulti getting built up for the next round. Nearly, but this time not quite enough from him. Finished off more or less by Cess. Kaede in there to grab the final kill. Nothing too untoward happening in round 2. So slow start to the series for PRX, but now that they have the guns in hand, we'll get an idea as to maybe why they peeked into this summit.
Yeah, leaving it open. I mean, you had all that time, so working on it, definitely a wise choice, but I mean, again, you know, it's kind of just an eco, but seeing PRX kind of test every lane that way and not being able to come up with much is a little bit odd, isn't it? And then you think about the next maps as well, like, are they going to still run their mix comp onto Ascent? How's that going to go? We'll see. DFM otherwise pretty happy for now, but ooh, great. Smokes off mid, immediately taking control. May wants to fish around. Sage Wall already planted down as well, and PRX were just waiting for it. So quite on top of the macro game, they'll immediately break it, and they still have options to kind of work around the rest of the map. They could also dive in if they so choose. It's just that they don't have clear info onto the site itself, but Envy does have a haunt.
Oh, so much delay util though for DFM. Wall goes down, slow orb comes out, and then Paranoia as well.
Oh.
Doesn't seem like it's going to perturb PRX all that much, though. Jing going down on the entry will make things a little more difficult, and these angles around the wall becoming quite problematic for PRX. All the info given, they pretty much know that they're coming, and Yatsuka doubling down, making it look easy. PRX are being styled on by DFM in the bonus.
All right, 3-0. Akame has his ult now. That's going to be huge. He just... You don't mind the call and the decision to continue barreling down in towards A site, but like I said, the hunt, it just doesn't really reveal too much. Players on the side, Yatsuka, the little angle around the last panel of the Sage Wall, and every single fight is effectively CQB. It's so tight, and PRX have not quite been able to get the right angles, so it feels a little bit constricted, a little bit tight. We'll see what they can cook up on their attacking side now on his Eco.
Get out, cancel. Can we clear the B first, guys?
They taking mid. Can we reclear mid?
No, then we clear the B as well later.
Yeah, but we're gonna go from mid to B link also, right?
There's one guy good from spawn, remember?
I will. Oh, okay.
I'll pick this. 1, 2, swing. One close
Okay,
side.
close right.
Close mid, right side.
Right side, sir.
Spike down mid. Okay, can we clear the B?
Two middle. Viper and Norman. Sage on A.
Just immediately calling to cancel. They managed to get a pinch onto it, but it does cost them quite a bit. However, building blocks for the future rounds, you would think. Otherwise, also baiting out pieces of utility away from DFM. They're always reacting to every little bit. So that's a flash already spent. Now they're left with even less utility to kind of stall and delay. No more slows, no more flashes, just the saturate from Mei, which he has to equip, which is what I was thinking about between the Neon and the Waylay. But also a lot of space now. DFM has a bit of information. The PRX had slipped through. Kaide's on top of it, though.
Kind of interested to see what something can get up to here.
He's eventually going to regroup with the rest of his team, but just to stay in a position where he can try to pick things off. 10 seconds, though.
They'll get the plant.
Break the wall, someone.
I mean, this is not impossible for PRX to win. It relies on maybe one of those sheriffs to chime in early on in the piece. Kaide low, but he gets two somehow out of nowhere. That was looking quite awkward, the snake bite and then the shots.
Something has a res if he gets one kill.
He's got the rifle in hand. I'm not sure that he's going to get the chance to get that res off, but we'll see if maybe he can do something. He's really concerned about the push coming from above. He needs to worry about this now. Res potentially on offer, but who could you potentially res and keep them in the fight? I think he has to get this done himself. Defuse being held. I mean, it was a 2-on-1. Yeah, it's not unwinnable at all there for something, but shots just don't quite go through. So DFM, they claim another, although that was probably the shakiest of the rounds.
Yeah, I can't lie, that was a little bit of wishful thinking from me. He just didn't have the space to make it happen, but this is great work from Kaide still. The flash, but he just holds down mouse 1. And although it was shaky, it just shows PRX's ability to still, be able to pivot around. They have that mid-rounding in them, which is what makes them capable. That said, though, DFM still putting up roadblocks every spot of the map, so we'll see what the adjustments could be coming up from the coaching staff. Alex and Wendler bringing this composition, which clearly quite similar to what DFM has, and they've already tried to work around it by breaking down the initial Sage wall set up all the way towards A main. However, it's just, oh hey,
Aussies! What up? G'day!
They drew a little kangaroo too.
I'm happy.
Oh man.
They should have come yesterday to watch Autumn play.
They should have, huh? You're just gonna have a little chat with them afterwards. But anyway, yeah, just still curious to see what the adjustments are gonna be. I mean, clearly being able to work around mid control can work out pretty nicely for PRX. But what's the util combo gonna be? I mean, they're known for pulling off quite some innovative stuff. I don't know if they really want to show that off this early in the stage, but who knows? That's what makes this team so fun to watch. And right now they're all grouped up towards B, so maybe something brewing.
Wow. Well, this is a bit of cookage from Mei. See if Jing can cook anything as well. He's got that showstopper out and an easy connection onto Akame. This time the entry much cleaner for PRX and much more to plan. So the coach input having its impact. Res goes through. It was a 4v1 at the point that Res actually did get pulled, but in the end, just got to make sure that you do get this round over the line. So fair enough on the behalf of PRX. Kaide will just see if he can hold on to this Phantom for now.
Maybe not. Well, nah, PRX aren't going to go hunting right now anyway.
It's a bit more like it, though, for PRX, no?
Yeah. I mean, kind of standard. It's just, full-on set play into sight. You got the satchel, showstopper. You're clearing out or blocking off certain spots on the site, and the whole, you gotta love it when they're going in with that, hive mind mentality. Everyone knows what they have to do, and everything is just so in sync that as DFM tries to rotate quickly, it's just, one by one. Mei tries to do something with an off, but already someone's on top of him too. which, you know, for all things considered, for the next round, DFM might start to spend more resources, more players to try to reinforce the B site, which then would be gaps elsewhere, and that's what the macro game's about. We'll see. It's a great way to try to bring things back. But everything works out pretty nicely. Look at where the slow orbs land specifically, too.
A bit of momentum back there for PRX.
Oh, same thing? There's an op still for me.
This time no showstopper, so it makes getting those entries a little harder.
Aggressive Viper Wall 2.
So you have Akame with that Nightfall starting to come across, so if there is a committed hit here from PRX, that might just get pulled.
Perfect line for it.
Yep. As of yet, no investment. There it goes. PRX already have got themselves that entry or two that they need, so the Nightfall does not delay them enough. Jing's already there to wait for the drop from Kaide, and PRX looks like they've kind of figured out this B site. They haven't quite figured out their aim though. Jing and Forsaken dropping there, not ideal at all. It shouldn't go that way. Kaide has given DFM a chance back in at this round. It might be getting pulled back away from them though. Davai and something linking back up, and PRX take their second.
And they'll continue to put those on the board too, even without the showstopper. Just trying to take a look at how it's done as well. I mean, the spacing works out very nicely because Jing, although he gets ahead, he makes use of the obstacles on site for cover. Breaks down the door, blocks off more, guys sight lines away from DFM, and then the team aggresses despite the Nightfall. Like they waited out. So it's bit by bit and everything's quite clear and clean. A shooting as well. Now they go back off something a little more default. DFM go back into 3-2 split. But of course with mid presence, DFM comes back in around. Oh, this is good.
There. Wall's just going to be cancelled out really. Forsaken looking for a duel or two, and he's got Jing there to back him up. Devi's in mid there with them. Bit of traffic. PRX kind of playing this like death ball comp and walking around the map, aim dueling DFM. It's working out nicely. Sort of what they did on the B site for those two entries as well. Just grouping together. There's not a whole lot of nuance necessarily to it. Get into the site, get your entries, win the round.
It's just like really solid fundamental Valorant being played, right? Like you break the wall, you know what the reaction's gonna be. They kind of saw nothing towards B main, so DFM immediately rotates. They try to check, clear out towards mid, and lo and behold, like Forsaken, Jing, two players just holding the angle down, immediately canceling off anyone who does try to peek into it. Like two X's laid on top of one another, and that's how sharp these guys are. So although it was a rip-roaring start for DFM on the map, PRX just immediately answered back. Yeah, that's still impressive. They're building up their ults as well. By the way, though, Jordan, could you do me a favor?
What's up?
Say Davai.
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 I love it. Thank you.
Do you know where I think that comes from? Obviously, everyone's giving me a bit of slack for saying Davai. There's a song. I'm pretty sure it's by Bass Hunter. It's called Davai. And in the song, he goes, Davai, Davai.
I am not familiar. Is that EDM?
It would be, yeah, house, I think, more so. But
okay.
Yeah, it's dance music. I guess it is EDM. I don't know really what you would categorize it as, but
your genre.
It's like European, like Swedish. I think it's Swedish.
Ooh. One thing I don't listen to, but anyway, in case anyone needs to know, which caster is the one who has been singing, it's Elfish Guy. I'm sorry. Either way, timeout now for DFM because clearly something needs to be worked on.
And, by the way, before we get too far down the rest of the rabbit hole, I will just say, I've known Davai longer than literally any of you guys have known he's existed, by the way. Let's just put that out there.
Talk your shit. Yeah.
I was casting him from his very first game in esports.
Keep going. Yes. Which year is that?
Actually, I don't know. It's probably like 2017, something like that.
But way before some of the fans have even been born, for sure.
Well, maybe not that far back. We don't. How young are the fans at that point? But
you never know.
No, I mean, I've seen his whole career.
Let's just put it that way.
That's true. You gotta admit. And you have like, yeah, you go way back. Anyway. So not the best of buys for DFM in this upcoming round, but they're gonna stick with the same. The only key difference being a bit more stall utility. The Sage on towards the B site now. It's a bit more aggressive on towards A, so they're gonna need to be quick if they are to pivot back out after meeting contact. Oh, they just break the Prowler for now. PRX will stay suspicious, but also curious towards the mid portion of the map. No one's really peeking out just yet, so after seeing a couple of players out towards A breaking the Prowler, they're just gonna head back to B. It's worked for them before, why not?
Oh, well,
pixel angle?
I mean, that will work. If you've got shots like that through from something, you'll be happy with it. You get the port to come back across from Cess. Try and reinforce this side. It does give PRX a little bit of a second to think about things before they do commit, but Tavai has worked his way in through the smoke and now has quite a bit of space on that site. He's going to be reinforced as well by something, so even if something doesn't win that duel, imagine the swing will come through and the trade would be there, but PRX, they don't even need that. It is looking too clean at the moment. They once again kind of just walked their way into B.
They don't even break a sweat. I mean, I was considering they had the option after the wall comes up and everything. They break the wall, they can call a cancel, go back to A. But no,
30 seconds left.
They don't just fully double down or commit either, though. It's the fact that they stayed around Link and then waited for a bit more of contact, applied more pressure after getting the second kill, and then the players on the site themselves, feeling that pressure, would have to peek out or, go for a check. And, unfortunately for them, it's like 2, 3 maybe players out towards B main, all trained their sights down towards the site. It's not even like some insane util, it's just very clear, standard, and then you got mid-rounding as well. Like, everything's pretty intact. 4-4, and they're gonna keep going for more. I don't know what DFM is gonna pull out off of the timeout. A little bit concerned for their economy going into the next rounds too. Oh, okay.
Right at the last second, that's got to feel bad. And what's got to feel bad as well for DFM is getting off to a 4-0 start and thinking, hey, we might actually have a chance right here. And then just 4 rounds of PRX doing what PRX does. So you're right back into square one if you're DFM here.
No kidding.
I smoke. No, one more.
And they're not the type of team to like suddenly go aggressive either. So I feel like DFM is just gonna keep trying to stack up on sites. 1-1-3 now, and they do have a Bucky in the form of Cess on A. PRX have been starting with most of their openings on towards this portion of the map, but no, they can leave Devi on an insert here, Devi, and then the rest of the team can go skulking off elsewhere.
Toxins going up.
Similar approach again for PRX over towards that B side of the map. Of course, you've got Devi over here causing a little bit of a ruckus on A.
Oh, this is so good. Look at how he doesn't break the wall in an exposed angle.
Yeah, it is a super contact play heavy from PRX on this attack. Obviously, that's not worked out for Devi this time, but it's the go signal for PRX to work their way into B. A couple of missed shots from Jing, and now the situation starts to unfold a little bit more awkwardly for PRX. 3-on-5, they're going to have to try to stave off this retake attempt from DFM, and they have a lot to retake with. May needed to drop there. Again, a failure on the accuracy side of things for PRX is what's letting them down in this round, and now just Envy to try to put together a miracle round. He is slowed in what essentially amounts to be a freezer at this point. He is not getting out of this one. So, nice retake for DFM, but also, you have to say, PRX, they are living by the sword and they are dying by the sword. Some of the rounds, they're walking in, they're getting headshots, they're winning the round. Some of the rounds, they're walking in, they're not hitting their shots, and then they are losing. That's just the idea here on this attack. The contact plays, obviously that's not a contact play, but Jing kind of sending it, missing his shots. You see this fight not go their way. A lot of these duels are winnable duels for PRX, perhaps favorable duels even. And they're not being able to convert those, and that's why they've lost that round. So they'll look at that and they think, well, we made some actually okay decisions. We just didn't hit our shots. Yeah, and that sometimes happens, but nice win for DFM. You've got to take what you can, especially in a game like this one against PRX.
That's just the quintessential Paper X right now as well. They're going faster in towards A site. It's Showstopper. Oh, slowed down for a bit, but
it's the slow stopper. But it works. Akame goes down anyway. Yatsuka does trade Jing back on out and does double down as well. So it may not be the entry that Paper X ultimately needs onto this A site. It takes some recovering in the form of something.
Plant would give him res. Oh, he's going for the orb.
Res is there. On to Envy.
Could call a cancel, go back to B. And that's exactly what they're about to do. May has a great line down by middle though, so oh, Paper X double down in towards A site. Waiting out the wall. Sess has nothing, just a rifle.
It's an aggressive pit pull. Sess is going to cancel the plant, but it is at the cost of his life. And 38 seconds here for Paper X. It's not going to be too big of a concern to be losing one. Puts it into the 1-on-2. Has found a rifle. It's fraught with danger though, and Envy peeking out of the pit gets the job done for Paper X. 5-5.
That's fantastic work as well. I mean, sometimes picking up a rifle, if the players are able to listen attentively enough, might be able to hear that it was picked up. And all around the pit too. Quick heads up play. It was almost a dire situation for Paper X admittedly. 3v4-5, I imagine, but just being able to bring that back, something, getting the orb, that's just... so
Alex is still looking a bit...
He's not impressed.
Yeah. A 5 from DFM here. Considering it's been a 5-1 split since the opening start from DFM, I don't think you can be too mad, but this one might be another one for DFM. Seth's going to try to TP back to safety, or at least relative safety. He's on 1 HP. All up for May.
Slowing them down.
Go over the top of it as well, and Forsaken ready this time around. Gun barrel spotted. He's looking for another one, but the jiggle works out nicely. Paper X having a pretty tough time of breaking down DFM's defense. Tap from something was good. Is it enough to set Dove up for success?
Toxins going up.
Has a bit of delay utility after the plant. Has the wall to help him out as well, so it's not impossible.
Certainly not impossible. Tavai can be pretty sharp when he wants to be. Two players headed in his direction. He's going to play inside of his own orb to see if he can find a little window of safety, but now seen by Akame. And 10 HP tagged down pretty substantially. The pit will be pulled as well as an insurance fund. Snakebite goes through, but it's too late to deny the defuse. So DFM claim another round, and they have the chance of holding Paper X at a deficit at halftime.
Oh, so good from both sides, though. DFM. I mean, look at this. Initial contact, and that's a quick swing as well for Sess. And immediately Yatsuka comes back in to support it. It becomes an effective high-low. So despite Something's best efforts and the rest of the team, which you have to admit, this is an insane flick, it's still not going to be enough. Down to the 1v2 with the pit and everything as well. Great recognition from Akame to consider a separate angle. But Paper X, just go at it again. It's aim duels on top of aim duels.
1-for-1 so far. Yatsuka will heal himself back up. Looks like he wants to kind of come back on that line. He does get the res in the end. They're going to continue the challenge here, but Yatsuka essentially giving his life up. May still makes it worth it.
Always going to be that marksman. The rest of the team, though, oh, this is a great full-on collision 3v3.
Something's going to run straight into them. Prowler goes forward. Info's not there, though. Forsaken trying to port back out. The timing was all wrong for Paper X. 7-5. DFM are giving Paper X a real headache here on Summit.
Incredible. And I have to imagine that's maybe one of those new map things again. They just saw everyone out by middle. Paper X were considering it, but what they did not know is I believe Kaide, all the way outside of B main, had already pushed out. So the team, DFM, knew that it was going to end up on A eventually. And look at how they played the slide off angle as well. Even tossing in the saturate right at the end, Envy could not trade for the team.
Halftime.
So not too bad. We do have a relative even game between both sides right now. Paper X coming in with their own set plays off of some timeouts, but DFM with their own adjustments real quick as well, like, you can tell it's a little bit corrected from last week where they just kept on delaying but didn't have anything else left for the fights. This time around, they just continue to meet PRX at every single stop.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a bit of a different ball game going up against the triple duelists of KRX as opposed to what PRX are doing. And like in a sense, you know, PRX, they are sort of still looking for that duel-heavy style, but it's in a different capacity when you've got 3 duelists that are sort of trying to jump straight at you. We're seeing a lot more long-range duels. That is quite impressive.
That's insane helmet. The lights.
Came from Sweden. That is quite far.
To Korea.
I respect that.
And of course you got Akame and his guns too. Okay. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It's just a bit of a different game, but still the ideas, the executions all working out for DFM, who have retained their lead after a little bit of a drop-off, but we'll see how the pistol goes now. PRX again, I think their composition with the paint shells, the siege nades, might be a little bit better on defense, who knows? They're going to be going past their screen for now.
Oh, smoke's gone up over towards B, but that is not going to delay DFM at all. They have made the perfect call to just waltz their way into B, and PRX are now scurrying their way across, but they've got to be aware of that lurk from Kaide, and now Mei in a strong position here. Good crossfire established by DFM. This should be their pistol. Envy's already dropped. Mei needs some help and won't get it in the end. It ends up being a 1-for-1. Davai for the double with the Sheriff. And PRX are coming right back into it. Something with some spam through the smoke, and all of a sudden, DFM in what looked to be a good round, now struggling a little more so. Kaide has to get it done alone. Freebie onto Forsaken. We'll still put him in a 1v2, but time is ticking in his favor, and he is playing Ring Around the Rosie. It's not enough. 1-for-1 gives PRX the second half pistol, and it was sorely needed.
Death Ball, Death Squad, man. They're so fluid with how they want to rotate back in and around, and even though there is a corner that was kind of left unchecked, a new map, it seems obvious, but it's always one of these small little things that just happens when you're actually in the server, on a stage, by the way, sometimes. But immediately there's a trade, and that's what works out so nicely for PRX. They constantly have multiple angles being watched for, players always available and ready for trades, ready for fights, that even down to the 2v1. Although Kaide does manage to be able to get one down. It's a crouch and a shot for Something, who is putting up some big numbers for the team right now, but similar ideas, wants to set up the wall or a slow to check for presence around a main. This is a variation of what DFM did before.
Well, this is a shooting gallery.
He's in a smoke. What?
This could be awkward for Something. The Sheriff doesn't really have the stopping power to deal with 5 players coming around the corner at the same time, and he's caught in an awkward spot, but reinforcements arriving in the form of Jing and Forsaken, who has found a couple of taps through that wall. So PRX looking to recover the 7-7 scoreline. Kaide's going to be given the orb, at least he gets that before he falls.
Hey, 2 all points.
It is something.
Yeah, might as well. 7-7. You didn't think that you were going to be able to get away with much else at the end of the round, but that is so quick. Something, yeah, that had some question marks to it, but he at least gets one. I was thinking maybe he goes in for a wall or something, but either way, immediate with the flash. Forsaken gets 2 off of his own flash as well. Jing has a bit of assistance. It's really clean.
First gone round here for DFM. We'll see what they've been cooking up in the last week.
Okay. 3-2 or 3-1-1 if you consider Mei to be mid.
Oh, that is sharp from Forsaken.
Okay. What a duel. And the toxic screens are still there and available. Kaide's not really seeing too much else. It's just both sort of Sentinel versus Pseudo-Sentinel all the way towards the A portion of the map. Akame's trying to dip his toes in towards B.
Yeah, just keep those players honest. Keep them on the B side while the rest of DFM move their way in through middle.
Boombot's good too, but
doesn't clear actually anything. I mean, it kind of clears out elbow there, but
smart for DFM to dodge it.
There.
Doesn't spot anybody. That's the important factor. DFM reasonably progressed through middle. Jing kind of watching for it. He's going to drop the door.
DFM still not making a single sound. PRX have to be ready.
They're also ready. They haven't moved any of these players off of the B side. DFM going to be walking into 3. Now only 2 and now 1 as the entries are connected, but you're not expecting that third player. And Davai will deliver for 2, which is enough to give PRX a bit of a sniff in with this bonus round. A 2-on-2 retake required for Something and Jing. No tags going through onto DFM. Something might find it a little bit harder to get the job done here, but it's all about Jing at the moment. The Bulldog finds the head of Cess, and there's a shot connected and an easy finish for Jing as PRX will claim their bonus.
How did Davai just turtle up and get those 2 kills? That hadn't gone through.
They think there's only 2 on the site, and then they overlook the possibility that once they pick the 2, that there could be a third there.
It's just so impressive still, though. I mean, oh my god. PRX themselves also kind of overlooking B-Link, but this is just so quick and sharp. Something getting the last punch through as well makes it easy for Jing to finish the job, and now that's bonus. Broken economy for DFM. It's just so clean from this team. Every player still able to put up numbers regardless of the situation they are in. We'll see, though, what DFM can try to get done with their eco right now. Very tentative down middle.
はい。右見とくよ。
フェード。
キーフェード OK。
プララ1個使ってた。
あ、画面映画いける？
OK 待って。
壁。壁上。いやこれ A 上乗ってるわ。どこの？レイズ上か。一応 A 壁を抜けれる。プッシュ。
Spike down mid.
3人。
Doing a thing.
Little trades with the C's tossed in as well. And that's just easy trades for days.
Yeah, Akame got to have a bit of a look with that Sheriff. Wanting to obviously retrieve the spike first and foremost. Forsaken's given him an opportunity at a 1v1, and now Davai's done the same thing. This is how you lose these kinds of rounds. It's hubris from PRX.
Something can res, but
he's got to keep the gun in hand at the moment because the peak is coming, and once again it is something that has to be the hero for PRX. It should not have been that close.
I don't know why I'm laughing. I feel like I've just watched them so many times now that like I've come to just
you accept it,
enjoy. Yeah, a little bit. Alex must be enraged though. Like some of these duels and fights, it's just so PRX. That's like what they do now. But at the same time, for DFM, you have to admit that those were some pretty crisp shots from Akame. They brought that eco all the way down to 1v1. Like, damn. Still, though, round for PRX. Gonna be able to continue off of it. But you can also kind of see, like, DFM do have some ideas and approaches to how they're trying to clear certain angles and corners as well. All these little bits of elevation towards middle, maybe even B main towards the back of the, you know, the actual area where there is a ledge that can throw off crosshair placements. It is helpful, but they haven't really done enough or too much to apply pressure to portions of the map yet. They're not playing that kind of tactical, incredibly slow pace. So PRX are kind of happy to poke around a little bit. Jing, you've seen him pivoting around middle a lot, breaking down doors, blocking off pathways away from DFM. And that's just more obstacles for DFM to think about as well. The one thing, though, I have to say would be at this point, 7 and 9, DFM can come in with some kind of a set play, perhaps. Might be able to throw PRX off guard.
Yeah, it's about time for DFM to start rolling on this attack if they want to have anything to say about this map. Looked pretty good in the first half. Now that PRX have gone over onto the defense, things have gotten much more difficult. And we know PRX is that kind of team that can just get on a bit of a roll and essentially run away with the game when things are going well for them. We do get a little tech pause here. You know, every time you hear that music, that's what's coming.
Well, hi-hats. Yeah. Shouldn't be too long, though. Who knows? We haven't had one in quite a while.
I'm told we're resuming. So
there we go.
Just a minor issue maybe, or maybe a non-issue, to be honest. Someone's earbud fell out. That kind of stuff happens. You ever played with in-ears? You play in-ears or over-ear headphones?
Depends.
I've never done both. I feel like it would be a little bit awkward. You know, you get the
when you're at
in-ears
home, you don't need it.
No, but like obviously it's something you have to get used to on the stage, right? So it might be easy for it to just fall out. Anyways, besides the point, we're back in game. PRX up 9-7. We've just come off the timeout here from DFM.
Elfish is a pro. But yes.
Absolutely not in any way, shape, or form.
They are close to some ultimates, though, so those could be very big, game-changing plays that they can make. Immediately taking control over A main, a bit of presence towards B as well. But PRX, immediate wall.
What is this
propped up. Okay. PRX giving them due respect.
Yeah. Retake set up for PRX. Envy's just going to collect one on the way through, and it's not going to need to be a retake if you drop the spike on the way in. That is madness. DFM thought they had the site for free. In the end, PRX said, no, you do not. May and Cess immediately find themselves alone, and unfortunately for May, this is like playing a horror game. All your mates are just gone.
One by one as well. Yeah. On the side, he just has to clear.
He just got picked off.
Little angles as best as he can. Yeah, and that's what PRX is so damn good at, though. Envy as well. Like, they're just playing reserved, watching every possible lane of entry. As soon as he hears something, immediately pops in for that quick peek and actually gets the kill. And then the next one is the guy with the spike. Like, why not have May carry it and then, you know, dash in, light speed in or something, but well, shoulda, coulda, woulda. Now they're gonna go full on collision into A side, just a toxic screen and maybe Envy to try to hold it off. Ooh, Divine.
As soon as that wall goes down, he's gonna have quite the handful to deal with, and just absolutely no chance there as Yatsuka able to double down on the entry. It felt like Divine just got a little bamboozled.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This has got to be what that timeout was for. You have a full set play into this. Hitting the Nightfall, everything. Divine might have been considering, you know, maybe Cess onto a TP into the corner, but okay. Something tries to bring it back. Have to break down the wall, though.
I don't know. Let's not count this as over just yet. PRX have had a couple of moments where they've looked pretty sharp, and Jing's also holding onto a showstopper. You do have a res available, something in position to find one on Envy. So 4-on-4 for the retake. Time has ticked away pretty substantially, but that doesn't matter if you find an entry or two, and Jing's going to get the first. No more than that, and we get a res straight back on through in the end. DFM looking to hold on, and it seems as though they will, as that spike ticks ever faster. PRX unsuccessful this time. It's mutually assured destruction for everybody left on the site. Something even goes down. Kame, the only survivor, but PRX invests quite a bit on that retake that does not pay off.
I mean, you could say the same for both sides, to be honest.
At least DFM win the round.
Exactly. I think that's the main takeaway, but it's a bit of a desperado gambit from PRX to be able to force this to happen in the first place. Like, ultimates, the res brought back in from Yatsuka as well. In the grand scheme of things, although this was a very nice set play into post-plant hold as well, not being able to make it out alive in the battle of attrition, PRX might still have an edge. They start off the round with a peek in towards middle this time.
Nothing to be seen so far. But there is danger lurking for PRX. It's an unorthodox push. That smoke, if it goes down at the wrong time, could be awkward for Forsaken and Jing, but they still manage to find what they need. A 2-for-1. The spike also dropped. There's a massive advantage here for PRX, and it looks like they want to try to hold on to it for now, although starting to exit middle.
Don't really have to. Look at Divine as well. I mean, this is PRX swinging with their sword, and boy, is that sword sharp. Divine into a corner. But it's a bit of a one and done. Okay. Kaide is done.
Yeah, clean headshot. May's been spotted out now as well. You're going to get the triple swing. No mistake to be made there from PRX. Spike still not really retrieved. Takame's just picked it up now. And he's not going to get away with it. Easy kill for Envy. PRX up to 11, dictating this game at the moment. DFM, they get one round in the second half, but they're not able to put anything behind it, so it really does feel like a bit of an outlier.
Kind of, huh? but it's just so darn good as well, everything that they're considering. I think teams are gonna have to be studying this tape. It's not one of those odd or like off-meta compositions. It might not be like a full double duelist, but it's very measured and controlled, very reliable, and fundamentally, PRX are playing it pretty nicely as well. DFM trying to test, but PRX just pushed through.
Something recognizing there's a fair bit on the other side. So gonna just try to slow things down with the orb. Great player set up though for PRX. You go around this corner, DFM, it's like running into a shooting gallery, and well, you need to try to fight your way back in. Kind of works out 2-on-2 now, and the B site somewhat opened up. May could dash on in.
Okay. Oh, they're trying to min-max it, get a res in.
So they can manage that. I don't know if the res is going to be so easy with this lurk coming through from Forsaken. There's no body that you can easily get to, so Yatsuka, if he's too hell-bent on getting this res, he might just fall for free round the corner, and Forsaken is waiting. It was a bait after all. Yatsuka too eager for the revive, and Defy is in there onto May. PRX will go to 12. You could see the idea for DFM. You called it. It was maybe the right call, but in the end, PRX thinking one step ahead.
And that's not even like this is just fundamentally what makes some of these individual players that good. They recognize it and they immediately pounce onto it. Forsaken. Oh. Not only that, like every instant contact, it's not going to be easy for DFM to break through unless they have some kind of set play.
Psycho, bro.
Again, oh, Psycho. Fundamentally, everything just works out really neatly. And although this is Akame's 1000th milestone career kill, you're going to need a hell of a lot more just to get this map to an OT. Oh, Viper's Pit. Okay.
Interesting. Well, on the topic of something, by the way, I think he's pretty close to 3,000. He came in this week at 2,963, so a chance that he could maybe get it today if it's a longer game. Forsaken is trying to steal some of those kills away. Jing's in there as well as Envy. There's a massive mid setup from PRX, and DFM have gone walking straight into it. Nades could be a huge problem. Yatsuka survives and heals back on up.
You get a res in. Walls off first.
Okay, straight back in for the recontest for PRX. Hasn't worked out. The reses, typically speaking, have been quite effective for DFM.
Defy, though.
Yeah.
It's not going to be an easy 1v3, that's for sure. But he has slipped up all the way from behind. Will DFM expect another lurk or flank play?
He's watching for it. So if I can close the distance, but walk straight into the headshot. So DFM not down just yet.
This can definitely go a little bit further as well. Take a look at the alt economy. May one away from convergent paths. Could be very useful for a full site to take. And considering all the mid hits, this is another one of these rounds where this time PRX kind of dies by the sword. They wanted to go for the aim duels, especially off of the res. Like it's a, it's a sound opportunity to try to capitalize off of. But if DFM are just a little bit more readier,
where are they?
It is what it is. You go after the next one. Jing one away from Showstopper as well. This can make for a pretty explosive last few rounds. DFM though, just full in waltz into A site.
Not going to let that one happen, not so easily at least, but does have to go down fighting. Forsaken also drops in that. Meanwhile, A site somewhat cracked open here. DFM getting a fast plant in, and some nice space being taken as well by May. He might even just continue with this push, and that is going to be a real ticking timer for PRX. They're not expecting him that far progressed. It's a decent trade from Jing, who, again, has got the showstopper ready to rip if there's maybe an opening in this round.
Maybe not, though. 2v3. You can't go in alone.
Something is being given time to work, and I dare say he's going to find this kill onto Akame, but Jing got nothing done, so might not be a relevant factor in the end. Time is starting to get away from something.
Smoke is too good.
Wants to push his way forward and cannot win it for PRX, so DFM survive yet again.
Now 2 rounds away. What's the economy then look like for PRX? They have their ults that they are still sitting on though. So anything can happen. It still kind of feels like it could be anyone's game, although that said, DFM does have a bit more work to do. However, it's quite clear that going in with full push, full rushes can work out quite effectively if PaperX only have singular players left on sites to try and stall or hold. Like, Devi was only able to take down one, couldn't toss in a snakebite because he had no info, honestly. And it's fair, especially that's what that Waylay can do. He did what he could. Ultimately wasn't quite fully enough yet. Now it's going to be a timeout. Could see PaperX start to shore up defenses on both B or A a bit more, extremities, which leaves gaps elsewhere as well. DFM will have their choice pick. Remember, they have their ults to bank on as well. They can sell some fakes if they so choose, convergent paths, and the like.
Alright, fist bumps all around as the timeout does fade away. PaperX wanting to ensure that they get it done here before it gets a little bit too out of hand. One more round for DFM, and it really starts to add that element of doubt to PaperX's chances of winning this map. But for now, it's still kind of feeling comfortable enough.
Yeah, maybe. PaperX just bank on the fact that, yeah, they're not going to hit A twice. Let's bank up on B this time. Hope that it works out. Bit of a crossfire, maybe. Something to jiggle for info first.
It's going to be pushed away. Convergent paths in. May gets a double. There's no way. Something and Jing just deleted, both caught by the convergent paths and could not land their shots. In B though, for at least 1 and 2, now Forsaken chiming in as well. It's not possible surely that they could still hold this round. A 3v5 for PaperX if Devi can close out this 1v1.
Face your fear! Take them!
Will be spotted out or not, he just avoided it by the barest of margins, and Akame bamboozled. It is over. PaperX secure the 3-on-5. Devi wins the 1v1. And yes, his name is Devi.
Let's go! Which is exactly what it means as well. My god. Cool as a cucumber. And he doesn't even break a sweat. Dodges the Nightfall with ease. That's a simple pick as well. They always had the cushion to go off of. It was pretty close, you have to admit. DFM have the right building blocks, but PaperX's blocks are just that more solid. And that's what I was talking about. This is a scary team when they have the right fundamentals to build off of. For the next few iterations of this, you can bet they're going to try to make something more innovative out of their current composition. Teams, yeah, you got to beware PaperX on Summit, man.
I would say there was still, a couple of teething issues there for PaperX. Certainly the slow start raised a couple of questions. They'll be looking at that map and saying, was that our best foot put forward on Summit? I don't think they'll say yes to that. They'll definitely have some things that they want to work on, they want to fix up. I think they would say that was a little bit too close for comfort by their standards, but end of the day, decent game played by DFM as well, it does have to be said. And we do move into map 2 with PaperX still in a pretty solid position, so I don't think anyone really walks away from that too disappointed. Yeah, you don't want to lose the map, but to get close against PaperX, I think as DFM, that is still considered a pretty solid game.
Like, look at this as well from Akame. I mean, man was popping off, he was showing off his guns during the walkout, but then you got to think about Ascent. Is PaperX going to still be playing their mixed composition? But DFM, they can be pretty damn solid as well, and they look to be in pretty decent form today. Going to toss it back over the desk for now, though. We'll have to listen to what they have to say.
Definitely agree that that was a bit too close for comfort, even down to the very last round. But PaperX, they managed to take their map pick of Summit here, but
yeah.
DFM, this was like really, really good from them, I have to say.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like it's interesting to see what PaperX is experimenting with a little bit in this group stage. They're one of the teams that's already qualified for champs. Other teams that aren't really stringing together a ton of upsets. Maybe you could say like a Gen G has a chance to top 2 in their group, but if you're one of the teams that doesn't like DFM loses their opening game, they're also kind of in experimental phase until we go into play-ins, and I think both of these teams are kind of testing things out on Summit and feeling each other out, and I thought that they both played decently in this game.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think this is horrible for DFM, but right now, 2 summits played and 2 losses that do feel kind of winnable. It's a little bit tough for them here. I think PaperX just a little bit better in the server, in those difficult moments. That's where PaperX are so good, where they've been so famed for in the past. So no surprises here of PaperX taking their map pick, but DFM, I think they can still feel like this is a very winnable series.
Yeah, and you have the debut of something on the stage. I was going to say Sage on the something, but this was quite a surprise just because I would think that maybe it was Jing that was going to be on the stage. You know, we saw a lot of those TikTok walls and everything when Jing was previously on the stage, but we have something this time, debuting this agent on Summit. I mean, I guess this does work perfectly for the map.
Yeah, look, I mean, the very first clue was him whiffing util. but for the most part, I felt like he was solid on this, and I love putting the aimers on stage because it's a very simple agent to play. You can use your util, and then you are that gun. I think Something did an excellent job here. For the most part, his util was rock solid, and as always, he's a fantastic player in those heads-up moments, and he made that work.
Yeah, Yatsuko on the other side of things having a pretty good game on the stage as well, so it seems like it might be a bit of a Fraggus map. You saw some interesting little walls there from both sides. I think there was a mid wall for a DFM where they tried to just hard fight mid with a bit of a vertical advantage. And yeah, I think it's interesting to see how Sage will continue developing. Could see that role swap back on PRX at some point though, especially if they decide that Raze isn't the best fit for the map. You could definitely see something back on the Duelist and Jing just pick that up if they feel like Sage is a strong part of that comp.
Yeah, it's certainly possible. But yeah, you're talking about all of the walls. You had Sage with the walls, and then you had Viper walls as well as just walls and walls and walls.
Yeah, 100%. I wanted to talk about just how strong Viper is in the game in general, and the reason why is it forces your opponents to do stuff. You see this wall come up from PRX across the right side here, and you see the one-way in response from DFM, and they have to fight for this info line. On the other side of things, PRX, they're dealing with this wall on the main side of things, and they have to walk back and re-clear that space there. Something goes and clears that angle. You see on the side of things here, PRX putting pressure on the map with that Prowler as well as putting the wall up. And you see for DFM, they actually put this wall on this side of the map, as I said before, across B main and middle, and that will force later for PRX to come back and re-clear middle with the boombot you can see here. So the thing I want to really stress is that Viper is such a strong agent because you can press a button on your keyboard and use just the gas to force your opponent to use resources and commit manpower to re-clear angles and actually contest map control. It forces the other team to actually play a different game than they may have intended.
And the thing I love about it is that on these new maps, it does a great job because it simplifies it. It starts cutting these sites in half. So I think as we see some of these walls, we'll draw them on in just a minute, but a lot of them are all about stopping these angles, these kind of sight lines that we see so common that the defenders like to hold, that it's all about putting a stop to that. And you see what happens is you can often walk into the mains, that you have to put the wall up, you drop the wall. Yep. You can see it here. So you can walk into B main behind that wall, drop the wall to face into main, and then you can exec without those sort of key angles in the way. Exactly the same on A. So I think we'll see a lot more of those mains attack as well. And then on the defense, a lot of it is about stopping the rushes, right? So you see them cut deep across these mains because it forces you to slow down. You can't rush hitting through a wall multiple times in a row. You will be stopped by it. So I think as we see more Summit, we'll see teams embrace this Viper a little bit more because it simplifies things and forces teams to slow down.
Yeah, 100%. Not the best lines from me, I'll admit, at the end of the day. We'll put the minimap down because I've had a bit of a struggle with that one, but 100%. Like, I think that the defensive walls contesting the mains and forcing the other team to kind of interact with that is the main thing that we want to focus on. I like how you can kind of put the wall up and burst on attack, be able to kind of streamline yourself into an execute in that regard. So I think that Viper, super, super strong on this map.
And this is exciting to point out also as the meta on Summit is beginning to form, right? We're seeing how both of these teams were able to counter each other like almost immediately with just those walls, like the Viper on Viper and the Sage on Sage as well.
Yeah.
It got really, really sort of confusing at times for all of the teams because that wall would just put a stopper to any single plan that you had initially, right? And you would have to pivot. So it makes it very interesting, of course, as more and more Summit plays come into light. And of course, now we head on over to our second map, which is gonna be Ascent. Now, this was memorable for PRX last time because, of course, they brought out the mix.
Yes.
Do you think we're seeing that again?
I mean, I'm not so sure. They did get a win with it, but I do think it needs some refining. I wasn't sure how much of that was just to show something a little bit different, maybe hide a more true comp, because it's not only the mix that was weird, they were playing Harbor with it as well. This is a very, very off-meta comp, so I think DFM are sort of okay if they do decide to run that same comp. I would be surprised. It kind of feels like a little bit of a targeted pick after what they saw last week.
Yeah, potentially so. I want to see whether PRX are going to kind of roll with the same comp or continue experimenting. It's something they've already kind of mentioned. They have some potential, but maybe it might be a little bit underpowered, or it might need some buffs before it's able to be more viable in the main meta. They're also a team you can see that is quite happy to mix the Yoru in, and they continue having success. So I think at the end of the day, we'll see what DFM wants to kind of bring into this map. You see the last comp that they played was that double duelist. They definitely have the potential to flip their comp going forward here, though, if they want to.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to see if PRX does continue with something like this, or if they have something else up their sleeve, because they did say how they are using this time to experiment a little bit. So they are feeling a little explorative also. So I think if they have something else to bring out here, now is absolutely the time. So I'm excited to see if PRX are going to do something a little bit more off meta once more on Ascent. We'll find out if that is true and if DFM can manage to make a comeback. Right after this very quick break, we resume this match.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Push, push, push.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
이게 맵이에요? 스케일 쩐다. 써밋이다, 써밋. 와, so big.
Brain is not braining at the moment.
야, 이거 너무 어려운데 이거 말이 되냐 이거?
I never played the map.
아!
Wait, yeah, here also.
나 지금 확실히 알았어. Winner is...
Winner is...
안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 아, 스테이지 끝나고 이제 좀 기간 널널해가지고 푹 쉬면서 재정비도 하고 했던 것 같습니다.
오늘 좀 어떤 촬영하는지 들으신 게 있으신지?
아니요, 진짜 솔직히 말하면은 매니저 형한테 제가 여쭤봤거든요. 오늘 무슨 촬영이냐. 절대 안 알려주는 거예요.
리더님한테 우리가 좀 정보를 이러는데
근데 진짜 거짓말 치고 딱 들었던 게 뭐 단서를 가지고 추리해라. 이게 다 들은 거라고요? 이거 가지고 뭐 할 수 있어요?
이거.
형, 와우.
Hello. It's been fun. I think it's my first time visiting. Yeah, it's unfortunate that we couldn't bring the trophy to Pacific, but I'm proud of the boys.
또 다바 형이 잘하거든요. 그래가지고 맨날 챙겨 봅니다.
Oh, thank you. 감사합니다.
예. 헬로.
Hello.
헬로. 안녕하세요.
어디 앉아요? 예,
앉고 싶은데 앉으래.
Now we have the last player joining with us.
댄서.
VCT dancer.
보니까 최근에 그 영상을 하나 봤어요. 인스타그램에 올린 영상.
나 봤었던 것 같은데? 그거 레드 이거 했잖아.
그래, 레드.
오. 아카메. 한다. 불금도 없이 하는 거야?
간단하게. 여기까지 하겠습니다. 잘해.
So today we gather the masterminds of Pacific. Today 이들을 모신 건데요. 오늘 저희가
나는 브레인 맞아. I'm brain.
6 biggest brains of Pacific. Do you agree with that?
I mean, maybe 5 lah, because I 5 IGL and 1 duelist before.
Maybe everyone has that texture, maybe? Nah, I'm joking.
뭐 나라 형만 빠지면은 브레인 팀이지 않을까?
저는 브레인 맞습니다.
Your deduction skills and your imaginations are important in today's game. 이제 보여드리겠습니다.
와, 야 이거 뭐야?
와, 미치겠네.
이게 뭐야?
I was so confused. Like I had no idea what was going on.
I didn't expect to actually analyze this kind of thing.
어지럽다. 이거 내가 할 수 있을까?
The game looks so familiar, you know, like look at the agents, look at all the things and all the icons for the utils.
이게 요루 TP인 것 같은데? 그치? 요루 TP 아니야?
페이크 TP네 저거.
뭘 페이크 TP야? 그냥
페이크 TP 아니야?
텔레포트 깔아놨다는 것 같은데?
카메라 있습니다, right? 아이.
Yeah.
카메라.
Yeah, but how come there's 2 cameras over there also? They only have one side. No?
It broke in the beginning? There's 3 eyes. What? 3 eyes.
So,
What's that?
Viper wall?
Oh, yes.
and almost not one way, I mean, that's all I know.
That's beginning. Beginning.
Yeah.
Cypher trap, I mean.
일단 ending is B.
Ending is B.
이거 NRG 조합인가?
I don't know. I mean, we don't play a B, so I don't watch the B. I don't know. It's on you guys, boys.
이게 죽은 거네 형.
죽은 거래.
데드.
Yeah.
데드 바디에 이 화첩 이건 뭐야?
시선.
이거.
Trying to push.
야, 이거 뭐야 이거?
아이사이트.
looking? TP, right?
Yeah, it's a TP, it's a TP.
I think fake TP, right? No? Or waylay dash?
TP 아니야? 그러니까 A 메인.
It has to be TP, guys, because the holy. The brain is not braining at the moment.
진짜 너무 어려운데요 이거.
I thought I was smart for a second.
이거 프랙티스 게임이라며.
Still doesn't matter. BBL are just that hard hitting right now.
Playing a dangerous game, but they need to close the gap to get some value out. These stingers, or this stinger rather. Screamer's pinged out now. This is looking ugly. The Rocket Lovers what? Ethan hoping to slow things up a little bit with dimensional drift anyway. Lovers Rock will fight this. Working the angles though, pretty diligently. Taken low behind the boxes. The spam was good, but Ethan's better. And NRG. Captain.
X로 답을 해드릴게요. Yes or no?
Okay.
Ask us questions.
Should we ask this?
Yeah, let's do that. Is that your TP?
No, it's not.
Yeah?
So is it Omen TP, the middle? Yeah. Yeah.
This one is Omen out.
That was Omen ulti. Okay. Now it clears.
Waylay dies first?
네.
그럼 웨일레이가 푸시 나왔나?
아니 형 궁을 여기가 스타트고 여기가 저기다 썼네. 좌클릭을 한가 이거.
Omen ulti is there from mid, top mid, right?
I think I think this is attack Omen.
Yes.
TP here.
Yes.
The defender Omen kill the Cypher here because he saw someone here. Omen kill the Cypher and then he TP here.
크레이지 가이 선수 좀 조용히 잘 처리했던 것 같아요. 연습 게임 할 때.
Bro, this one is a VCT match. Multiplayer.
몰라요.
The Omen who killed Cypher.
Yes.
He TP'd here and then he come here. And then the attacker killed the defender Omen. So that means this round, attacker win. Right?
아니 스파이크 드랍 is there.
Are you sure it's dropped? Maybe it's planted.
No, cannot plant. Look at the spike. Cannot plant.
Oh.
Okay.
So defender win, guys. Defense win. Yeah. Okay, we solved the riddle. Woo.
So maybe we can guess a little bit about these sites.
I mean, just 3 people died. That's it.
So double drone try to retake.
Teho drone from heaven, right?
Yeah.
Teo killed everyone.
Teho killed everyone after.
That's what I'm saying. How?
He's just good, I guess.
So Yoru kills
Relay and ult and check him.
yeah, and sees Viper, and Viper dies from Waylay.
그거 어떻게 알아? 아니 그걸 어떻게 알아?
No, because they do 3-2 split, right? This is Omen, this is Cypher, and this is Sova droning from window. So you're this guy.
But it could be Yoru killing both also, no? Because because he's still alive with the ulti
Maybe
anyway.
insane. This is Dambi, this is Francis.
Bingo!
다 그냥 난장판이었는데?
아 이거 좀 큰일 났는데 서로 의견이 너무 자유분방하니까. 예.
I think it took all of us quite a while.
One person as a rep, write it down, tell us what happened.
Yo, someone.
캡틴.
Someone go. Captain.
막내 right. 막내 right. 야 임마.
아카메 몇 살이야?
03. 나 동갑.
아하, 생일.
12월입니다.
Guys, low key, he's been too quiet. I think he can do the paperwork.
Explain to him slowly.
Okay, you start with 3-2. It was 3-2 split.
Okay, 3-2 split.
3-2 split. Okay, middle is Cypher and Omen, correct? And then
The Cypher is looking middle, and he died from the Omen defender. And the attacker Omen TP to the left side.
after, and then
Chill, bro. Slowly.
I thought he's using keyboard, no?
지금 적힌 거 3-2 스플릿 미드 사이퍼.
빨리.
오케이. 미드 사이퍼 럴킹 가다 죽었고
It becomes 5v3.
이거 어택이 졌다고?
No. Attacker win.
No. 야 임마. Attacker lose.
아니 어떻게?
그러니까
What do you mean? Have you watched PRX? EDG Breeze? Have you watched?
Davai and I had like pretty good ideas. The guy that gave us the most confusion is probably Texture.
And the throw has to be texture.
나쁘지 않았다고 생각합니다. 제가 애들 도움 많이 줬어요, 제가.
I made a comment. We go to the mid round and you carry on. Okay.
공격 요루가 팀의 웨일이 잡고 이제 웨일이가 이제 수비 바이퍼 잡아서 5대3 됐고요. 미드 럴킹 가다가 사이퍼가 죽고 4대3. 사이퍼를 잡고 이제 오맨이 이제 수비
공이 생겨서
쓰고 그다음에 이제 공격 오맨이 1TP 타서 수비 오맨 궁극기 죽이고 4대2.
And then Cruz, go! 4v2, and then
It should be Waylay and Yoru goes to side. Waylay dies to Teo. Teo kills Omen, and Sova died to Yoru, and then Teo kills Yoru.
I think that's it.
Teo.
Defender.
Teo is the best player in the game.
Teo is the best. Who's the Teo, bro?
Now we'll announce how much you got it correct.
100%. 몇 프로?
몇 프로?
50% correct.
Wow.
50?
But our baseline was 50%. So you
Hey! Kami dance! It's been fun, guys. It's gonna be individual. It's been fun, guys.
Let's go.
연습 게임 프로 보는데 할만한데 옆에 있는 친구들이 좀 못하는 것 같은 거예요. 그래가지고 개인전이라길래 이제 아쉬운 척하면서 속으로는 좋았습니다. 네. 망했다. 이것도 이제 제대로 못했는데 개인전? 아, 할 수 있을까?
I had no idea what the shoot was, but seeing the practice game, I think it's gonna be fun.
아, 이거 쓰고 들어가요?
에이.
안 보여. 이거 뭐 공포 게임이야?
오, 뭐야?
오, 괜찮은 거예요?
If you guys bring me to horror movie, I cry, okay?
오,
it's cool, huh?
무서워져.
무서워. 이거 안 괜찮은데?
I'm gonna scream. Kept me thinking because I've been watching a lot of movies. Like the previous two movies I watched was Backrooms and Obsession. So I thought it was gonna be like something horror.
야, 여기 엄청 큰데 여기 공간이? 그러게 되게 크네. 아, 무서워요. 아니, 너는 왜 무서워하냐고. 내가 부딪혀도 내가 부딪히는데. 너무 무서웠어요, 진짜. 아, 이게 방탈출도 이게 눈 감고 들어가는 그런 똑같은 게 무서워가지고 막 했는데.
To the horror haunted house.
뭐?
Wait. 둥글게 둥글게
둥글게 빙글빙글 돌아가며 춤을 춥시다.
그 어디까지 가요? 아, 여기요? 네.
How are you guys feeling?
Scared.
무서워.
너무 무서워요. 빨리 안대 벗겨주시면 안 돼요?
I mean, exciting, I think. I was very curious, like what you guys were cooking, you know? What's waiting for me?
Are you guys a little scared?
Yes.
Okay, so please take off your blindfolds.
이거.
오,
What the hell?
What the?
What?
Wow, it's so big.
서밋이다, 서밋. 아, 서밋? 아, 이거 쓰고 들어가요?
에이.
안 보여. 이거 뭐 공포 게임이야?
오, 뭐야?
오, 괜찮은 거예요?
If you guys bring me to horror movie, I cry, okay?
It's cool, huh?
무서워져.
무서워. 이거 안 괜찮은데?
I'm gonna scream. Kept me thinking because I've been watching a lot of movies. Like the previous two movies I watched was Backrooms and Obsession. So I thought it was gonna be like something horror.
야, 여기 엄청 큰데 여기 공간이? 그러게 되게 크네. 아, 무서워요. 아니, 너는 왜 무서워하냐고. 내가 부딪혀도 내가 부딪히는데. 너무 무서웠어요, 진짜. 아, 이게 방탈출도 이게 눈 감고 들어가는 그런 똑같은 게 무서워가지고 막 했는데.
To the horror haunted house. Wait. 둥글게 둥글게
둥글게 빙글빙글 돌아가며 춤을 춥시다.
그 어디까지 가요? 아, 여기요? 네.
How are you guys feeling?
Scared.
무서워.
너무 무서워요. 빨리 안대 벗겨주시면 안 돼요?
I mean, exciting, I think. I was very curious, like what you guys were cooking, you know? What's waiting for me?
Are you guys a little scared?
Yes.
Okay, so please take off your blindfolds.
이거.
오,
What the hell?
What the?
What?
Wow, it's so big.
서밋이다, 서밋. 아, 서밋? 솔직히 좀 놀랐어요, 개인적으로. 안대 벗는 순간 와, 이게 가능하다고 약간 좀 이런 느낌이었고.
서밋 신맵 자체를 이렇게 큰 규모로 실제로 만들어서 했다는 건 상상도 못하고 있어가지고 와, 진짜 스케일 쩐다. 네, 감탄했던 것 같아요.
자, 지금부터 10분간 탐색 진행해 주시면 됩니다. Go in the map.
Go inside.
여기 들어가라고요?
네.
야, 빨리 가야 돼. 빨리 가.
바로 시작. 오케이.
When I first played rank, wow, the map is so big.
This is A side. Oh, spike drop.
Oh, Spike is here.
Spike is there?
Spike drop, okay.
스파이크가 여기다. 스파이크. 이거는 C4를 박았다고 봐야겠죠?
I think planted. Right?
Maybe it's already defused, no? It's down.
Oh.
Oh, maybe I shouldn't
it?
tell you. Yeah, it's down, no? I feel like it's too complicated trying to like give the false info, and rather than that, I'm just like, yeah, I know this and that, and then what about you and stuff? We just like sharing info, you know?
Oh.
I mean, I don't know, maybe planted, maybe I'm thinking too much. I don't know.
This is
wait.
TP, right?
This is the TP, yes.
여기가 TP를 나왔고.
Defender side, that's attacker.
Can I close the door now?
자, 이게 뭘까? 이 꽃갈콘. 꽃갈콘이 누워있다. 일단 꽃갈콘도 무조건 스킬 중에 하나다. 이런 게 없단 말이에요, 실제 게임에서는. 이거 벽 같은 느낌인데, 내가 봤을 때. 벽이 이런 느낌. 오케이. 아니, 이거는 뭐야? 이거 뭐 허수아비가 있어요, 여기? 사람 얼굴. 페이크 이런 건가?
Wait, what is this again? Is this that body?
That body, Remy.
Rock that body.
해골이 뭐고 꽃갈콘이 뭐야?
Let's just go beside.
Beside.
삐 되게 많은데?
잠시만, 저기가 노다지네. 저기에 뭐가 많구만. 오케이.
아, 들켰다.
Oh, Omen Para. You can see from here.
Omen paranoia. B-link.
Welcome back to Pacific. We apologize for those delays, but we have Elfish Guy in the building, and we know by now that it's usually his fault.
Yeah,
Get him out!
Get him out of
I've
here!
worked with him for 10 years, and there's just been a pattern of tech pauses across every show.
And there happens to be a pattern of using Harbor on Ascent for PRX, but this time Jing is playing the Harbor.
Yeah, so Jing was on the Harbor before. The difference is
That's
here
right.
is no mix Forsaken to the Omen, and Devi was on Killjoy. He's now on the Chamber, so similar in style, but a few little differences.
But DFM running very much the same comp. They must be very confident in their style on Ascent. Of course, they picked it into this series, but it's a role change. Yataka continues to play secondary duelist here for DFM, and Akame, who was previously on the Neon, will swap onto Sova to keep the roles consistent.
We know that was a bit of a pause, but this is map number 2 between DFM and PRX. Can DFM make a comeback, or can PRX close this one out? Let's toss it over to Quack and the guy responsible for that very long tech pause, Elfish Guy.
I'm so sorry, everybody. It's not my fault, okay? It's just bad luck. I didn't do it.
Yeah, I don't believe it. Make your case. Present your evidence. You can't handle the truth. It's definitely not Elfish Guy, but either way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can we handle this new composition that PRX has brought into the game? That's the question that we want answered right now. 2 controllers, Omen, Harbor, and then Devi swapped over from Killjoy onto the Chamber instead. We're keeping the Euro, but we're getting rid of the mix. I just don't know. It kind of makes sound sense right now with Devi on the Chamber too.
I wanted to see the mix.
Yeah, I know you would have.
I had some good stuff cooking in the lab for a mixed game, but it's okay. We might get it later on in the season. See what PRX can do on this initial defense towards B. At the moment, it is just Devi. And DFM are kind of just walking their way in, happy to progress through B main, take this fight toward the Headhunter. Dangerous task for Devi coming around that corner. Multiple players watching him, and May will be the one to connect the headshot. So that is the B side cracked open for DFM.
Yeah, split in over, but still you're gonna have to flash their way in, kind of into a corner.
Yeah, not dug out just yet, and has a chance for a knife. It's gonna go begging something for the double. And now we're back into the 2-on-2. Envy punishing for Akame's missed shots and something with the 3K. The retake from PRX, so good. A 3K from something, converting the 4-on-5.
Double, triple. We gotta see how that happens again, but I do imagine just slowing things down a bit. PRX always leaving options available for the trades, the way they space themselves out even. So although initial contact doesn't go exactly the way they would have liked, just seeing that smoke set up, they were a bit sussy about it. Players pushing in as well, and that's enough for something as that Yoru with a final player right behind to be able to spot out Kaide mid-knife. It's a good attempt, but surprisingly not enough. Like, that was a pretty damn good pistol from DFM, but even getting Alex to crack into a last.
Especially after that last map. Impressive. Everyone gets a nice mental reset during the break there.
Okay. Wow, a couple of shorties for DFM. Are they looking to explode into a site? A little bit of crossfire towards short, though.
Jing ready for that, but a pretty impressive whiff from him, and DFM have waltzed their way in through tree, waltzed their way in through A main, and they have the site.
Oh my god. Not only do they have sight, they've actually managed to pick up all the weapons needed as well. The door's been shut. It's just the sheriffs. This actually might be a 1-1.
I don't think Alex is going to be laughing after this one.
No way. Break the door.
Perfect spot for a paranoia as well. I mean, there's just no way back in here for PRX.
Absolutely.
There it is. Both Something and Envy connected. And here's some footsteps coming forward here, and DFM will be well aware of where those two remaining PRX players are coming from. So you would think there's just no chance at all of this retake happening. DFM claim themselves a cheeky round. And PRX, yeah, a bit of sweat on their brow after that.
A bit. Maybe a little bit too lax. Seeing the crossfire setup, but not quite expecting. You know, teams don't often go in for the shorty on the second round. But this is a great turnaround for DFM. Guns picked up and everything. You know what I would like to maybe see, though? If something just tosses in like a fake Yoru clone, like, you know, he just sends himself in anyway and tries to fake it out. Turns around, gets a couple of headshots.
Similar to what we saw from Autumn yesterday, although it didn't work out in terms of him getting kills.
Anyway, here.
Oh, big swing, big ding from Davai. 1 for 1 though.
Yeah, he's always credible as well, but just softening up what they can. DFM have their sights set on towards the A portion of the map.
Yeah, Spike just hanging out in mid. You'll see that probably rotating back off to A.
Not too much in terms of stall or smokes or anything from PRX either. Just the off angles from Something and Jing, who are moving into a crossfire position around the cove now.
Another smoke ready for Forsaken. They've got the numbers on the right side of the map, and they're going to play inside of this dark cover, or for a second at least. Recon Bolt does connect onto one. Forsaken's also been spotted out as well. You might see the cancel here from DFM, but time is starting to become a little bit of a concern for them. 35 seconds, they are going to commit to this site, and PRX have the pieces where they need them to be. The cancel in the end.
Really? All right,
after that kill comes through, this mid-round is going to start to get a bit messy for DFM.
Something's managed to wrangle a weapon away as well. PRX keeping 3 players close by just in case there's a re-aggression, but oh god.
That's a good shot for Akame.
10 seconds left.
PRX is going to be beaten on the rotate, so retake City for them.
But does DFM play forward or behind? They choose Boathouse. A little bit concerned about the potential lethality of PRX on their sheriffs.
That goes through. It's not going to spot anybody out. That already in and of itself is going to be some information. And Jing catching Cess. Now is another one. On for the 3K for this retake. That could be a real spot of bother for DFM. Has retrieved a rifle as well. And surely there isn't too far for someone else to be. But right exactly where Mei is hiding. Jing gets the 3K on the retake with the fake. of the pistol drop. And PRX will claim their second round.
Oh my god! I can't believe that. I mean, I'm sure it wasn't that full fake up, but that was a simple.
It's just a little bit of noise. It distracts you for a second.
Wow.
Does enough.
And we've gone Thrifty for Thrifty. 2-1. Now it's going to be DFM set down for Economy. No, actually, they should be okay. But really thought about it for just a second. Oh my god.
Here.
No. All fun and whimsy, but it's going to be Blades for me now. We'll listen in to see how PRX withstands this.
What the fuck? I smoke your stairs, guys.
They close the market. Can someone break? Jason, can you break?
Yeah. Lean. They can be up, boys. They can be, I can't see.
Break.
Oh yeah? Omen was lane, guys.
I got
PJ. 3, 2 more. Two last. Nothing, they're gonna go back to heal. You have your ulti, guys.
I got it.
I got it, it's okay, guys. Nice. No more, take ulti. Right to there.
Well, so that's tucked in the corner here. Not going to have a great time of it, you'd think. Spotted initially, but not on that jump. PRX pretty aware of, roughly speaking, where he is. See a player hunting into that dark cover. And is Davai who has whiffed. Oh my, that was scary for a second for PRX. There was that content piece that was everyone was thinking it was a horror game or something like that, but yeah. I don't know, maybe this was the horror game for Davai instead.
It might have been. Sometimes things like that happen, you know, the agent models and hitboxes and whatnot, but either way though, definitely still finding value in that op. Says has done well to turn around 180. We'll keep an eye on that for the next one. You gotta love that.
Oh.
Clip it. But yeah,
it's a good reaction, that's for sure. Well, something could be playing with a bit of fire here if he sticks around a little too long. It's an entry attempt into the A site from DFM, and May is doing some pretty damn good work in that regard at 3K. Seems like DFM have just kind of beaten PRX for pace there. Something's still got the dimensional drift, and he's got his shots in as well. A double headshot straight onto Akame and May, and now Envy saves his life for a second. It is now something alone. Port out from Cess, just in time.
Something as gate crashes to play around. He can fake TP. Cess is gonna have to be cautious.
Oh, the timing perfect on the peak as well, and that is an incredible round from Something. Just pulling, I mean, I hate that I'm going to say this, but he's pulled something from nothing.
Well done, Jordan.
I hate that I've said that, but there was nowhere else to go with that.
No kidding. I mean, it was kind of like a 3v5 situation. May just comes in, blitzes through every single player up by short. But yeah, although they did beat kind of PRX to the punch on the site, Something immediately just ports over, and that's what the Yoru can do, especially with the gate crash. And he finds value off that, gets one refreshed as well, has support from Envy. Didn't get the up at the end, though, and I think that's what the crowd's kind of stunned for. But either way, this is still a rather impressive clutch. Has the right pop flash. Oh, beautiful. So snappy. And he didn't even, like, I don't know if this is something you can calculate through, you know, the timing of the rotation. You kind of think to where, that guy in the front, that face pump was so dramatic.
The vibes are a little bit different to the ZETA fan meet or the watch party that we saw from the first game.
But yeah, like, beating Says to the punch also. My God. And this is kind of like, in a way, the best, in a way, one of the best possible starts that PRX could have gone off of, which is why DFM needs this timeout. The economy's flowing, they're buying up the ops, Davai has a tour de force, there could be a double op situation here, because Yoru is an op thing as well, and then something's just so good on it. Oh my God, there's just so much. DFM, I can only imagine, like, the way they break through this is by having initiators or something to force the op players off of their lines, and then immediately play contact into it. Yatsuka on the Neon as well. I mean, you can overwhelm the sniper players. And you should.
Well, back to square one for DFM. They're going to have to run it back, see if they can find a way to put some rounds together on this attack. PRX getting away with a little bit. I mean, they had a mishap of their own, to be fair. But it's been a little chaotic. It's been a little messy. I think even after all of that, though, to see a 4-1 scoreline for PRX, you're thinking maybe DFM haven't quite capitalized on what they needed to.
A little bit. I'm kind of concerned for Something's position. This is very far up front. Has the Gatecrash TP out if he needs, but the op in this angle is...
I don't know, man. I feel like he's just kind of getting away with so much.
Fair enough.
Drone has spotted him. He's so bold, so confident, and there you go, just decides to back on out, but oh, he's so sharp. Maze dashing by the way, plucked out of the air by Something, and that's what I mean. He just seems to be getting away with everything at the moment, and he is unleashed.
Okay.
Oh, well, that's going to be a big wave, but Kaide is still able to shoot Jing in the head, so maybe it's all for Nord. Positions revealed on the behalf of PRX. Forsaken, again, doesn't really care. He's just happy to take this fight to DFM. And still, by the way, Something is in on the site, which is obviously of massive concern for DFM. Another pop flash out there. Dimensional drift now to try and find the information, see if he can deny anything more. Just giving Akame a little bit of a whisper in his ear as that plan's going down. It's that horror game style. This time it's Davai. I mean, you've got an op. You've got tour de force from Davai. You've got Something standing behind you as you're planting the spike going, hello, bro, I'm here. I'm behind you. Behind you. It's some kind of horror game for DFM.
It's nothing personal, kid. Oh my god. It's definitely not your typical round of Valorant, that's for sure. But holy cow, I was just about to think, you know, in this retake scenario, this is where the double op kind of bites you in the back. But look at that shot as well. It's a headshot. How? This is insane. Pardon my French. What the fudge was that? This is insane. Gets himself in towards the back of sight, and DFM, for all their efforts worth, they tried so hard to push PRX off by the back of spawn, or up towards stairs, you could call it what we will, but everything just tosses them back in. Jinx sends in that Reckoning, they get kind of blinded up. Something takes advantage of that situation. You go again.
And Something's over towards A this time around, so he is changing it up, and he is continuing to cause issues for DFM. This shot won't connect. Had a good chance at it. Yatsuka gets the better of it this time. A site is ripped open and cleanly done by DFM as well.
Avoiding the open line, so no spams available this time, but Forsaken still has his flash. Just gonna wall off to bait out as much as possible for now.
Yeah, they're kind of all stuck in on the site here, DFM, so there might be a world. These shock darts are doing a lot of work. Still, they need to be converted upon. TP up in from Forsaken will be unsuccessful, but you're still starting to see a few kills come through for PRX. It's just Kaide. Spike is somewhat planted favorably for him. He's going to build a wall of cages, but spotted over the top by Davai, and PRX can do no wrong. DFM drop another when it felt like they had everything they needed. They got the entry, they got the site. PRX just looking a bit too good on a scent right now.
No kidding. This is, like, I'm thinking, you know, flashbacks to what we saw last week with the mix comp that they had, but this is...
That's sharp.
What? The retakes, everything. Everyone is on form, peak form today. Davai even jumps on top of Generator. This is, oh my god. Like, Kaide just does not expect it. And this is just continuing to compound as well. The op still in play. Now off to a different site.
Davai under a little bit of pressure here, but he's got mates to back him up over on the B side, one of whom is now dead. So Davai's going to have to get it done with that Headhunter. He's around the corner as well, just trying to put that pressure back on DFM. In the end, will fall. Stinger proving to be a little too much at close range. Another disadvantageous retake required for PRX. As long as Something's alive, it feels like anything is possible at this point. We have that Hunter's Fury now getting invested to try to slow the progression from PRX. You think it might be enough. Time's ticking away pretty nicely here, but again, PRX, they Seem to be that kind of team that can just conjure a bit of magic. This time, though, it is anything but. And a second for DFM.
Yeah, not too bad with Thrifty. This is fantastic job work. I mean, everything. Hunter's Fury just to force PRX into disarray off that little 3v4. And everything gets broken apart. The stuns, like this is the right call. Exactly what DFM needs because the off player, Divine in this case, gets ultimately pushed off. There's not much that he can do. Even connecting onto the spots where he does rendezvous to with the back off site, he thinks it's safe, but it's not. That said, though, I think PRX somewhat happy with that outcome as well. They baited out some strong weapons, some strong ults as well. Now it's going to be May's turn with his own, the Blade Storm.
Something having a bit of a look in mid.
Enemy tag.
Envy doing the same outside of A. Info is kind of there for PRX, and Devi's rolling in with just the Headhunter for this round. That's pretty bold, but it's worked.
Oh my.
1 for 1. You know, he's kind of just money manning it.
Yeah. I mean, you could have said the same for May, but the fact that he got that done, and now something has a position. TP's out to safety. PRX knows exactly where DFM are. Confirms it too. Oh, something.
PRX being very active on the defense, aren't they? They are really asking a lot of questions of DFM at the moment.
This is a nice spot.
It just buys more time and resources away from DFM's eventual hit as well. They do have some to work off of, though. Relay Bolt, the swing, Recon as well.
Oh, Paranoia will connect onto Envy. Yatsuka eventually does spot him out and does get that Relay Bolt across in time. Kaede and Akame finding the entries onto the B site that are required by DFM. You'd like to think there's not much in this round for PRX. But again, never say never.
Doing careful to try to bait reaction, bait peeks away from DFM, but DFM not giving it to them. So eventually a save. They just didn't really have any other tools for the retake. Guns aside, so not too bad. DFM managed to stabilize right now, and they can continue on with these really quick and offensive hits. Calling the cancels, tempering when they need to, and then eventually grouping back up for the full push. Yatsuka and everyone have done pretty well. The flash from Cess, if Yatsuka hadn't spotted out Envy, that could have been a different round, but managing to do so right at the end. Not too bad. I do wonder if PRX maybe thinks about a timeout, or maybe not. They're kind of happy with everything going so far.
They're coming back. They're coming back.
They're coming back. They were indeed. I mean, Davai's just having a great time, isn't he? Like, he's just died and he's laughing.
I think that's kind of when they play at their best too, PRX, like when they're actually having fun.
They don't seem to be taking this too much to heart at the moment.
Is he gonna do it again? Davai's just going off of Headhunter.
Standing ahead.
Beware the A exec though.
Good way to save a bit of cash. You're right about the A exec though. That dark cover is certainly not going to be stopping them, but Jing with a stinger might well be, as he's still going to be a cause for concern. The wave's coming through now as well, and the spike has been stopped. Jing, a kill with a stinger, then a kill with a classic, and this round is over.
Flawless! Why don't we have sponsors for the Flawless title card? Oh my god, how has he done that? As soon as DFM tries to slip one right past PRX, Jing does it right back! This is incredible!
Yeah, that timing is actually insane from him.
And this is like not something off of a timeout. The players just thought to do it themselves. They've done sneaky plays like this so many times. He even has a classic kill at the end. Forsaken alone on the side too, just has the smokes to play around. That this is peak PRX.
I mean, that was DFM's chance back into the half, and now it's kind of gone up in smoke. They do at least have a buy here. PRX up to 7, and that scoreline is looking pretty threatening right now.
Heard the TP, knows that DFM will be looking to play a little bit more slow and measured. 2 one-ways. Jing has another layer of smoke, so why not? They can continue to toy around, but Devi got hit by the flash.
Yeah, Paranoia caught him. It's all good. Still happy to get out on that line, see what he can see. Cess stays tucked.
Something by middle. It's tempting. Wants to go for that peek. If he hears any noise towards Cat. But it's A-okay so far.
Oh.
Ooh, shot whiffed.
I'm surprised he doesn't get away with that, actually, but both walk away safely. Now a lot of noise being made, and something's like, okay, bro, are you even going to look?
Oh, no, unfortunately not. So it's all down to the AXX once again. Look at the smoke set up by Forsaken.
Drone did spot the player dropping into sight. That is going to be a nice kill to open things up for May, but it's still not going to be the site taken. Davai here to defend with that off. Gets his head ripped off, the swing back on in from something, and remember what he was able to do on this site previously. 13 seconds, Spike needs to be retrieved, and May is caught in no man's land. 8 on the board for PRX. DFM are very much on struggle street here in this series.
You can't, there's no way about this. It's very difficult to stop this kind of momentum when PRX is on this train every single round. And in fact, you can kind of see the pressure building on against DFM. There's a slight disconnect there, and I believe that's why May was just standing still over by Generator. The spike was down, he was calling it for Cess, but you know, it took a little bit of time, and it just leaves angles exposed for PRX to find more kills, and now we might have a very viable 9-3. DFM looking to do what they can in a split push, but look at PRX's position.
PRX's position's not going to matter too much if DFM take their time about getting into A. Which is more or less exactly what is happening. Davai gets one, ports back out. This is a bait and switch because they won't know Forsaken's still in the corner, and now it's his turn to strike. Connection not there. He'll be punished as he tries to TP back away. DFM do actually get in for a plan. Retake now is required for PRX. Drone spot too much. May steps up and take matters into his own hands. This could be an ace for May. Has that dash in the position, ready to go. And just when DFM needed someone to step up, May does just that.
The protagonist. Oh boy. And he just puts the team on his back as well. Doesn't matter, shrugs off the weight immediately. Knows his opponent's last position as well, knows exactly where they're going to be trying to approach from, and perhaps because the door wasn't like fully broken or there wasn't that much pressure just yet, he just manages to find every single bit, and you can witness that mechanical prowess that he brings to the equation.
Halftime.
It's got to be feeling good going into the second half, regardless of what the scoreline is. You are maybe a little bit concerned, but still a possible comeback. I will put some faith and belief into DFM. Certainly that is one of those things that can stop PRX in their tracks.
Yeah, but 8-4 is a pretty tough score to come back from. May's going to need a few more rounds like that one, and probably a little bit more help from the rest of the team.
Really takes a certain kind of player to be able to make these plays. But my goodness. I mean, you called it the bait and switch, right? And like everyone else just porting over too, but lacking some other pieces of utility like smokes and flashes. There only was something with one of the blind sides, and that probably wasn't enough, and they definitely didn't expect May to be hopping off top like that. DFM, more often than not, playing a little bit more stock standard, would have been on site, but May's that one X factor. Go off onto the second half, and now let's see what this comp can get done on the attacking side, but DFM should have their own plays as well. Okay, 3 players all the way back, defender spawn, just looking to pivot off of Monen's notice, and that's going to be a site.
DFM pretty active over on that A side of the map right now, through tree, having a bit of a look towards middle. Not really spotting a whole lot though, so I think the game's gonna have to be up in a second. PRX, what? A bit telegraphed over towards B here, but DFM still not on the rotate. They are backing Kaide to hold that site solo, which I can't imagine is gonna be a particularly comfortable position for him to be in. Smoke's coming through.
3-2-1 swing.
Yeah, they're already kind of out past it. The trip dealt with. Now Paranoia's gone through. It is all on Kaide here. He needs multiple, and he can only get one. He has been kind of left high and dry. Can't expect any more from him, given those circumstances.
Oh, me.
He's being watched for by something. Should not be too big of an issue for PRX. Plant down early. Time ticking away for DFM. Dart through, doesn't spot too much. Now that push starting to come on in. Something will be the focus of attention. He doesn't end up buying a whole lot of time. Now it's time, though, to get past the remaining 3 players on this B site. All sat at the back of site. Jing and Envy connecting, and Davai to finish it off. It's a bit too easy for PRX. They just stand and deliver. 9-4. PRX will take the pistol in the second half and look to close this series out.
Yeah, that's both pistols on this map as well. My goodness. Sheriff's really packing a punch. Although the idea, like, again, you can't blame DFM for what they were trying to do. Initial contact, waiting for the right timing to swing off together, trying to allow for man. It actually does take something down, but onto the individual site, and Envy still on for at least one, if not for Davai. Next round up, PRX. And this is pretty insane too, by the way. Like, aggressive trademark set down. It's the chamber trap, and he actually gets info off of it as to where Kaide's positioned. Not a very common thing. Most players set it up towards the back to watch the flank, which is what Davai's done now. Also a 4-stack pistol onto B.
The crossfire, May, giving away the position though with the shot onto the clone, and something Davai finding their entries pretty nicely. This is shaping up pretty comfortably for PRX. Swarming their way into the site. Another flawless, as we've seen. 3,000 kills for something, like I said. He came in 2 today. 2,963. So he's done a pretty good job. That'd be what, 37 kills for the day?
That's close to a 40 bomb already.
That's a pretty good shout.
Oh my gosh.
It's a pretty illustrious club there as well. Includes Meteor, Buzz, Texture, and Forsaken. So the 5th entry to the 3,000 kills club for VCT Pacific.
Considering he only joined like mid-season in the first year of Pacific for PRX as well, this is impressive stuff. But still, DFM gonna have a crack. They have a full buy in this round. Yatsuka into Wine, but doesn't reveal his location. PRX just working around the map a bit. I mean, DFM does have to play a bit patient, wait out the gate, possible gate crash, but it's not quite there this time around. Bit of contact, but it's more damage to DFM, actually. PRX thinking to group back up. They know that it's probably just a Cypher on B.
Yeah, a little bit of a fake attempt over towards A with that Harbor Util. It doesn't seem to have fooled DFM at all, though. They're on their way over. Got a defensive smoke there as well, a bit of progression smoke to allow some extra players into the B site. PRX are going to have to fight for their positioning, but they've also got a player trying to cut the rotates off. That's Jing that has fallen to May. Plan has now changed for PRX. They've called the cancel on B.
Ooh, something though. Immediately decapitated. The whole team now, this rotation is very clear for DFM and me.
Don't know that you're going to have a huge amount of success trying to bust your way into A, but they are in. They will get a plan, and they have dropped Davai off a tree.
Spike planted.
Again, it comes down to some fancy shooting here from PRX. They just need individuals to pop off. There's a 2-for-1 so far. It's a start. Forsaken's got a rifle. Neither player game to drop inside of that smoke and challenge him for now. There's another angle. This Bulldog starting to get put to work. Smoke will fade though, and it's not favorable. So DFM at least stave off that bonus.
Yeah, not too bad. But still, Bulldog, a lot of bark, just a little bite. Ultimately, the 3v2, 4v3 was still quite a bit to work off of. Had Jing maybe found a little bit more, but this is otherwise incredible work from me to be cognizant of that possible position. Great and quick rotations as well, and this is how fluid or how flexible DFM need to be if they are to match PRX at their pace. It's going to be tricky though, because broken ankles, sometimes you rotate a little bit too much or too fast.
This goes here.
It's always going to be tricky. PRX, what's their game plan going to be? Slowing things down a little bit this time around. They have their own weapons. But let's have a listen in to DFM. See what they can find.
まあトラップだね。これやめよう。これやめよう。
ミッドドルマス、ミッドドルマス。待って。
俺が見て。
どこミッドかぶって。
いいよ。
今ドローますね。今ドローますね。
見てる。メインパスほぼないかもワイン。一応見れてる。ショットパスわかんない俺ら。
一番これどかしたい。一番もかもし。書いてない。これどかそう。
いやいや。
読んでいく。あ、いや。
せーの。このまま俺目見るわ。TP さんと TP。B ドロン。ちょっと見るね。はい、オッケー。いるわ。
カバーいける。
ファングルメイン止めてる。4メインいる。はい、B メイン木で止めてる。
Something on a big lurk, doesn't quite manage to get the timing right. Akame turns around just in time. PRX, they're still going to commit to the bit. This B site is where they want to go. They are walking into a pretty serious crossfire here. The jump just throwing off Sessa's aim, and Envy out of nowhere, the double entry, picking up the 3K. Oh, how PRX get into that B site, I don't know, but they're in there and they have a player advantage.
Hunter's Fury as well could use it in this post plant just as an early precaution. At the same time, Davai.
Yeah, I think Davai's the precaution. Or is there a shoulder there? Kaide seems to think so, and that's going to be the end of Jing. Envy on 30 HP here, probably not game to pull the Hunter's Fury. Davai has a whiffed, and it's on to Envy to get the ace. The dart through, Kaide not spotted, but Envy gets his own ace. That is criminal that he gets away with that round.
How on earth? But he's just so good at these moves. Way back then, when he was on Team Secret, even doing similar things. So the whole approach from PRX in this round, you watch the Cove and how they work around it, setting it up as a slight progression smoke, but because it's a shield as well, they kind of dip in and out of it, and just that little stutter step, he's so good onto it. Works off at the 3K, has information off of his teammates.
Timeout.
He just saves it out as well.
Oh, disaster. Despair on the faces of DFM now. They know their game is pretty much gone at this point, but might as well try and time out. 11-5, I don't think you're coming back from that. The problem for DFM here has been there's just been way too many advantageous rounds that they have let slip away to the individual brilliance on the side of PRX.
It really is. Every single player, and that's the hive mind right there. I mean, this form today, they were pretty close onto it in that T1 game as well, but okay. Different ideas on Summit, very fundamentally strong, but onto Ascent, and everything's just clicking and flowing every single round. Yeah. DFM are going to be broke. It's kind of feels like a likely map and series point for PRX after this one, but we'll see what they can do. Always going to want to believe we do have a lot of Japanese fans in the audience as well. They have the correct stack so far onto A site, crossfires and everything.
Cover going out.
This is just a tentative approach from PRX, though. I mean, they have seen a lone Cypher on B so many times.
Here.
As long as they do their due diligence. But Recon's already been spent. Envy still has the drone. Gonna see if they can apply a bit of pressure to B site initially, perhaps.
A few pings happening over on B again for
They're trying to
wall.
sell a fake.
Yeah, something probably not too bad at that alongside Jing. But now back over towards A, and they are going to walk into the Lion's Den, it would seem. There's a lot of DFM players set up there. That drone spotting out May at least. Maybe one or two more. Something gathering a little bit more info here as well, and trying to combine with the Hunter's Fury. It's not really been successful in the end. Something, though, gets the gun out, and he gets himself another 3K, another miracle round. He should not get away with that. DFM letting themselves down again.
PRX, oh my god. Poster child. He just doesn't commit any mistake, even when it looks like he's doing something wrong. Sits down, crouches through, sprays down. Jing gets the last one.
Match point.
This is insane.
It was looking like a poor round for PRX. You know, they throw in that dimensional drift. They try to combine it with the Hunter's Fury. Hunter's Fury doesn't really get anything done.
Yeah.
And then out of nowhere, something just gets away with it. 19 HP. You needed one more bullet here. The trade is not clean enough from Yatsuka. And at that point, Cess, I mean, even if he does get the trade, it's probably too far gone by then anyway. So,
Yeah.
DFM.
You chalk it up to the guns. But here we go.
Play,
Blade Storm Judge. Oh my god.
Oh, up close and personal, Yatsuka could make amends for that last round. It's a big setup over towards B this time around. Paranoia as well should be a good one, but Decoy going forward. Davai is the one that in the end gets baited by Yatsuka, who held his trigger finger nicely.
Shock darts could break trips though.
Wall's gone up over on A as well. Drone out. Meanwhile, you do have something that's kind of lurking around in middle. Kaide falling on the side. Trades are in from Akame, but he's also down. Realistically, Forsaken's got a bit of room to get a plant here, and a lot of
TP.
this... Yeah, that's true. He will TP. A lot of this comes down to, I think, what something can do to try to cut this rotate off. DFM, I'm not sure if this is a fake TP.
Waiting for the plant.
Yeah.
It's still like, it would be a 3v1 against something. There's no way he gets away with it. No way. Mei, Cess, Yatsuka, they all have a full kit.
They might not all get to the site. Something hears them, and he is surely on for at least a couple here. Oh, the trigger finger is itchy, but he does manage to get that kill onto Cess. Up and over the top. The kill doesn't come through, barely even any damage at all onto something. This round is starting to fall apart. Something picking the pace up. Now it's Forsaken in the 1v1 against the overdriving Yatsuka. He knows exactly where he is, and the swing is enough this time for DFM. Forsaken is screaming into his mic. It could have been done there, but DFM survive.
By golly, do they. Anticipated it as well. Just kind of miscalculated the velocity at which this slide goes through. Gotta love it, though. I mean, their opponents are playing well. They themselves are playing well. PRX. Again, Forsaken. And who on earth makes a TP like that, by the way? Drops down off of Generator, gets the drop against Kaide, who is just kind of getting bullied on this map. As good of a job as he does, he's back on the B site now.
Well, PRX going to try again. See if they can finish this game off. This time, something on a bit of an expedition in towards Tree with the help of a decoy of his own. Envy dropped in the middle. A few of these aim duels starting to go the way of DFM now. One pulled back by Forsaken, and Jing, scary prospect.
Something, what?
How's he even done that? Was it a gate crash? I don't even know, but oh, he gets nothing done, and that was a double-fisted table slam. I can tell you that for free.
Off to B main.
Round's still open here for PRX, although Forsaken having dropped will make matters a little bit worse. Cage keeping Kaide safe for the moment. PRX hoping for a mistake, and they get it. Oh dear. Mei and Kaide both falling. That should not be so easy for PRX. Plant down now. Jing has the ulti available.
You're kidding. Cess. He's going to be marked. PRX are fully aware of where their opponents are coming from, and this... Okay.
Okay, fast lane. Bit of tags in here from Davai. He's going to have to port back into Boathouse. It is now a double stack from PRX in that position. DFM looking to clear it out, but you know how sharp these PRX players can be. Davai for one. Oh, and not quite the second. DFM survive again at the hands of Yatsuka this time. They will not go down without a fight.
5 rounds away, though. 5 more for an overtime. PRX are just making DFM work for their money. Oh, he knows he almost had it.
It wasn't quite the double-fisted table slam. But he wanted it. He wanted it.
A step far up front, and that could have been a different story, but my goodness, DFM. This series, this map is absolutely delivering, and you just can't help but cheer for both sides. Fire with fire, and DFM are still able to match PRX at their pace, the slight adjustments around. I honestly kind of liked what Kaede was trying to do around that progression cove that Jing loves to set up on this BXX. He stands out towards the far back of it, has a cage, so he would hear if someone steps in, and that could then be the trigger for him to, well, pull his own trigger. But instantly, as soon as the barriers drop, like PRX clearly, human benchmark test, they have the quicker reaction speed and instantly take down those two players, down to the 2v2. Yasuka still saves out the round, but all right, there's still several rounds more to go. Holding on to some shotguns, DFM, PRX themselves, maybe with the Sheriffs. But to try and slow things down for now.
These are the kinds of rounds where PRX sometimes do their best work, though.
You're not wrong.
Orb secured over towards A and towards B. So even if it's not going to happen in this round, PRX thinking about the long game. Something will have the dimensional drift next round.
That's right. Okay.
Surprising that you would get the Hunter's Fury invested in this round, given that PRX are on an eco. I suppose, again, DFM, they can't really afford to be holding anything back at this point. They just need every single round, and this one looks to be well within hand. Jing finished off at the end there. So 12-8. DFM now with their third round in a row, but they still need another 4 in a row.
That's right. And the question is, during those 4 rounds, will we get a timeout from PRX? It feels like Alex might have pushed the button. Because what we're seeing right now, it's DFM making incredibly lovely adjustments to PRX's executes. They know exactly where that gate crash is going to land. They know exactly where those coves, progression coves, are going to be. They heard that Altor being picked up, and that's why Akame decided to go fishing with the Hunter's Fury, and he has managed to catch on towards Envy. It's enough of information for the rest of the team to get themselves set up on the A side. Yatsuka just has really come into his own in these last few rounds. Can that keep up, though? And does PRX decide to swap up their execute?
Yeah, I think they probably will here. Alex and Wendler, they'll be looking at things from the coaching booth and saying, okay, you guys are having a bit too much fun. Enough's enough. You know, you've pretty much won this series. Let's just get it over the line here. Let's lock it in. Make sure this is a 13-8. So bring out, you know, something a little bit more than just these miscellaneous sort of pick-based, push-based kind of rounds where they're trying to maybe get away with a little bit too much against DFM. So I would be expecting that we do see PRX kind of lock in on this round. Try something a little bit more standard.
Time to put the boys on their leashes to vie with the op, and you can kind of tell this is where the game's probably going to slow down a little bit. If DFM starts to get a little bit too loose as well, they themselves are going to get caught out. We're red-handed. So 2-1-2 set up for DFM. PRX already have the ultimates too.
You're right about this slowing down. Look at how reserved PRX are from the outset here. Passive in every part of the map. This is by every meaning of the word a default setup.
DFM themselves as well, but May, hearing the drone, starting to get into position.
Nothing to come from that position, to be sure.
The real hits on towards A.
Well, there's a bit of space being taken over by B. I'm not sure at this point whether or not we will see a commitment from PRX on either side of the map. It looks like they're just happy to take some space. So they've got A main, they've got B main. That's going to give them now some options. Perhaps they still look to explore middle a little bit here with 55 seconds left on the clock. That gate crash going forward. Not going to be taken by something.
That's going to keep Kami out towards market. Oh, May.
You do have the 3 players over towards B. So again, not a bad setup for DFM, but something is going to be having a little bit of a look-see to figure out what that setup does look like. He doesn't come out of that ulti the better for it. 2 for 1 on the entry is not quite good enough here for PRX. They need another one, and that Cloud Burst is going to slow them down, which they can't really afford with only 20 seconds left on the clock. Cess came across as well. The siren well reinforced, but Akami goes down as The garage door falls as well. 13 seconds here. PRX with their backs against the wall. Can they find a way to find that recipe to success? It would seem no is the answer, as Cess gets the 2 important kills. And again, DFM hold PRX off.
This time at the hands of Cess. He cooks up his own storm too. 3 more rounds now. Are we starting to believe the op and everything, but it doesn't really find any targets? And for everything that DFM does, they do well with the composition that they employ, actually. Getting information off that one updraft, everyone gets set up as well and into different positions. Ultimately, PRX cannot break it past into the actual points of B. But what is this now? Aggressive.
This is a little bit of something from DFM. They want to take the fight to PRX. There's 2 players around that corner, though. That could be a mistake from Yatsuka. He had no backup, and he swung into 2. Luckily for DFM, May gets one on the other side of the map, maintains the 4-on-4.
It is a weapon, I believe, handed over onto PRX now. Looking to group their forces on towards this A hit. Something kind of maybe to lurk around, get a drop in on timing, perhaps. Oh, that's the reckoning.
Once again, DFM have got the numbers where they need them to be. Question is whether they're going to have any impact on this round at all. It's just waves everywhere. As PRX try to work their way in. Cess can't get more than just the 1, but Davai and Jing are so low on HP. All it's going to take is a little tickle to get the better of them, and something's now down. Davai as well. Just Jing left alive. DFM are coming alive on the defense. This was supposed to be an easy finish for PRX, and now it is anything but.
What was the score from way back then? Oh my gosh. It makes you wonder if we're going to have another timeout. Alex does not approve. Neither does Wendler. Wild TP out into the open. Slight trade. But the execute definitely not quite clean enough. All the damage ticked over. Players down to low HP. I was a bit concerned, but DFM are up to it. And May with his own operator as well is starting to become a bit of an obstacle for PRX as well. So could also be a linchpin for PRX to work around if they have a set plan for it. All they need is that one good, solid round after all. But you're never quite sure. Both sides definitely fighting for everything though, but a little bit more so for DFM, who need the championship points, who need the wins just to get themselves through, maybe into playoffs, if not to have a bit more confidence inside of play-ins.
Well, back to it. Now push really comes to shove for PRX. It was all fun and games for a little while. Now though this is starting to get serious, could DFM really make this happen? Could they push us through to a 3rd on split today?
I think it's possible. Oh.
Watching here.
Back to middle.
Enemy mark.
Drone spots a player in mid.
Take flight.
Kame will send his own drone out just to re-clear middle.
Oh my gosh. All of this is just like resource management, of baiting out the drone and everything. May's starting to sweat a little.
There.
And without other info gathering tools, you're just not sure where PRX is probably going to end up, which is why Kaide uses his own body to check in towards B main.
Decoy, not enough this time for something, and if that's all you're going to do as PRX, I don't think it's going to be enough to fool DFM. They've seen that trick before a number of times on this map even.
Oh yes. Yasuka's seen him.
Kame smoked off for the moment, does allow a bit more room for Forsaken. There's again another variation on the wall towards B. PRX going to try their hand at it. They're just walking through the smokes though, and that is just not going to work out. Forsaken this time taken down.
30 seconds left.
It's a 3v5. PRX are just not having any success with this contact style. Yatsuka could peek on the timing, or he could just wait for the push to come through. It's a real mess on both sides. Jin gets the better of it somehow. They still have to get into the site, though, with 15 seconds left on the clock. I mean, I don't know how you possibly could hope that this will work out. Kaide and Akame take it to 11, and there is now 1 round in it.
I think PRX are going to be a little bit worse for the next round, too. Not the fullest of buys. So for both timeouts, unfortunately, PRX cannot quite get it over the finishing line. Every hit, I mean, it's tricks, it's little plays that DFM have gotten used to by this point. That hold by short does quite a bit.
Let's go!
Just feeling all the support from the fans within the audience as well.
6 in a row here.
Ooh, okay. Forced off the line initially. May still setting himself up too. Not playing around middle this time. I'll say that. Going back towards a short. Really gonna try the same thing, but with more support this time.
Yatsuka out in no man's land. To take the percentage play, that is to back up in towards the site. Doesn't close the door. Just drops the fast lane to try and slow PRX down. There's the first couple, PRX. Surely this is not happening, but such is the case as we get to overtime. DFM wins 7 in a row.
Switching sides.
All for overtime. And you can best bet this team is alive. May, such recognition, despite getting blinded. He tanks the flash. Still has the perfect crosshair placement for the shot and his team all around him. Instantly recognizing that's just going to be a one-dimensional hit coming out from PRX. It's set play for set play. Cess immediately goes into set-up mode. Tosses out the flash in case there's a push out from main. Sets up more smokes so that the team has space to work around on the site. Fantastic, but you go back over to PRX on defense. They have struggled for numerous rounds now, but we'll see if they can bring themselves back from the brink. Davai onto this glass cannon op.
PRX maybe a bit more comfortable over on the defense, though. We'll see how that ends up panning on out. Davai spotted May on the way into B. So info will be there for Envy that the cross has come through. PRX lose 1. Envy is the key here. Cannot afford to be dropping on that site. Does a good job of dealing with May, and PRX again look just so much cleaner on that defense. So they give themselves another series point.
Switching sides.
Which puts them, oh my god, once again at the cusp. Series point. But it's kind of like the eventuation of the meta itself as well. You're going set hit for set hit, and that's what DFM just did as an attempt into the B site. Who's going to be the one calling this timeout? It's PRX.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's probably PRX because they are moving on to the side where they've had the problems, right? You know, they have tried everything really on this attack. They've tried the set hits, they've tried those executes, they've tried like the weird goofy rounds where something's just going to kind of walk his way in middle or gate crash somewhere different. It seems like nothing's really working. DFM have a really great read on what PRX is bringing on the attack here. Importantly, again, for PRX, they've got to find a way to get these opening picks. If they're going to hit these sites, they need those openers, and that has not really been happening for them. So another conversation to be had here probably about how do we possibly actually get in, get an entry, get an advantageous post plan, because at that point you can back yourself to win it, but getting there has been the trouble for PRX.
The set hits are just not quite working out, and for everything that you can try and do with the Yoru clones, it's just always constantly getting quickly broken and answered by with DFM in their current positions. I feel like they kind of need to slow things down a bit, look for picks. It's not really well and truly PRX-esque of them, but slowing things down a touch for now. Back to Yoru defaults. Might force DFM to slow things down as well. This is the first time we're seeing an actual TP.
Oh, again, this is what I'm talking about. These rounds, you know, it's kind of like, okay, just try to make something happen. Ironic phrasing.
and then nothing happens. You know, he's as an individual being asked to just conjure anything, and he's unable to do it. And then PRX is like, well, I guess what should we do now? What's plan B? They've run out of ideas.
There's no one really working around him either, and May's just so wise to it. But
That's
it
good
does
space.
give them, yeah, a bit of spacing. A split again.
Tavai needs to hit this shot, and he can't. That is such a clean swing from May. Looks like we might be going to OT2, unless there's a PRX miracle in here somewhere. Again, all that util getting dumped in onto the A site. Envy has got himself the opener. And Cess making a lot of noise on the side, but still getting the better of Forsaken. There's 2 players here to defend, and 2 players will be enough, it would seem. Jing alone. 30 seconds to his name, and Kaide with a headshot waiting for him. 13-13, it's overtime number 2.
Switching sides.
We go again. The pathing is just so, in a sense, obvious by now for DFM. You know someone's going to be swinging out the left side of the smoke. Someone's going to be pushing out or jumping around generator. And Cess is just like so ready. He's like one of those baseball catchers with the giant mitts waiting for it. Wendler's just immediately in cooking mode, trying to do whatever he can if DFM does call a timeout, but that kind of hinges on PRX getting a good, solid defense.
Tavai seen with that aggressive move, doesn't want to swing too far. Tree control was lost. Something down now as well. This could be the opening that DFM needs. They need to find themselves an attacking around. Forsaken and Tavai desperate to try to hold on. Akame and May doing the work that needs to be done, and Envy can't stabilize it this time. So Jing, with no idea where these 2 remaining attackers are coming from, has to try to put this round together.
Kaide. This is more than slipping the net. Jing gives them the space they're looking for, plays it safe, considers the B side even, but ultimately, depending on where their spike gets planted, it's the Hunter's Fury that you kind of need to watch out for. Sets up a flank. Does he go A main or short? It's short.
It's a long flank to make. Door's shut though, so it's going to give away his position. Breaks the glass as well, just to put that element of doubt in the mind of DFM as to where exactly he's going to come from. But this crossfire should be impossible to break. Where's he going? DFM have map point.
Thought to use the Cove as a fake, put himself back up on towards Heaven for a separate angle, but well peeked DFM. And this time their attack actually works out. They managed to overwhelm the site. Nothing too much then from PRX. The rotation's a little bit slower this time around too. And DFM just managed to flood everything. The gates are open.
It's a little bit more alive in the DFM viewing party now. They were not quite so lively in that first map, certainly not in that first half either. Ooh. May gives the game away. There's an op over towards A, but again, if PRX go here, there's 3 players already set up, and Yatsuka has opened the account. This could be map 3. May with another one. And PRX, they have some salvaging to do. Tavai and Forsaken will be the ones that leading that charge. An elusive attacking round being put together from the depths of nowhere. The door's going down, the fight is in. Envy survives, and so too, you would think, will PRX. This could be a triple OT. Kaide looking to be the hero for DFM, but how do you break this high-low? It is impossible, and a 3rd OT will be required.
Oh my goodness. Just so much going on. You got to break that down again. Oh, initial contact, man. Yatsuka flash with a paranoia swing. Oh, it's so good initially, but as soon as PRX quickly gets switched onto it as well, they just double down, take down May off of his open line. He knows that he's near the finish, so he starts to go a little bit too aggressive. And then you've got the shock darts and everything to finish off as well.
Standing ahead.
Back to the defense.
Oh, Forsaken's playing a dangerous game. That paranoia, it can't come through quick enough. He gets the better of Yatsuka in the end. Every kill feels like it's on a tenterhooks right now. Both teams holding on by their fingernails.
Oh no!
With a duel that goes wrong. Could this be the straw that breaks the camel's back for DFM? They are capitulating in this attacking round. And that is PRX with yet another chance at closing this series out.
Like you said, even the slightest of slip-ups and it starts to feel like that could be it. May's aim, the slight stutter steps. And things are definitely, as they do in overtime, start to come loose.
Yeah, it becomes less about the strategies and the setups and the ideas and the this and the that. It's about who can shoot who better. I think Davai's losing his mind. I'm losing my mind. Everyone is at this point.
Still, though, a chance for DFM to keep things going. PRX already making all their ways down middle.
Oh, Kame, that drone actually hasn't seen the two close players.
Anticipates it, though. Yatsuka immediately porting over to get himself onto that fountain top. No.
Okay, Crash back out here for something who wants to take this duel with the assistance of the drone a little bit in tandem together this time for PRX. Something has a very advanced position as a result. Again, though, they're going to test themselves by trying an entry in towards A. It will be the tree position that is under pressure again. Envy through that smoke and can't capitalize. Yatsuka for the double. Meanwhile, by the way, the other two are trying to work their way out onto the A side, and that has just not worked. Something unable to activate in mid either. We are surely going again. Forsaken, though, has other ideas. A 1v5 is required. Has the spike, has some time to work with. Door not shut, so he's going to go having a bit of a look here to see if he can find May, and he might just run into a couple. Forsaken pulls the smoke at the wrong time. We go again.
Had no other choice. He was thinking about the best possible scenario. Smoke things off, immediately go for a plant just to extend the timer. But oh boy, what a play, Yatsuka.
I think DFM really know what something is up to at the moment. They have been so aware of his shenanigans.
Every single attack round that PRX is on. I mean, they themselves ran the Yoru too. Every team was at some point.
Timeout.
But, man.
What do you even say at this point as a coach? Like, I really have to question whether or not there's anything to say beyond, okay, let's just have a little break here.
Beyond some strats, yeah, you could definitely say, you know, cool your jets, right?
If you had any strats, surely they've been used by now.
A lot of it, but you still see different building blocks and things that you can work off of. You know, Davai is always on an op somewhere. Maybe you want to slow things down. That has been kind of the theme for both sides in a lot of these attacking rounds. The set hits aren't quite the, you know, be-all and end-all of these rounds anymore. At the same time, though, like, the trick plays for something is not always going to be workable. He's trying to go off of something more, you know, defaultish, give himself escape routes with the gate crash instead of cutting space and pushing in. But in this, in that previous instance, lurk play definitely not the key, although it does buy at least one player away from anchoring the site. After this, then it's just how do you work against this anchor potential that Davai constantly brings in. So immediate pressure down middle.
Yeah, fast play from DFM coming here. PRX going to be tested over towards B. They have numbers there and a smoke now as well, just to cover off one side. Davai is tagged up pretty substantially, but all he has to do is click once to have an impact on this round, and that is exactly what's required. One from him, one from Envy, and once again, PRX are charging their way towards a series point. Davai on 20 HP has 3. And Cess will surely not get anything done here. It will be finished off again. PRX have another chance.
Did you see that? I don't know if Observer didn't catch it because he didn't think Davai would have gotten in for more peaks, but he does. First shot, sure. Second one, the third. He even gets one as a slight wallbang against Cess, and that's extra pressure, which unfortunately forces Cess to make a move around.
Just makes it look so easy, doesn't he, Davai? barely flinching.
I'm genius or what?
Couple of fist bumps. Will it be
Up for
this
up?
time?
Okay, Mei versus Davai. That's what this comes down to. You can't peek into this.
You certainly can. I don't know if it would be advised, and that's exactly what's going to occur. Mei opening the account. Now Davai back on the line, but Mei doesn't care. Something this time, having success in mid. That's what we've been waiting for all along. But it comes at the cost of 2 players towards B main. PRX, is this enough? The swing is in. It's a double swing. Envy for the trade. He's under pressure from Yatsuka. There's another trade and something in the 1v1.
Oh no.
Can drop a plant, has the dimensional drift if he needs it to maybe get out of jail free, spot some info.
Says in a 1v1 clutch, I don't know. I don't know if DFM has it.
Hands will be shaking now. Cess has so much to try and clear out. He has no info on the side at all. And something so calm in these kinds of clutches has been the big player in this game for PRX. He's got 8 bullets to do it with. Cess creeping his way forward, has to make a bit of noise, tosses that paranoia through. This might be it. Finally it's done. PRX get to 17 and it was a damn hard-fought victory. But they get the 2-0 today over DFM.
And as you called it as well, just down to something right at the very end. Just when he was needed the whole time in overtime, or even the 7 rounds leading up to it. He was always pushed off of his lines, broken apart, but he just finds the right pivotal moment. Mei comes in a little bit too hot, gets the right crosshair placement as Mei peeks back in towards mid. PRX overtime and everything. DFM fights tooth and nail as well. What a series this has been.
I think you have to give some credit to DFM. That was a very well-played game from them. I mean, they're going up against PRX, a team that is touted to be one of the best in the world. Let's not forget that. Yes, it's a 2-0, but DFM really gave them a run for their money. It is a bitter pill to swallow, though. To pull off a 7-0 comeback, to pull it into OT, then to lose it in, what I think, a 5th overtime. But again, this is why PRX is held in such high regard. They get themselves the dub, their first dub on the board for this split of VCT. So, work to be done, of course, for PRX going forward, but they've still got that X factor, they've still got that pizzazz that we all love.
So many takeaways too. I mean, things to learn from their summit comp and how they work around it, but DFM have to walk away with their heads held high. They did so much. Mei with that ace, Envy with his own. Oh my god, this was a banger. We didn't even get to split, but let's toss it down over onto the stage soon enough. Let's hear it from the winner, PRX.
네, 오늘의 슈퍼스타죠. PRX의 썸띵 선수 만나보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. GG Something. 가장 먼저 방금 있었던 어센트 경기 3번의 타임아웃이 공격에서 나왔는데요. 하면서 기분은 어땠는지, 그리고 왜 이렇게 힘들었던 건지 물어보도록 할게요. Congratulations Something, but that was like what, 3 timeouts on attack?
Yeah.
What was it like playing that never-ending attacker side, and why was it hard for you?
It was really stressful to close the game on the attack side because I mean, look, we have a specific comp for a defense, but we didn't settle our attack side. I mean, we did our best in attack side. I think we started pretty strong when we changed the side, but I mean, it's hard, you know.
일단 상당히 스트레스 많이 받는 공격대였고, 그리고 어쩔 수 없는 게 이제 이 조합을 들고 나와서 수비 관련해서는 좀 전략을 많이 짜놨는데 공격대는 그에 비해서 좀 준비가 미흡하지 않았나라고 얘기를 하면서, 사실 공격대도 시작은 잘 했는데 왜 이렇게 힘들어진 건지는 모르겠다라고 얘기를 해줬습니다. 그리고 상당히 많은 조합을 들고 최근에 좀 실험실을 오픈한 PRX인데 좀 구체적으로 이 실험의 계획은 어떻게 되는지 물어보고 싶네요. You guys have been, you know, showing up with new comps, multiple maps, experimenting. But when it comes to how you guys look at it long term, what are the schedules for experiments? Like, are you supposed to come up with new comps every day? How does it work? Who comes up with the comps? Are you free to try anything?
I mean, obviously, yes, we are free to try everything what we want, but usually it comes from the coaches, and then they wanna try something, and then we are just discussing what should we try, what should we not. And I mean, when it's gonna stop, I have no idea. It's a question not for me, it's for the coaches, I think.
Do you like experimenting though?
Yeah. I mean, it's fun to play. For example, right now I play on Sage. Some of the maps I also have some different agents. So yeah, it's definitely fun.
일단 계속해서 실험을 하는데 조합 같은 경우에는 아무래도 감코진이 먼저 제안을 하고 그리고 이 조합을 제시를 했을 때 이걸로 뭘 할 수 있을까에 대한 아이디어를 팀원들이 함께 상의를 한다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그래서 이렇게 좀 다양한 실험적인 픽을 하다 보면 썸띵 선수는 개인적으로 어떻게 느끼냐 했더니 오늘 서밋에서 세이지도 그렇고 좀 다양한 요원들을 할 수 있어서 본인도 재밌다. 근데 이 실험이 언제 끝날지는 모르겠다라고 얘기를 해줬습니다. 말씀해주신 대로 서밋에서 세이지를 잡았는데 이 부분에 대해서도 좀 들어보고 싶네요. Yeah, speaking of Sage on Summit, what was it like for you? And was it hard trying to implement Sage?
I mean, not really. I've been playing on Sage for the past 2 or 3 weeks when Summit came out, so not at all. I mean, yeah, it's not that hard to play on Sage. You know, you just throw a slow ball, heal the people around. You know, that's it.
Okay. 그 서밋 나오자마자 사실 세이지를 2-3주간 연습을 해왔기 때문에 그렇게 힘들거나 어렵지는 않았고 그리고 뭐 세이지라는 요원 자체가 그냥 벽치고 그 다음에 그 굿을 던지고 하는 거니까 그닥 어려운 점은 없었다고 얘기를 하네요. 마지막으로 또 물어보고 싶은 게 믹스는 혹시 이제 빠이빠이인 걸까요? 믹스, is he gone for good?
Sorry, Mix?
Yeah.
It's okay. Like for me, it's fun to play with this agent because people just don't know how to play versus this agent. But the ulti, I think Riot, you need to do something with the ulti. Ulti, it's like nothing on the map, you know.
Okay. You're experimenting for the developers. Okay. 사실 믹스가 팀에 있을 때 상대가 어떻게 믹스를 상대할지 모르니까 굉장히 재밌기는 한데 근데 라이엇 개발자분들께 제발 이 궁이 좀 쓸모없는 것 같기 때문에 궁을 좀 바꿔줘야 되지 않나 라고 얘기를 해줬습니다. 그리고 다음 상대 KRX거든요. 어떤 경기 예상하는지도 들어보도록 할게요. Next up is KRX. We don't know if they're gonna keep their triple duelist comps, but what are your expectations?
I hope they're gonna keep triple duelist. I just wanna play versus that. I mean, we played before in 2024. I remember 3 duelists. I mean, I think it's fun to play versus, and we never faced it on the stage before. So I wish they're gonna play 3 duelists. See how is it, you know?
Do you feel like you're gonna come up with new comps to counter that?
I don't know. I actually have no idea.
KRX가 3타격대를 그대로 가지고 나올 것 같은데 사실 페이퍼렉스도 예전에 3타격대를 했었기 때문에 재밌을 것 같기도 하고 사실 3타격대를 직접 해봤지 상대해본 적은 없기 때문에 너무 재밌을 것 같다고 얘기를 하고요. 그리고 이 KRX를 상대로 좀 카운터픽을 가져올지는 아직 모르겠다고 얘기를 했습니다. 이렇게 해서 썸띵 선수 만나봤습니다. Thank you Something for your insights and for your time and best of luck against KRX.
Thank you.
That should be an exciting match to watch. Something seemed way too excited to say, oh, I hope KRX bring out the triple duelist. But of course, before that, they take down DFM. But not before a very, very close, very, very drawn out series.
I think nothing is more PRX than this. Everyone knows they love giving their fans and Alex a heart attack. It's just, it's how it's supposed to be. It's how it always has been. Credit to DFM. They fought their way back into this game incredibly well. I think we can see so much more from them as the year progresses. But PRX just too good when it really hits that crunch time and they get it across the line in 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, totally agree. I think DFM, it's always rough to start attacking side of Ascent, but didn't really get that much done on their attacking side outside of some ecos. You really got to give it to them though. The comeback on defense was pretty phenomenal to watch, and I really think they had some opportunities to close that series, but in classic PRX fashion, they're able to grind it out and have a win in an overtime after the rough one against T1 just the other gate.
Yeah, this was just incredible, and what a showing from DFM to be able to actually get that medal to draw out the series. Even on Ascent, they were down. I forgot what the scoreline was.
12-5.
12-5. There you go. And to manage to be able to pull this out, it was incredible. Very close, but not just quite in the face of PRX from DFM. But yes, PRX doing PRXy things. And just
Yeah.
yeah, PRX things just like that. Sometimes, sometimes you have some funky rounds that go on. Yeah, our guest over here to our side is like nodding and being like, yep, that's what happens. Because we have Devi here on the desk with us to join us for a quick interview. You look at this card. I want to get right into this and start the interview like a little bit early before we show you actually on the desk, because I wanted to ask, something said that like it was because your comp on Ascent wasn't exactly catered towards the attack. How did you feel about the attacking half?
I think it's kind of risky still because we just changed to chamber recently because I decided that I'm bored playing Vice. And yeah, I was like, yeah, maybe I'll try chamber, guys, because the rest of the boys get to play new agent. For example, as you can see, Jing is playing on Harbor.
Yeah.
And Forsaken has been rocking on Mix and stuff. Then I was like, yo, what about me?
Yeah,
I want to
like,
play something.
You want to get something new.
I want to play something new as well. So yeah, there we go.
I mean, you did a great job there, topping the scoreboard for your team, 28 kills.
Thank
So
you, thank
hopefully Alex will listen and we get to see more chamber from you in the future. So I mean, I really want to ask, now you guys, we know you're in champs. You have those champs points, so it is secured. What's the mentality like in the team for this split? Because I think a lot of people are thinking, is it just about experimentation? Is it about peaking at the right time? Are you still wanting to really get the wins? What's the mindset?
I think for stage 2, our focus is to win all the unlosable rounds. Like as you guys can see, we're struggling a lot when it comes to pistol round, drifties, and post plan. So this kind of things that we are focusing on. Like if we win, we win. But if we lose, it's also okay. But obviously, like we want to go to Busan because that's the final for stage 2, right?
Yes.
So I would love to. But yeah, we're just focusing on the small things, and after that, we just sitting at the side enjoying popcorn. Oh, who's gonna qualify for champ? I'll see you.
Hey, that's a pretty good spot to be in, right? Kicking your feet up, getting a little comfy. I wanted to ask because, as you mentioned, there are a lot of rounds that are quote unquote just PRX rounds, PRX things. What is the most common mistake that happens in these rounds? Because we see how close a lot of these rounds are, and usually it's just one mistake, somebody catches you off guard, gets a 3K on the other side.
Mostly when one of us decided to be hero, just trying to end the round like on himself. Like for example, I think there's one round. He knew about it. It was Forsaken. I think he's in B. I was flanking and stuff. Then he decided to go for hero plays. Then I was like, I need some confidence, But it's okay. Like those kind of thing, it's fine. And also, I think I only calling this because I remember those rounds.
Yeah.
There's this one round Summit where I was flanking with the Viper ult, and I knew that the A was clear. I said like, guys, you don't have to do anything. Just don't die. But when they heard this kind of thing, they'll be like, I need to pick, I think. so I think there's a little bit of language barrier going on with the boys. Like, so yeah.
How much freedom do you guys have as a team? Because people talk about it a lot of like losing advantages and like over peaking, but confidence is so important, especially for you guys. And you can all make magic happen. So how much freedom are you guys allowed in the rounds in those advantage situations?
Oh, too much freedom, I would say.
You want it to be tighter?
Too much. Yep. I mean, like the thing about too much freedom is good when you kind of like doing great against the opponent, but the thing is when you're playing very high stake games, then when you like having freedom, then you do plays, and when the plays didn't happen, then after a few rounds you get the pressure comes to it hits you after. And like I think in Valorant, when you want to like recover from it, when the pressure hits, it's kind of like too late already. So it's like
I mean, touching on what you were talking about with like some of the post plants and the discipline and the close rounds and things like that, like you come from a CS background where usually you have one caller or you have keywords or you have protocols or something like that. Is there stuff like that you're implementing into your game, or is there like a keyword or a protocol that you guys have been talking about lately that other people can use or in their own teams or in their own games and things like that?
I think we do have something like, for example, if you have a good timing that you are flanking and stuff, we just call it like radio, Like that means like you guys don't have to do anything. But I tried with my team today, but it doesn't work. So I guess you guys can give it a try, guys. So yeah, just go, when you are flanking that you have a space, then just go radio. Let's see. Your random rank teammate might do better than my boys.
Well, maybe the chances are higher if you have a team that will actually listen to you. I wanted to ask you in particular because as we saw on Ascent, usually when there are a lot of these rounds that your boys decide to play hero and go peak or whatever, you're usually the one that comes out of the clutch that usually needs to pull the team out of this little rut. What do you think it is that you have that you're able to do this?
Sorry, come again. Last part is what?
Like, why do you think you're able to come in the clutch every time, or when the team is like needs that person to pull around together?
I don't know. I mean, like, I'm kind of used to being alone on an island, like by myself. Like, I think that there's something that kind of like my role. So I think I have to be good at like closing the round, like even when I'm like anchoring the side as defender or whatsoever. But going for the hero plays and stuff, like, it's good, you know. But if I don't clutch, then it's gonna be really bad, because like that means like we're gonna talk about, oh guys, like we should have done that, like, you know, like you're letting Lish to do all the difficult things and stuff. So yeah, I think when all these talks come, then that's where the pressure hitting all of us, you know. Yeah, especially when, you know, you have Chef at the back, you know.
He's angry.
Yeah.
So, I want to ask, so now you qualify for champs, looking ahead, it does let you watch the other teams' games with a little bit more curiosity. So who do you think is the dark horse from the rest of Pacific?
Oh, I think Vero is looking very good, huh?
Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
I'd love to see Varo. I'd love to see you guys play against Varo.
Yep, I think they're all having like very great individual players, and it shows on T1 matches. As you can see, like all of them can shoot hits, you know. So yeah, I mean, it's fun to see like teams that has been losing for the past season and stuff, and now like they are more motivated to win, and you know, like it's very nice to see, because it also pushes us to be a better player and better team and so, you know, like we can learn something new from them and so.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about that, because seeing, for example, on top of Group Mega, you have Team Secret and Varel really raking up the wins.
Oh yeah, Secret as well.
It pushes all of the teams to do better, because that means that you have to be on your toes every time, doesn't it?
Yep. Even for ZETA today, like, as you can see, like they beat RRQ 2-0 and stuff. So it's good, you know, everyone that been doing bad for the past season. I mean, ZETA was doing okay, I would say, last season, but it wasn't that bad. But now look, they are very like promising, I would say. So yeah, everyone is giving their best, and it's nice to see. Like, I think like we are very competitive, like for Pacific. So yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, we keep saying that Pacific is like the most competitive region, and I think that's really showing on this stage. Now, we saw you also being very animated, in particular, you know, doing a lot of stuff with your monitor on this. Like that I think people are turning into GIFs now and everything. Well, can you talk about that a little bit?
Wait,
why did you decide to do that? I think it was a sense a lot of times. Yeah.
I think it might have been the round where you're coming through market, you see two guys walking towards stairs, you miss.
Walking towards stairs from market, walking.
You're in market?
I'm in market.
They're going stairs on the B side.
I think that was the round I was flanking, right? With the Outlaw, I believe.
Yeah.
I think I haven't been buying Outlaw in a while. No, the new patch kind of like, you know, I didn't get
the
used
reset,
to that. The reset, I wasn't getting used to it. So I was like, oh, you know.
Yeah.
No, I thought I hit the Headhunter after, because I knew that one of them with the full shield. So I know that the Cypher is not one hit with the Outlaw. But I thought I would land him with the Headhunter. But as soon as I missed that, I was like,
I was like, oh, okay, shades of the chef in the kitchen as well, leading into the stage. Now, I wanted to get your thoughts on tomorrow's matches, actually. You have Nongshim taking on GE, and then you have Team Secret taking on T1. How do you think that's going to go
down? Secret with T1.
Yes.
Damn. I think for, was it GE and Nongshim, right?
Yes.
I have to go with my boys, GE, you know, GE fighting. And for the next one, I think I'm gonna go. I don't know. They got catch by surprise against Vero, so maybe the emotion and stuff is not in a good state, you know. So I will go for Secret.
Ooh.
I have my boy Styron inside, you know.
Exactly.
So
yes.
He used for your information. He used to compete with me in the same thing as PRX in CS.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, I'm very proud of him that he finally managed to come to Pacific. I think he's been grinding a long way.
Yeah.
So yeah, shout out to Titus.
Yeah.
Been a while. I haven't seen him here, so I mean, hope he texts your on, you know. I don't mind free meal.
Yeah.
I mean, he made it, right? He made it, so sure.
Styron, somebody's asking you to hit him up a bit. Maybe take him out for some
I don't mind for like tteokbokki and stuff.
Okay. There you go.
Something healthy. Yeah.
We'll make sure to relay the message to him tomorrow. So and I love that SCA bias as well. It's looking very, very interesting here in Pacific. Devai, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
And congratulations on that win. You may leave your headset over here.
Thank you.
yes, we have something as the MVP for this match. 30th clutch also in Pacific overall. I mean, this series alone, he is a beast, absolutely. And you can just see like how excited he is when he knows that he actually played well and how giddy he gets.
Yeah, I mean, you saw his Sage debut today as well, and he had a fantastic game on that. I think that's something we saw him experimenting when maybe he wasn't in the best of form with some of the roles, trying out some Vito, trying out some Enid, you know, trying out a little bit of Neon at one point. Let's mostly kind of skip past that, I would say. But I think that with Yoru coming back into the meta, maybe if he can mix in a little bit of Sage there, he could still play some Jet. It's actually going to give PRX some nice flexibility. And as we've kind of already talked about, this season is a little bit less pressure for them having already qualified for champs. So I think that they can have some experimentation time.
And my favorite thing was how his eyes lit up when Jen asked him about playing the against KRX's triple duelist. He's excited.
He was too excited. He answered that very, very quickly. He's like, I hope they play it, please.
We take a look at the standings here. GE Gen G still on top barrel. Secret still on top, but PRX moved up, leapfrogged T1 there. And of course, ZETA Division now sitting in that bubble, that third spot. So they'll be very happy with today.
No, 100%. I think you could see from the standings already a couple of teams sitting in the O2 kind of bracket, maybe going to have to consider the fact that they're going to have to be heading in towards play-ins. But a lot of the teams right now that are at least sticking at top of their groups and kind of contending for playoffs are some ones that you may not have had on the tip of your tongue, at least at the start of the season. But of course, many more games to be played.
Exactly, and that's what Devi was talking about as well, right? It keeps every single team here in Pacific on their toes because you don't exactly know who is actually going to be taking the W. Now, of course, as we heard from Devi earlier, we have Nongshim taking on GE and Secret taking on T1, and he actually thinks that the SEA teams are probably going to come out on top.
Hey, that's my prediction for tomorrow as well. I got both of those guys. Nongshim looking to find some recovery here, get some champs points on the board, but they're against a GE that is looking incredibly strong. T1 also coming off a loss where Team Secret were in fact heating up, so it's on the Korean teams to reverse their momentum. So let's see if they can get it done.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting indeed. And how exciting is this week also? Because we've had so many surprises, not just with the wins, but with the comps that all of these teams are bringing out. I'm prepared to see more surprises tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. Looking forward to both of those games. I think Nongshim GE, it's low-key starting to become a little bit of a rivalry. I feel like you always see these guys in games where it's an elimination, or if even in the in-between season qualifier, you had a qualification game between them two, which was, you know, a few little things said about that. So I'm sure they'll be keen to play each other again here early on in Pacific.
Yeah, for sure. And I think GE are getting some reinforcements in as well for tomorrow. So that's going to be very exciting to watch as well. And we'll see if T1 can bounce back. There are so many questions that are going on here in Pacific, and we'll get some of them answered tomorrow. So hope to see you guys same time, same virtual place right here on VCT Pacific.
This is VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
Ish utility going into side, especially when you have a judge close range Sand. But
beautiful. 1-2 punch there from ZETA. Good coverage from two. The site as well from Absol pushes Jemkin back, aware there'll be more in his direction. Great stuff. Headshots all over the place. Absol along. Lots of players headed in his direction. We see Jemkin come forward to reinforce Zan's position. Actually going to be triggered there by Sugar Zero, so find a way to creep inside this pit, or if he can maybe just catch XCLL there. Now we're down. This is Galaxy Brain. Back on that defuse, has been spotted by Shota. It's a ballsy position to play a headshot in, and maybe now winnable as that time is going to start to get away from Jemkin. All he had to do was hide. Has he done enough? RRQ with the fist bumps, they thought they'd won it. It's not going to be the case. ZETA will finish it off 13-5. Eco, another massive map from him. Away, Convergent paths in, it's a double, there's no way! Caught by the Convergent paths and could not land their shots in B though. For at least 1 and 2, now Forsaken chiming in as well. It's spotted out. PRX secure the 3-on-5. Davai wins the 1v1. He's still in the corner, and now it's his turn to strike. Connection. Spot too much. May steps up and take matters into his own hands. This could be an ace for May. Has that dash in the position, ready to go. And just when DFM needed someone to step up. The timing right, Akame turns around just in time. PRX, they are walking into pretty serious crossfire here. The jump just throwing off Cess's aim, and Envy out of nowhere. The double entry. Envy on 30 HP here, probably not game to pull the Hunter's Fury. Davai has whiffed, and it's on to Envy to get the ace. The dart through. Kaide not spotted, but Envy gets his own ace. PRX get to 17, and it was a damn hard-fought victory. But they get the 2-0 today over DFM.
This is VCT Pacific 2026.